All right. Still cold. Ooh. Nice. Go. Got some Billy D to fill us in. It's 32 minutes. Okay. We get a good dungeon run in on that. There we go. It's nice seeing different splash screens.
More strikes are being carried out. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news, starting with this. Silence is not consent. That is just one of the now huge flashpoints around this whole moist critical technoblade LARP tuber trend and controversy that has completely spiraled out of control. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about here, and trust me, that's completely normal. I didn't know this world existed until about a week ago. LARP tubers are
been
these
following
people
him.
who LARP or
We watched it last night.
YouTubers copying their
Actually,
look, their voice, their cadence, kind of everything about them. And actually, one of the first ones you might have seen go viral back in May appears to be LARPaplier, who impersonates huge YouTuber Markiplier.
Hello, everybody. My name is LARPaplier, and welcome to Let's Play
people are so fucking
Slender Hospice.
And since then, you've had a lot more popping up, mimicking PewDiePie, Moist Critical, Leafy is Here, and a ton of others. And for a while, and still, for many, it generally seemed like good fun. But then, you had someone crossing into different territory where people say, okay, there's the LARP tuber community, and then there's this thing, right? Because someone started LARPing as Technoblade. And Technoblade, I mean, he was one of the most beloved Minecraft creators on YouTube. He had over 10 million subs while he was alive, he had content for years, and then he got cancer. Right, at first, he announced it in the most Technoblade way ever.
Of all the phone calls I've made, nobody took the news worse than my health insurance provider. They've been inconsolable for weeks. They were like, you got what? No!
And several months later, in 2022, his dad appeared in a video to announce that Technoblade, or Alex, had died at the age of 23.
I got down on my knee at his bedside, and I said to him, you've done so much for so many people, and if you want to now,
he did more than I ever could or will.
He lived about another 8 hours after that.
And so following that, just this community was absolutely heartbroken. The dad, he's been very active in the community ever since. They've been raising money for cancer research. The channel actually has now over 20 million subscribers. And then all of that, it brings us to the current controversy, because you have this LARP tuber by the name of TechnoLARP appearing, and for comparison, here's the real Technoblade.
But first, it's a pig. It's a plane. It's Technoplane on sale now. I wake up on Monday, I stab celebrities in Minecraft, and then I go to sleep for another week, because what else is there to do?
And then here's TechnoLARP.
Well, I'm TechnoLARP, and you might be like, TechnoLARP, that's a stupid name.
Well, this creator, he has this growing community that really loves this content. As you would expect, there were also a lot of people who were just really irked by the whole concept of imitating a dead person like this. Especially because he hadn't gotten permission from Technoblade's dad. Where you had TechnoLARP admitting in a since deleted post that he had reached out to the dad but got no response, though he argued that he also wasn't asked to stop. Saying, we don't know his thoughts yet, let's give him time to figure out if he likes it or not. But also there, you had many who just weren't convinced. And then with that, you had Moist Critical giving this
all right, let's go.
When he did a video on it.
So he's taking that silence as like a thumbs up to keep doing it. in the meantime. Like, I feel like if you cared enough about it, you'd probably wait to hear his thoughts on it instead of still just going hog wild with it.
Though you also had Technoblade's dad eventually responding, posting on Reddit. I've been avoiding addressing this for a while now. I just don't know how to react to this. I mean, certainly it's flattering to Techno, but like, what am I supposed to do? I just don't know what to say to him. Anyway, my response is
Can't apply
inconclusive. I'm
glamour
still ruminating
plates.
on the whole thing. And so even though that wasn't a firm no, you had several other Minecraft YouTubers and a lot of people out there arguing that the post showed that he was clearly uncomfortable. And you had some criticizing Technolarp for putting this dad in the position, speculating that he felt pressure not to come straight out and tell Technolarp to stop because then all of a sudden he might be an enemy of part of that community. Now, in his defense, you have people noting that Technolarp claimed that he wasn't a replacement for Technoblade, saying that he was just an obvious knockoff to entertain people. And also with this, you had critics pointing out that he went as far as to collaborate with one of Technoblade's friends, Skeppy, arguing that that crosses the line into replacement territory.
No, not the triangle.
Speed and regen.
I do like that bard
God.
outfit for her.
Yes.
So he's actively trying to collab with Technoblade's friends while pretending to be their deceased friend. Like, that's some, like, Skinwalker type shit. Like, that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. I feel like the guy's probably approaching it with good intentions, but I still find it to just be off-putting.
And then actually, during a subsequent live stream, you had Technolarp jumping into the chat and they started arguing.
I've been doxxed and my family has been threatened. Some other LARP tubers are also under attack. Well,
We watched
that's
this
awful.
last night.
I'm sorry to hear that. You were reasonable, but missed some context. It painted me bad. I know you meant well. Is the context that Skeppy reached out to you? Because I didn't miss that. That is there. I just didn't find that to be an important thing to mention because it's not who reached out to who. It's the fact that you still did it in the first place, man.
And then after this, you had Voice Critical making a follow-up video where he doubled down on his critiques. Because also one of the other big questions that's been hovering around is whether Technolarp has been profiting off of this content. And on Twitter, you had him claiming that his YouTube videos were demonetized.
Come
and he only
on,
earned money
less
if
than
Technolarp's
5
dad
minutes.
gave permission.
Again,
God.
so many people like myself were under the impression that all of this was done.
Today was a good
with
day
no,
at work.
like,
I had a good
financial
day at work
gain
today.
on his own end or anything like that. Just all money going to charity through this. Well, that's a half truth. The charity money is generated through the streams that he does. So he has a charity donation link at the Tiltify. And then right under that, he has a personal donation link where you can donate to Technolarper himself, the guy doing this. And then at the very bottom, he even has a sponsored section. Server hosting by Prism nodes. Use code LARP at checkout for 30% off on any purchase. And he did even say on stream that, yeah, that's there, but the charity donations far eclipse the personal ones that he received. So you are financially benefiting from it.
Meanwhile, as far as Technoblade's dad, you actually had him defending Technolarp, at least against doxing and threats that were apparently happening, calling it messed up and absolutely not okay. And then
All right,
finally
we gotta
slammed
get
the matter
food.
straight in a lengthy Reddit post, saying when this was first brought to me by one of Alex's YouTube friends, I was under the impression that it might be a one-time tribute. However, this has continued for several weeks, and it is now clear that an identity is being built as an ongoing
food
public
time.
persona, saying that is a different thing from a tribute. And adding the situation is complicated by a simple truth. Despite being Technodad, I cannot speak unilaterally on behalf of all of Alex's family, friends, and fans who no doubt have a variety of reactions. But after careful consideration, I have reached a conclusion I can give from my own perspective as Technoblade's father and as the person Alex trusted to look after what he left behind. I am asking for this to please stop and for the persona in question to cease. No blessing or permission for this.
Oh,
or for
shit.
a similar persona now or in the future. I encourage
Oh,
anyone
damn.
interested in becoming a content creator to find their own voice. Show us who you are. A sincere presentation of your authentic self will always be better than an imitation of
Ooh,
someone
I
else.
did
And
not
think
hear
I'm also
this.
asking
This is
you
new.
not to harass anyone over this. This is not what Alex would have wanted. I do not believe there was malicious intent. And so then what you saw is that when you would go to Technolarp's channel for a response,
Oh,
at first,
shit.
it was actually
Here we
taken
go.
down for violating community guidelines. But now it appears not only to be back up, but this morning, this guy uploaded a video titled "The End of Technolarp."
I'm really relieved that I even got an answer. I didn't really mind if it was yes or no. I respected any decision. Everything I did was not for some crazy evil scheme. I was just trying to have fun doing the LARP trend and everything, making content similar to one of my
Okay,
favorite
fair enough.
creators. Now, I can't really change how I sound, like my voice, because it's my normal voice, but I can definitely take off the skin. I can change the name. A lot of you have been telling me that you want me to just be myself and make videos in my own personality, which I think
Artifact
is a really
equipment.
good idea. So there's that. You guys can just call me Striker now. But with that being said, there's going to be hate on anything that I do at this point.
You then also saw him addressing in advance the accusation that he's still profiting off of the TechnoLARP persona by keeping the 200,000 subscribers that he's accumulated as TechnoLARP.
So I wanted to say that if you guys are only here for the Technoblade persona, like the Technoblade stuff, I highly advise that you unsubscribe. The TechnoLARP videos will stay up for the time being and not be monetized, and neither will this video.
And then as far as the reactions you're seeing, I will say they're kind of mixed. You had some applauding him for doing what they said was the right thing. They're excited to see what kind of content he starts making. Some of the top comments on this video reading, "Goodbye, TechnoLARP. Hello, Striker." As well as, "Thank you for respecting TechnoDad's decision. Good luck, Striker." So you also had others more skeptical. Right? Some bring back up questions around money that may or may not have been earned that were brought up in the latest Moist Critical video. Others also saying that if he wanted to wipe the slate clean, he'd actually just start a new channel. And there, in fact, he does have another channel, but he claims that Minecraft content just wouldn't fit in there, and a lot of people want to watch him play Minecraft regardless of the LARP, so he's keeping the newer channel. But then also, whatever happens to this channel and this guy's career, this whole thing, it's kind of caused a reckoning for some with the LARP tuber space in general. You've got more and more people debating, where are the limits? Where is it okay to impersonate? Do you need their permission? Should you be able to make money off of it? On all these fronts, as well as kind of just the whole story in general, I really would love to know your opinion and your reaction to all this.
I don't know.
Especially in those comments down below. Because for me personally, this has been a weird, wild one to watch. I'm still kind of digesting it, and that's also because a lot of my focus has been, at least in this space, on the AI clones moving forward of people all over the day. Right there, you're seeing more and more proposed and even passed legislation state by state, just worried about the AI craze. Whereas this, it's being performed by a human, and unless you get into a place where you're trying to sell like merchandise that is very close, a lot of this ends up playing in the court of public opinion. But then also from that, we should talk about this story that really people have latched onto, and it starts with a question. How does an 18-year-old swimming athlete drown, and why would his friends try to get rid of the evidence that they were with him when it happened? Or because that is what you have many, including his family, asking about the mysterious death of 18-year-old Daniel Irving right now. Right, and Daniel, he was a senior at a North Texas high school on both the honor roll and swim team, and back in April, he went out to Lake Ray Hubbard to go swimming and fishing with 19-year-old Lucas Roper and 17-year-old. But that was also the last time that Daniel was seen alive. And almost immediately, Daniel's mom, Tameka Irving, had a feeling like something bad happened to her son, and when he still hadn't come home the next day, she filed a missing persons report with the Rowlett Police Department. And while you're the local police,
I don't know where to get food.
It wasn't until 3 days later that Daniel's body was found and recovered from the lake. And from there, you had the Dallas Police Department taking over the death investigation, and the medical examiner concluded
Gotta be some at
Daniel's
Quarry
cause
Mill,
of death
right?
was drowning,
Gotta be.
and it was determined to be an accident. Except, if it was an accident, why didn't anyone call for help or come forward when it happened? Right? What were Daniel's two friends doing? It seems like the police also asked that question because last week, Lucas Roper and the unnamed teenager were arrested in connection with the case, specifically on charges of evidence tampering, which is a third-degree felony. Because according to the affidavit, when Daniel drowned, Roper and the other teenager panicked and took off, throwing Daniel's clothes in the tree line and getting rid of his cell phone. And Roper reportedly deleted all the conversations that he had with Daniel that day from his phone, saying
Purchase
that
items.
he and the other teen, they were worried that they were going to get in trouble and they panicked. But
We
also,
just need
seeing that
food.
explanation and the charges of evidence tampering not being enough for many, including Daniel's family. Right? You have his mom, Tameka, saying there is absolutely more to this story than what they've gotten so far.
If you are not guilty of a crime, why would you throw away his clothes and delete messages and not even call his mother?
And they're also calling for murder charges as you have their attorney promising to conduct an independent investigation.
This family has lost confidence in the system that is supposed to protect them. This family has a distrust of the Dallas Police Department. They have not given this death of 18-year-old
Where I'm
Daniel
from.
Irving the urgency it deserves and demands. He was a member of his swim team. He was a strong, healthy young athlete. For these two suspects to say he drowned and they left, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Something smells off to us.
And then you're also seeing the family coming down on the police about their handling of Daniel's death, with his sister saying that the case was treated with no sense of urgency and it's left her family in agony for months now. And that is a criticism that's been echoed by other activists as well, including Dominique Alexander,
There
who's
we
the founder
go.
of the Next Generation Action Network. And you had him writing an open letter to the
Give
Dallas
me-
Police Department,
oh my
slamming
God.
their handling of the case, and also going after the Rowlett Police Department for dragging their feet, saying, a young black student goes missing, and instead of immediate action, his family is met with delay and dismissal. And
Fine.
we are not going to accept
Fine.
excuses. We are not going to accept delays, and we are certainly not going to accept a narrative that asks this family to move on without answers. Justice requires action, and action must happen now. While you have the police still maintaining that Daniel's death
We
was
go to
an
the
accident,
fucking
as this
message
case
board
is
and
gaining
buy it.
traction, you're seeing a lot of people drawing comparisons between this and Nolan Wells's case, which is another heartbreaking case that we've covered now a few times. And you have many people saying that both of these boys boys, they deserve justice. Their families, they deserve answers, and their deaths can't be swept under the rug. And while we're waiting for answers and updates, of course, our hearts go out to the family of Daniel Irving and Nolan Wells. The first line for this story, I want you to know I'm not having a stroke. This is actually a real news story. You now have Clavicular claiming that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants to gym max with him to improve his public image. Right? And that's coming directly from Clavicular, who, if you don't know, is this massive, controversial, looks maxing streamer. And he's just kind of blown up over the last year. And you had him claiming that he had dinner with Netanyahu's advisors, as well as other tech and US officials. And
I was fine with talking with one of BB's people about looks maxing, how he could looks max. That's what they asked. They said, hey, BB's been having a lot of trouble with humanizing himself to the younger generation. They think he's too old and out of shape. Would you want to do like a gym stream with him or something like that? And if I had any ideas about like his fitness thing, because he's getting into sports or something. And I was like, sure, man, I'd be happy to help.
Right, you had Clavicular saying this on a stream while in Israel, which he spent the last few days visiting, and also there are like a number of other
Meals.
controversies happening.
Nachos.
As far as this gym bro sesh, you have a number of people kind of just not believing him. I think it's kind of hard to imagine, these two in a stream together, pumping iron, and Netanyahu somehow walking out with a rehabilitated image. So counterpoint, this is also the same Netanyahu that did the Nelk Boys podcast. Though also, I'll say there was some backlash in the media when it was first reported that Clavicular...
Come on, not pray.
That one could dissuade BB
Not Praetorium.
from bombing people and following through on this idea. And two, it brings us to one of the other
Taking a
because
break
Clavicular's
from
been accused of
bombing.
anti-Semitism in the past. Because while he's known for looks maxing content, which is controversial in its own right because it goes to extremes to improve your looks, including by taking supplements and phones, or with it being this kind of internet subculture that's especially popular among incels. And he's been seen as incredibly controversial for that, as well as numerous other issues and other scandals, but also over his connections to the manosphere and far-right figures. But he's been on stream with Nick Fuentes, who's known for his anti-Semitic views, and actually connected to that, both he, Fuentes, the Tate brothers, and others, they faced a ton of backlash earlier this year after getting a Miami club to play the song Hail Hitler by Kanye West and singing along. And so the fact that Clavicular was in Israel at all, let alone potentially meeting with people close to Netanyahu, it caused a ton of debate. Where you had some wondering how or why he was even let into the country at all, when other controversial influencers in the past, they've been denied. Though according to several Israeli media reports, at least one of Netanyahu's advisors did admit to speaking with Clavicular, but they claimed that it was just a happenstance at a club that they briefly spoke and that Clavicular apologized for past anti-Semitism, which actually ends up being very interesting because at least publicly, Clavicular has not only avoided addressing any controversies about anti-Semitism, but he has gotten actively annoyed when they were brought up. And actually, you had him walking out of an interview when a journalist pressed him on why he was in Israel in the first place and if he'd addressed the video of him singing Hail Hitler.
So you basically came here to apologize?
So we came here to explore Tel Aviv and kind of show that it's a really fun city.
How can you not talk
that's
about
like
the
a very
song?
Poor journalist
Just tell me.
tactic. No. So if you're gonna be negative, and ask about like old situations that are not so positive, then I really don't want to talk to you.
Last January is not that old, you got kicked out of a club. Why not clean the page?
So why don't you clean the page and talk about
What does that even
how much
mean?
I've done for this country's reputation, because it's in utter shambles. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. I just woke up.
Just say I'm sorry.
I don't want to be talking to someone who's going to
Just say I'm sorry.
What's wrong with apologizing about singing Heil Hitler?
No, this interview is over.
Just apologize.
Why don't you apologize to me for? Why don't you apologize?
I need to apologize?
Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
Why are you
Thank
afraid to
very much.
apologize? Just apologize. That's it.
But then also with this, just because he's trying to dodge
Weird.
the backlash, it
Oh,
doesn't mean
weird.
everyone else has or gets it.
Weird
And I
take.
say that because you're seeing some reports now claiming that an IDF soldier is being punished for appearing in Clavicular streams in Israel. Right, and that soldier is Shira Braun. She was seen on a number of his streams. They were seen walking with arms around one another. And she apparently worked for the IDF spokesperson's unit. And actually, during one of the streams, she identified herself as working for the IDF social media channels, and the IDF is reportedly investigating this, and she's now facing disciplinary action. But according to Israeli media, she's no longer allowed to do social media work, and it's going to be transferred to a different unit, with some reports even saying that she's been demoted to being a cook. And you have all of this going down as you've Clavicular repeatedly insisting that his trip to Israel it's not political. In fact, you even had him slamming a free press reporter who wrote about why he's in the country, writing, "You essentially advocating with a 20-year-old to share his political opinions to the massive audience I have is wildly irresponsible. I'm very conscious of the influence I have, which is why I only speak about topics such as looks maxing, which I spent years of my life researching." And while I personally, I'm very open to the nuance around the conversation of, hey, we don't have to force everyone to speak on things politically, you are visiting a country during a time of war. You're talking about pumping iron with a man that many believe is a war criminal. And while you personally probably only care about the additional views from the controversy of it all, or maybe you're actually interested in talking to Netanyahu about, I don't know, putting fucking lifts in his shoes so he can join the 6-footer club, he would actively be using you to try to normalize everything that he and his government is doing to a very young, impressionable audience. So also, I'm not going to say that's your entire audience, because something that we saw with the whole Netanyahu Nelk Boy interview was a lot of people were just not on board. So much so that the audience smacked them up, so they essentially had to do a humiliation ritual, and we saw like Kyle and Steiny, who's a real person apparently, having to just eat shit in the follow-up video. But as far as Clavicular, right, in recent streams, he's talked about how he's leaving Israel soon, if he's not actually left already, and the next country he said he wants to go to is Russia. So while you have him saying, you know, he's not interested in talking politics, it does appear to be obvious that he's seeking politically contentious places to visit, to stream from, to monetize, to audience grab. But yeah, ultimately, time will tell how all this plays out, both with wherever he goes next and the things that happen there, as well as everything that went down in Israel. And then also, we should talk about, you know, while you've had Clavicular strips stirring up controversy, there are a lot of Israelis right now that are thrilled with another American, and that is Donald Trump, right? And that's because you have him relaunching his war against Iran and reimposing his blockade.
Hashtag war
while
maxing.
threatening to upend literally centuries of American policy supporting freedom of navigation around the world. And actually, despite everything, he doesn't seem any closer to meeting his original war aims, all while traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, it's come down to its lowest level in a month. So if you ask Trump, he's continuing to claim that it is safe to travel, and he claimed on social media that the Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran, and announcing the return of a blockade affecting Iran's ships or customers, saying all other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. So then with that, also adding that the US would now be known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait and will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety
Such a
and security
fucking
through this
clown.
very volatile section of the world. And you then later had him going into more detail, talking to reporters in the Oval Office, saying,
I want to be reimbursed because we're protecting a very rich portion of the world. We're spending money. And so what we've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection.
Fucking
In addition
clown.
to going against
Clown
hundreds
show.
of years of U.S. policy, he is then also contradicting his administration's own position that there shouldn't be any tolls or fees on shipping through the strait, which is something you had stated unequivocally by Secretary of State Marco Rubio just a few weeks ago.
No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway.
But with all this, you have Trump, in the eyes of many, legitimizing Iran's claims that it should have the right to charge tolls in the strait. And actually, you had Iran's foreign minister responding to Trump's announcement with his own mocking post on social media, writing, POTUS is absolutely right. Whoever provides secure and safe passage of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz should be compensated for this service. Iran has always been the guardian of the strait and will remain so forever. 20% is, of course, too much. We will be fair. But then with all this, you had CENTCOM announcing that the blockade would be back in effect starting today, right, July 14th at 4 p.m. Eastern time, but it didn't mention fees, at least yet. Yet it's just saying that the ships near the Gulf of Oman and Strait of Hormuz should contact U.S. naval forces, and that additional information would be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice. But at least for now, you're still seeing that just very few ships are willing to go anywhere near this mess. You had only 10 vessels passing through the strait yesterday. That is the lowest level in a month, and a fraction of the more than 130 vessels a day that would pass through the strait before the war. Right, and connected to that, Brent crude, the international benchmark for oil prices that apparently we're all now having to focus on, shot up around 9% yesterday after Trump's announcement, and another 2.5% today to roughly $85 a barrel. And you've got all of this coming as missiles and drones
Coming back up, baby.
On a near daily basis for almost a week now. We talked about this last Wednesday. Trump, he declared the ceasefire with Iran was over after a new round of fighting, and on Friday, he formally notified Congress of a new war with Iran. Now, of course, this is really the same war. But the reason for the distinction is that the War Powers Act requires the commander-in-chief to inform lawmakers within 2 days of engaging U.S. forces in hostilities. Right, and then from there, he has 60 days to either finish the job or get permission from Congress, with a possibility of...
Sorry, guys, it's a new war today. Tomorrow. Sorry, guys, it's a new war today.
Clock that had started on February 28th, and in his latest update, he claimed that a new 60-day clock had started from strikes on July 7th, even though, one, you got so many experts rejecting the idea that this is in any way valid, especially since the U.S. and Iran exchanged fire during this so-called ceasefire. And two, the 60-day clock thing kind of assumes that the initial strikes were okay in at least some way, but many experts have argued that attacks against Iran violated domestic and international law from the very beginning. You know, with all this, the back and forth has been pretty much nonstop since Saturday when Iran fired what it said was a warning shot that struck a commercial ship in the region. With that ship reportedly being set to pass through the strait on a route along the coast of Oman, which is the one recommended by the United States but rejected by Iran, which is then also one of the reasons why Iran has accused the U.S. of violating the Memorandum of Understanding, right, the MOU that was signed last month between the two countries. And then with this, after you had the U.S. retaliating with multiple overnight strikes in Iran, you then also had the country's top negotiator responding to U.S. strikes by posting a screenshot of the text of that deal, with them highlighting a section saying that it would be up to Iran to make arrangements for the safe passage of commercial vessels through the strait. And you then also had the regime responding by launching attacks in several countries in the Middle East and declaring the Strait of Hormuz closed, which then of course prompted another round of U.S. strikes the next night, which in turn led Iran to follow up with more strikes, it said, targeted American military facilities in Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait. And then all of that, it brings us back to yesterday when a few hours after announcing the blockade, CENTCOM said that it had begun the third consecutive night of strikes against Iran at Trump's direction. And also, something that was notable shortly before that is that Trump had told right-wing radio host Hugh Hewitt that he expected strikes to continue today as well, saying,
"We're going to hit them very hard tonight, and we're going to hit them hard tomorrow. And there's not a damn thing they can do about it. They have nothing. They have nothing going other than they have big mouths."
You also had him seemingly completely dismissing the MOU that he previously claimed made him the first president to make peace with Iran and would bring peace and security to the whole region. But he now said that it was just a test, and adding,
"Look, memorandum of understanding when you're dealing with sleazebags don't mean much. And they don't mean much when you're dealing with honorable people, too, because it's a memorandum of understanding. It doesn't mean much."
But unfortunately, and you know, MAGA will say you have Trump derangement syndrome if you say this, but if there is a thing that we've learned by now, it's that, you know, when Trump says something, it really doesn't mean anything. Like even just the past, less than 48 hours. Yesterday, right? He was talking about his administration. They'd be adopting an unprecedented world-changing policy of charging tolls for passage through the strait. Well, today, while falsely claiming that oil is flowing like never before, unless he means
nobody's seen it.
The U.S. military opening the strait.
Nobody's seen oil flow like it.
Based on highly productive conversations with Middle East leadership, I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. But of course, there also just happens to be no information about these deals, whether they're even real or not. And all Trump's really done is kind of damage the U.S. credibility.
I know they're not.
So even though technically things have happened, we appear to be stuck in the same situation where neither side, it seems like they want the war to continue, but neither side can back down, and you have people continuing to suffer, some dying, and the economic fallout is just going to continue. And then, actually, there's even more that we got to dive into. And then, for your final block of news today, let's cram in some more news you need to know, because there's just so much. But let's start with Taco Bell, because if you've been planning on a late-night Taco Bell run, you might want to hold off on the lettuce,
I love
tomatoes,
Taco
really
Bell.
any of those ingredients that helped make us think.
But I love tomatoes. They're my favorite
right now,
food.
you've got health officials investigating a massive multi-state outbreak of a literal explosive diarrhea parasite that might be tied to your favorite chalupa.
Oh, it's in
Because unlike
Texas?
a normal boozy
Oh, no.
2 a.m. trip to the Bell, the diarrhea caused by cyclosporiasis, it can be weeks long, which is one of the quickest ways to dehydrate yourself, and in extreme cases, it leads to death. But also, here's a huge thing. While Taco Bell, they are currently a focal point, you've got many experts pretty sure that the contamination is somewhere up in the supply chain. So like a regional supplier of fresh produce, or even at the agricultural level, which is then kind of gross because the parasite is most commonly caused by water contaminated with human feces. So it's the fact that there's a good chance that it's not just Taco Bell's produce being infected that's caused state and city officials to issue really
love
strict
Taco Bell,
recommendations
though.
about produce. Or you have the merging supermarkets and customers to not buy prepackaged produce. In Michigan and Texas, they're warning about all produce, including fresh stuff. You've got San Diego.
God
probably
damn
one
it.
furthest, at least so
I didn't
far,
know
so
it was in
farm laws are warning
Texas.
that fresh produce should be avoided for at least a week as investigators get to the bottom of whatever the hell's going on. And that's because a very key thing here is that this parasite can't just
God.
be removed by washing your produce like you normally would. Instead, you'd have to use heat to kill it, and like, who wants to boil their lettuce? So right now, you got everyone kind of waiting for the FDA to issue a public recall, although privately, they might be already putting that into motion. Then also in the news, you've got New York now becoming the first state to finally put a hold on data centers with a moratorium that'll last for up to a year.
Massive data
I didn't know
centers
it
are being
came to
built
Texas
across our
already.
state and our country. The scale and speed of this development has put unprecedented demand on energy and water resources and threatens to drive up utility costs. Before it goes any further, I need safeguards in place to protect New Yorkers.
Are you at New York Governor Kathy Hochul saying, as data center development threatens to create uncertainty for New
Already
Yorkers,
got
it's
out.
my responsibility to
It
take
didn't
action and lead.
register.
And to her point, this definitely puts New York dead center in the debate about how to deal with this quick push into AI and all the infrastructure that we need to maintain it. And it's been an ongoing issue across the board. Studies have shown
Funny.
that between Republicans and Democrats, no one really wants data centers running in their backyard. And you're seeing that people are worried about the same issues that the moratorium is meant to address, the environmental impact and the energy costs. Right, and while the moratorium's in place, you have the state actually developing a generic environmental impact statement to make sure that any new data centers are held to consistent standards in handling those concerns. And they say that their end goal is to create more rules for the sake of their power grid and the land the developers are looking to build on. And then once there are clear regulations, they'll lift the ban. And then also in the meantime, they aren't cutting any data centers that already have their required permits. But also any projects that need more than 50 megawatts of power, those are going to be on hold. And so this is big, but also not shocking. New York's kind of been inching toward a move like this for a while now. I mean, just last month, you had their legislature passing a broader bill that puts tighter regulations on data centers using more than 20 megawatts of power. And that one would also force any project using more than 1 megawatt to use almost entirely renewable energy by 2050. But apparently, that hasn't made its way to Hochul's desk yet. And even before that, in 2019, they passed the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Right, and that was meant to lower greenhouse gas emissions and add protections for environmental justice communities. But also a thing that you've seen there is that Hochul's gotten some backlash with that because they haven't been keeping up with their goals. And she actually moved to roll back some of those agreements. So at that point, you had people saying that she was kind of watering the whole thing down. And so now this move, for many, it's seen as a step in the right direction as far as their climate efforts go. But then for your last story today, you have Supreme Court Justices Elena Kagan and Amy Coney Barrett going in front of Congress to ask for more than $15 million to expand security for the court at work and at home.
Federal judges across the country, throughout the judiciary, including the Supreme Court, continue to do their jobs without fear or favor, but the threat level is really high.
Right, so in their 2025 fiscal year, there was a 57% rise in what they call security incidents of significant concern. And so far this year, there have been 370 more threats with 512 investigations. And they say they actually expect to see a 38% increase before 2027 rolls in. And to kind of give you a better idea of what this looks like, a lot of the threats come as online comments and other digital communications like that. But we've also seen plenty of examples of people bringing those issues right to people's doorsteps.
Many of us, me included, have received threatening anonymous deliveries designed to intimidate and harass us.
Right, with this, there's kind of been like, there's a full spectrum on top of things like this. You also have protesters staging marches in front of their homes. Then also you have incidents like someone getting arrested outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house with a gun and a knife. And actually, you had officials later finding out that that person was aiming to kill 3 of the justices. And then actually, with all that, at one point, apparently Justice Barrett even had to be sent home with a bulletproof vest for protection.
Maybe I lack imagination, but I didn't expect that performing this service was going to put me in the position of explaining to my children what a bulletproof vest was and why I had to wear one.
Right, and some of the biggest safety issues they've seen have been from situations when their decisions got leaked before they were officially announced. And so that's apparently why, on top of physical security, they also asked for a boost in funds for cybersecurity. With Kagan saying, we can't do our business, we can't engage in confidential communications. If you think that those views are going to appear on the front page of the newspaper, you pull back. So we'll have to see what happens if they do get these extra funds. They would kick in October. Though, of course, all of this still leaves kind of the root of the issue, which is the sort of increased hostility that we're seeing in politics right now. And if that doesn't get fixed, or the thing that is causing that doesn't get fixed, I don't know how much the beefing up security will help. And that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is the end of today's Tuesday show. Of course, till next time, you can keep getting filled in right here.
Interesting. Thought I could do a dungeon run, but time. See. Playing black. See what they have to say about.
Hey folks, Jake here. Today we're talking about Valve's Steam Machine. Yes, we finally got our hands on one, and essentially I spent a nice long weekend playing with it, using it. So consider this video some first impressions on this hotly debated device. As you probably know, here at Game Ranks, we're not hardcore tech analysts. Like, we're not going to analyze frames or anything like that, but just kind of using it like how a normal person would and just see how we feel. So I'll walk you through some of the games I installed on it. Essentially, I took the games I had installed on my regular PC and installed it on this and just lived with the device. Now, the first thing we have to acknowledge, of course, is the price. It's the elephant in the room, and I think it can dominate the whole conversation. So I'm going to talk about it up front and acknowledge, yes, this thing is expensive. $1,049 US
Alright,
for the
finally we
base
get to play.
512 gigabyte model. That comes with no Steam controller if you want that full experience. Now you can use any controller you want on this bad boy and your own, keyboard and mouse. But for people who actually want like the full Steam Machine controller, the lowest tier, you're going to be spending $1,128 US for the device and a controller. For a lot of people that were just PC curious or Valve curious, that price will scare them away. If you spend time comparing that to PC building or a PS5 Pro and specs, that can also scare you away. I was hoping this thing would come in at a lower price because I was hoping this would be like a fun entry level to the Valve ecosystem and Steam OS.
It
or
was
maybe
supposed
you just have a
to.
Steam Deck and now you upgrade to something like
Thanks,
this.
AI.
I think it still has that potential. The price right now, knowing the state of the market, just knowing that this thing should be a little cheaper, I would love to see that price go down because at the very least, this machine, after using it for a weekend, I think it's solid. I think it comes with compromises. It is not a high-end PC. You are going to have to change settings. You are not getting 4K. You're going to have to play some things on medium. But I think with what Valve set out to do here, which was take their Steam Deck experience and their Steam OS experience and translate it to a set-top box that you can just plug in and play in the living room, price aside, I think they succeeded here. And I went in playing this, seeing some reviews out there. I thought this thing was going to be like a complete potato on arrival, but it's a capable little machine. Is it a beast? No. But it gets the job done. Hardware-wise, just right off the bat, it is very cool and very quiet and very small. It looks nice in your living room. And if you buy one of the higher tier SKUs, you get this cool handy-dandy faceplate, which pops right off. You can swap the faceplates. You can make it match your living room or your TV setup or whatever. With the faceplate off, you can tell that this thing is like all heat
do like
sink.
the
It's pretty
faceplate.
crazy. But aside from it being a fingerprint magnet, it's light, it's small. I think there is a use case for it for someone who wants a small form factor PC but doesn't want to build one themselves, or maybe somebody that travels a lot. But I also appreciate that it has enough USB ports. It has DisplayPort as well as HDMI. I could have used one more Type-C port, but that's just like a personal gripe. Having a micro SD card slot is great because you can literally you could download games on your Steam Deck and then pop that same SD card right in here, and then you got your games on here. It's a cool little feature that not a lot of people have really mentioned. Along with that, there's also this cool LED status bar. You have full control over this in the Steam settings. You can make
Killed
it
him
pulse, you can be
faster than
you
he
know, just be
talked.
whatever solid color you want. You can control the brightness.
One
Also,
more.
you can have it show the status of your downloads, which I actually really like. That was a feature that I thought would just be a silly little thing, but I dig it. Overall, it's nice to have a cube again. I want more video game cubes like this. The Steam controller,
GameCube.
I think we could do a whole separate video on, but I would say that if you just spring for the $1,000 box, because it's already pricey, and you don't spring for the controller, you're going to be all right because you can use any controller, and any controller now with this is pretty solid. The Steam controller itself, I do really like the trackpad functionality now. It makes navigating, especially once you go into desktop mode on this, if you want to tweak it, it does make it way easier. And in terms of connectivity, battery life, the quality of the joysticks, all that, the Steam controller
And I
is
do want a
great.
Steam
For me, though,
controller.
it just comes down to hand feel and ergonomics. And for me, I still prefer like my 8-bit do wireless ultimate controller or
I
an
hate
old Xbox
David,
controller that did
but I
this
play
thing.
with
But
this.
again, that's personal taste.
Cost
and that's
me like
what a lot of this is
$150
gonna come down
though.
to. But for me,
Pretty good.
just kind of rattling off some of
Wired.
the games I jumped into and
There was a
experienced,
wireless
just
one
so
for
you
like
can kind of get an idea
$250.
of how this thing is performing. I always have The Witcher 3 installed on things, and I just hop in, various saves. It runs really well. Yes, I know it's an older game, and we're going to talk about that a little bit, but like it runs really well near 60. It drops a little bit during recording, so some of the native capture that we did do here, the frame rates actually usually tends to be a little bit higher, but near 60, high density city, no problem running around. This was with FSR on 1440 high. I even found I could push it up even higher with some drops here and there. Also, Doom.
I should
did
level
play Doom
from
'cause
this.
I wanted to dive into the new DLC last weekend, the Dark Ages Revelations, but Doom in general ran at 1440 60 low. Yes, low settings for a new game. That is going to bum some people out. Some people are going to want more than that, but 1440 60 looked good. good, and I really found that Doom on low looked really good. This is also going to come down game to game. Every game is different, how it's optimized, how it scales. But if this is your first PC, you're going to start to learn how that stuff goes with this. I've also still been addicted to Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, the remake of AC4
We're gonna play that
Black
later.
Flag. And I unfortunately had that game on Ubisoft Connect. Ugh. So I had to install that launcher on this, which you can do because SteamOS
We are going to
has a
play
ton
that
of versatility to it. You're not
soon.
just
In
completely
fact, maybe
locked
after that.
to Steam itself. So I had that launcher on here. I was able to launch AC4 Black Flag Resynced. Some people in the community have been having some issues running this game with SteamOS, but in my testing, I didn't have any problems. I was able to play it with ray tracing, but ultimately I decided ray tracing off, and I had a mix of high and medium settings. It was hovering around 55, 60.
Why does all
but
of
then
his
even when I
shit
had
look
light ray tracing and
ridiculously
I had it at
vibrant?
1080p, it was smooth. Also, a friend of the show, Deck
Busy.
Ready, has turned us on to playing Resident Evil 4 Remake on this thing. 1440 60, all high settings except rain with FSR turned on, and it looks great. It plays great. It feels great. It's a game that has a tendency to drop when you ADS with a scope, but it's good here. And speaking of Capcom's RE engine,
My game of the year.
I also jumped into Pragmata real quick.
My
I went
game
into
of the
like
year
the
so
biggest
far.
open area, ran around, tried to push it as much as I could. I was able to play this 1440p, mostly high settings, and I was in like the 40s
Pragmata
and
is so
50s.
fucking
Tweaked
fun.
the settings a little more,
So
got
good.
it even
I wanna go
smoother.
back
But
and
then,
play.
like on the other end, I always have Arkham Knight installed on my machine, so I hopped into Arkham Knight, and it looks really damn good. But it unfortunately is inconsistent. Of course, this PC port is its own thing, but Arkham Knight unfortunately kind of dropped between 45 and 60 when exploring the open world. You know, when dive bombing down onto the Gotham streets, when driving around the Batmobile, the frame rate would kind of be all over the place. Moment to moment stuff, when I'm just in hand-to-hand combat or I'm in missions, it looked great, it ran great, but the open world really gave this thing some issues.
Come on,
And that was
guys.
at 1440p with everything on high. Also, it's just a Batman device. I played a little Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight, which is just great. It looks really damn
I wanna
good. I
get
had
that.
it at 1440
Did I get that?
with a mix of high and some medium settings at a near solid 60. And
It looks
damn
really.
good. It's also important to
really
know, like
looks
some of
fun.
these games I would drop to 1080 to just really crank it up, and I found them to look pretty solid for 1080.
I still play
Like, I don't
1080.
know what's going on here, but I think
don't really
a lot
care
of
about
the
higher
1080p
resolution.
games output on this thing just looked a little better than I expected for some reason. Still, you notice I trended towards a lot
I've
of
seen
games
4K,
1440p,
it
'cause
doesn't-
that to me is the sweet spot in terms of resolution, in terms of compromise, in terms of pushing things, and in terms of just like, what you can perceive depending on how far away you are from your TV. Where I
looks
sit
good
in my
enough
living
for
room
me.
Where I had this hooked up, I was far enough away from my TV with my dumb eyes that honestly I could have gotten away with 1080p, but I can't help it. I am a person that plays video games, and even if my eyes, because my vision is shot far away, it looks fine at 1080. The reality is, it's just 1080 and it might bother you. Maybe that doesn't bother you. But again, that's the type of person I'm talking to with the Steam machine here. That's why there's all that debate. Price, power, all that. So a mix of new and old games. I also played Tony Hawk, of course. Tony Hawk was totally fine, totally smooth, 60 frames per second. Looked sharp. Look, all the visual stuff, the numbers, the perception, the resolution talk, all that aside, did I enjoy playing? Did it feel seamless? Yeah, it did. Once I got into a groove and I started swinging in Spider-Man or just kind of continuing to grind out, the end game stuff in Assassin's Creed Resynced, it felt like good, solid, dependable video game hardware. Was it ray tracing? Could I see the character's pores? No. Was it solid and fun to play?
Throw it away
Yes.
then.
The device is
Throw it away.
definitely
You can't see
competent.
his
It is
butt crack
definitely
hairs.
capable.
What
It just
what
if
even
you're
is the
trying
point
to
of
get
gaming?
absolutely crazy and play something like Crimson Desert and push it to its limits, it's not going to work. It comes like any PC that isn't a massive, overly expensive PC. You're going to have some compromises. You're going to need to mess with settings. You're going to have and stick to a certain resolution that might not be exactly what you want. That's the Steam machine. I think there is a certain use case for people. If you just play older games, you just play smaller games, you're not playing the latest and greatest AAA game every day, like when the new thing releases.
Finally, let's
Then this will
fucking
be a good
go.
little device for you. Maybe you live on a military base or you travel a lot. The small form factor is good, but Either way, the thing I want you to take away from this video, maybe you're scoffing at the price. Like, I'm not pitching you on this. I'm going to go back to playing my high-end PC after this. But I think SteamOS is the future. If you've experienced it on Steam Deck, you probably know what I'm
I like
talking about.
SteamOS.
But having it in the living room on a big screen,
Can I
it's
install
awesome.
Steam?
I am
Well, I
someone who
guess.
is constantly frustrated with Windows and not nerdy enough for Linux full time, and the console-like experience that SteamOS delivers, I think, is great. And it is not exclusive to this little guy. If you are a little bit more hardware and software technically minded, you can mess with SteamOS yourself. There's Bazite, there's tons of options out there. And I ultimately think that this is a good stepping stone into getting SteamOS into mainstream living rooms. I think it is a great OS.
I'm tempted to
Gaming, yes,
buy
but also
a
it
Steam machine.
really
I know
blends
the
a fine
price and all
line
of that,
between
but
ease
like,
of use and
take it
simplicity
up to
of a
work,
console
something.
while still
I'm like
acknowledging
super
the fact
tempted.
that it's PC gaming. And you're gonna have to mess with settings, and you're gonna have to be a nerd about it. But I think the way it merges
I'd
those
rather buy
two
another
is
like
perfect. So at the very
soprano
least, if you have
saxophone,
no
like
interest in this thing, I still highly suggest considering maybe building your own or just looking into SteamOS and what it has to offer. I think, and like, with the way things are going, I don't think things are going down in price, but if this could drop in price a little bit, I would definitely recommend it a lot more. But I'm also not going to completely dismiss it. It really is going to come down to you. You're going to need to decide what type of person you are. Are you a console person that's looking to get into SteamOS and the Valve Steam library and ecosystem? And are you willing to think about PC settings and also mess with them and see that you're maybe not always getting the ultra best high settings? Or maybe you're someone that you have a high-end, like nice PC at your desk that you do super gamer mode with your RGB, but then maybe in your bedroom or in your living room, you just want a nice little casual box to also kick back on the couch and play games with. For that, this is good. It's a living room plug and play thing. Setting it up was super easy. I was into this thing and ready to go in like 2-3 minutes. Absolutely
Dude, he
wild.
went down
I picked up
so
my 5.1
fast. Oh my
surround I have in my living room.
I feel like I do a
HDR
lot
was
of
actually
damage
pretty
with
good.
my
I did
Archer.
have some finickiness with SteamOS at one point where I had to just
Hard.
restart the whole device. But otherwise, I think like for the average person who isn't too technically minded, this does make things a little bit easier. Ultimately, again, what I want to say, there's some people who are kind of into it, but think it's a little too expensive. There's some people out there that are like, nope, not for me. Just consider SteamOS. It still needs work to get everywhere and on every device. Valve is working on it. People are working on it. But I do think SteamOS is going to be a significant part of my gaming future and maybe some other people's. Again, these are just first impressions of this device too. I want to point that out. This is probably going to improve over time, as Valve has proven with what they've done with the Steam Deck over years. But for now, first impressions, we're absolutely going to commit to doing another video down the line. An updated before you buy or a living with it 6 months later, or maybe I'll do it on my channel, something, but we're going to continue talking about this thing because I am not willing to just completely write it off. Those are just my thoughts. Again, I can't tell you to buy it or not, but hopefully it helps you think about it a little bit. Either way,
I'm not your
let me know what
dad.
you think about this device
Cheers.
down in the comments. If you like our videos, we just yap about games every day. Clicking the like button legitimately helps us. That's all I'm going to ask you, other than just have a great day, be safe. I'm Jake Baldino. See ya.
Beat. Leveled up. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I also need all. Did get 1.0. God, 38 gigs would take me like a day to download my old internet. It's gonna be done in 5 minutes. Okay, get the meals. For 99 of them, God, so much. I don't even Caramel popcorn. Glade, I hope. Like caramel popcorn. Because that's what you're eating. I am gonna do an alliance raid though. We did get to level 56. I was at 55. I think I only gained one. That being said, I believe I can go to Corthus. Or Anya? It's here. Alex Myers' situation is.
Guys, I honestly don't think that there is any better single method to blowing up on YouTube than just hating women. We've seen it time and time again. All of the biggest YouTubers, all the biggest people on this website seem to secretly hate women, and eventually they just can't keep it a secret anymore. They've got to tell people. Is that why I only have 2 million subscribers? Is it because I love everybody? I should work on that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a brand new day, which means somewhere out there, a YouTuber has just outed themselves as an undesirable individual. It's like clockwork. Recently, there's been a bit of an uptick in the drama in the YouTube movie review community, which is surprisingly a niche here on YouTube that is more drama filled than you might expect. So recently, I feel like we've hit some all-time highs after Alex Myers, one of the biggest movie reviewers on the website, released a video with a god-awful take on the recent horror movie Obsession. Now, if you've never seen the movie Obsession, I would recommend skipping out on this video because I think it's one of the best horror movies made in the last 10 years, and I think everybody should go see it. It's a fantastic movie, and I feel like you are doing yourself a disservice if you let it get spoiled for you at all, but especially if you let it get spoiled by watching this dog shit ass Alex Myers video. With that being said, if you haven't seen the movie and you are choosing to forego my warning, basically it's a movie about a guy who makes a wish, and the wish is that the girl he has a crush on would love him more than anyone else. And the wish comes true, and it's never explicitly stated exactly what happens, but the idea is that something sort of replaces the girl that he has a crush on, whether it be like some sort of entity or whatever is never like fully stated, but something replaces the girl that he has a crush on, or more so kind of takes over her and starts to control her and makes her act in strange ways that to whatever is controlling her is showing this guy that she loves him more than anything. All the while, the real girl, whose name is Nikki, is kind of like a spectator in her own body. It's clear that she's still like a part of her original body, but she doesn't really have control over herself anymore. And it's a movie that tackles concepts of like consent, codependent relationships, and it's a movie that sparked a lot of online discourse because it's a movie where the villain and the antagonist are two different people. Obviously, the antagonist of the movie is the entity that controls Nikki, but the villain of the movie is the guy who made the wish, a guy named Baron or Bear. Because about halfway through the movie, it is made very clear that Bear realizes that the wish has worked. He realizes that Nikki is not really Nikki and she's being controlled, and he doesn't really give a shit. He continues to take advantage of the situation and prove himself to be a massive evil piece of shit. Obviously, it's all a bit more nuanced than that. There's a lot of details you're missing out on if you haven't seen the movie, but that's the general idea, and with you knowing that, you might be able to understand why this video has permanently tarnished Alex Myers' reputation, because the angle that he chose to take in his movie review of Obsession basically boils down to him thinking that the internet is just being too hard on Bear. Yeah, it's a very strange video that leaves you with the impression that maybe way Alex Myers kind of relates to the character of Bear, or, you know, sort of sees himself in that character. It's just a lot of like incel adjacent, woman hater adjacent bullshit, and we're here to talk about it. The original video is about 25 minutes long, and then he made a follow-up like apology, non-apology video that's about 5 minutes, so there's a lot to go through. We're not going to waste any more time. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
Is an attempt at a good faith, nuanced look at the fictional movie Obsession and the characters therein, which will probably upset some of you for some reason.
Always a good start to a video when immediately the guy is like, this is probably gonna offend you, but just know it's because you're wrong.
Really? Are you okay?
Oh, no, crystal necklace. Bear, get out while you still can. But then again, Nikki is a hot Latina, so one can only remain strong for so long.
Okay, so I wouldn't call this like the main problem with the video, but I do think it's definitely something to at least bring up given the, you know, subject matter of what he's discussing. There is a lot of this throughout the video where it's just like him reducing the two female characters to nothing but stereotypes based off their appearance. Lots of like, oh, she's a crazy Latina crystal mommy, oh, she's a septum girl kind of shit, you know, just jokes that are very telling of how a person views women. And like, I guess it'd be one thing if it was just a joke or two here and there, and also if this video wasn't him basically like trying to go to bat for a person who essentially raped somebody later in the film, but all the context together makes it look not very good in my opinion.
Anything else?
I'll get a pina colada.
Pina colada?
Don't make fun of my drink. What?
I like a man who's in touch with his feminine.
Hey, whoa, didn't ask your opinion, Nikki. So here we get a look at who Nikki is. And she seems like she's kind of one of those girls who's like those like ball buster types, you know? It's she's always like, ha, bitch can't handle all this. I've never met a guy who can keep up with me. And then they just lay there like SpongeBob. Also, again, somewhat ironic, but earlier Bear was like, you want me to be mean to her? Why would I do that? But then she's literally doing the same thing to him right now, and it's clearly working, so, interesting.
Okay, so I mean, it's just shit like this, and we haven't even managed to get to the portion of the video where he's like, hey, Bear's actually kind of a stand-up guy, and it's just very telling of this guy's worldview. So from a woman making a playful joke to her friend that was clearly received well, that's enough for him to tell that she's a ball buster who thinks that nobody can handle her, but she just lays there and does nothing when having sex with a man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're literally just pulling shit out of your ass to talk shit on a woman. And then it gets even more confusing because you immediately bring up the whole thing about how Ian told Bear to be like playfully mean to her, implying that you like recognize what's happening here, which is just like playful joking, but you still take the opportunity to use this as a reason to call her a ball buster with a self-inflated ego. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So Bear's choices are Crystal Mommy or Septum Girl, so like, this dude never stood a chance. Like, you might as well put that chastity belt in your Amazon cart right now, my dude.
Okay, so I promise eventually we're gonna get to the meat and bones of the video, but I just keep seeing shit like this, and it's just, again, very telling. A guy sees a woman with a septum piercing, and his first thought is, I bet the guy that dates her has to have his dick locked up. It's like, these are not normal thoughts, my man. Your mind is rotten. You are revealing the kind of person you are and the type of shit you spend your free time doing.
So as you can see, Nikki's starting to act a little out of character. She's saying things that don't make sense. She also demands to go over to his house to spend the night. And you know, to Bear's credit, he's not immediately jumping at the chance to take advantage of her or whatever. Like, he gives her privacy and space. He doesn't want to make it weird. He turns around when she takes her shirt off. And like, based on what people were saying about this movie online, I expected Bear to be this like horribly angry, misogynistic incel dude, right? But like, up until this point, he's just some super socially awkward loser who has a crush on a girl, and he uses a $7 wishing toy that he assumes is not going to work. And then when Nikki starts acting like this, he's very confused and put off by it.
Okay, so here's where we start to get to the main issues with this video, and I feel like there's a lot wrong with what he just said here, and they are things that will continue to present themselves throughout the video. First of all, a guy not taking advantage of a woman who appears to maybe be on something, or is just clearly behaving in a way where it seems like her psyche is altered, is not something to give someone credit for. That is just what you do. You do not get credit for not taking advantage of somebody who is not fully there. So the fact that he feels the need to go out of his way to say, to give Bear credit here at all is insane. Secondly, he says this shit about how like he expected Bear to be this horribly misogynistic person based off reviews, reviews, and then he says, but up until this point, he's been fine. This is something that he does throughout the review that drives me fucking insane. He continuously says, I read reviews, I saw people say this, I saw people say that about Bear, but up until this point, he's been okay. Which is like saying, you know, Michael Myers kind of gets a bad rap, but he doesn't kill his sister until like 3 or 4 minutes into the movie. Up until 3 or 4 minutes, he just seems like a normal kid. You'd think a guy who reviews movies for a living would know that when a person talks about a movie that they just watched, they're talking about the entire fucking movie. And if you watch the entire movie, you learn who Bear is. You learn his morals. You learn his values. You learn how he has behaved. So it just drives me insane, and it makes no sense really whatsoever when his main defense for Bear seems to be, oh, I don't really understand why people are calling him a villain or a bad guy or a misogynist. He doesn't act that way until like halfway through the movie. And again, even if that is true, if you watch the entire movie, a person generally does not develop those sorts of morals over a few weeks. If he was willing to do these things throughout the movie, it's safe to assume he probably wanted to do them here too, because he fucking does. He used the word immediately very consciously because Bear doesn't immediately take advantage of her, but he does. He does eventually get into bed with Nikki, and he does eventually start kissing her. So I guess, what, pat on the back to Bear for giving it maybe 45 minutes before trying to fuck the girl who was not fully there? What a guy.
Okay, see, this is my point. Like, given the circumstances, Bear's being pretty normal about this, okay? Given what he does and does not know by this point in the movie, like, he could have slept with her, or he could have taken some kind of advantage of her, but he was rather gentlemanly at the time.
Okay, so again, I feel like we are just going out of our way to try to give Bear credit here when there is no credit that needs to be given. Okay, even if we subscribe to this logic that a guy not taking advantage of a woman is something to give him credit for, again, he does. He does take advantage of Nikki. He gets into bed with her, they kiss each other, and the only reason that it doesn't lead to anything else is not because of Bear. Bear doesn't stop anything. Nikki freaks out because presumably the real Nikki breaks through for a second and is able to move away. This freaks out Bear, and that's why it doesn't go anywhere. It's not like it doesn't go anywhere because Bear says, hey, maybe we should be doing this, let's just go to sleep. The only reason that they didn't have sex that night is because the real Nikki indirectly stopped it.
You love me more than anyone in the world?
Yes, more than anyone.
Now, okay, up to this point, I feel like Bear has plausible deniability. I mean, there's no way he would have known the cheap toy would work. He was genuinely concerned for Nikki the day after it started, and he refused to take advantage of her even when it was, like, presented to him, right? I mean, she kissed him after all, right? Now, right here, though, at the halfway point of the movie, he does finally start to realize that the wish actually worked. But, like, even then, like, literally every rom-com is about trying to find a way to get the other person to like you, or you manufacture a meet-cute or whatever, right? Like, I've seen some internet comment threads where it's like, he only saw her as an object and wanted to remove her autonomy. That's why he made that wish. But like he didn't wish that she would do whatever he wanted, or I wish that she would become obsessed with me and me only. He specifically wished that Nikki would love him more than anyone, which is literally what everyone who has ever had a crush wants. Like every single fanfic about like, golly gee, I sure wish One Direction would kidnap me and fall in love with me all at the same time. Like as if half the girls who saw this movie haven't wished the exact same thing before.
Okay, so even when he finally starts to admit that there's a point where Bear realizes that the wish worked, he somehow still finds a way to be like, oh, well, I mean, there's probably women who want this too, so can they really complain? Like, it's just absurd. First of all, a person having a fantasy about something is, like, not the same thing as a person's real-life actions, which, if we're looking at this movie like that, these are Bear's real-life actions. He has realized that the wish has worked. He has realized that something, like, supernatural or impossible has happened, and a wish has made a person do his bidding, and this is confirmed for him as this woman who seemingly had very little interest in him just a few weeks ago is now saying that she loves him more than anything. A question framed very specifically to gauge whether or not this wish worked. Therefore, at this point, Bear is aware that something has happened, that he has essentially forced these feelings, forced these actions onto Nikki. And what does he do immediately after this is confirmed? He takes her home and he rapes her, knowing that these are not her true feelings, knowing that these are things that she did not choose for herself, knowing that he wished into existence all of this for Nikki. He takes her home and he has sex with her. Funnily enough, instead of mentioning this at all, Alex goes on to defend Bear for 2 or 3 minutes straight, talking about how this is no different than a Disney movie, how anytime anything like this has ever happened in media where it's a woman who wishes for a man to love her, nobody cares. Even though the movies that he brings up are fundamentally different, he starts much quoting fucking Reddit comments about how the people who engage in these sorts of conversations about
okay.
the movie
That's
are
interesting.
mentally unstable fans. He also like completely contradicts himself multiple times. Like, for example, he says this.
Like, you have to look at the context, okay? If Bear had gone to the store specifically and been like, hey, do you have something that'll force a girl to fall in love with me? Or if he, like, searched on the internet for some kind of, like, weird ritual that's gonna make anyone fall in love with you, then yeah, that's some funky stuff, man.
Which, like, yeah, sure, I guess on paper it would be worse if Bear was out purposefully looking for something that forced a girl to love him and then use that to his advantage. But again, like we just established in this scene, he realizes that's what he has found. He comes to the full realization that the one-wish Willow worked, and he has, in fact, forced Nikki to love him. So you can't really say that it'd be really bad if he was trying to find that specifically, and then say, oh, well, he's actually not that bad of a guy when he realized that's what he had found, and he did nothing about it. Different paths, yes, but same realization, same outcome.
But this also brings up another interesting thematic element of the movie, I guess, which is like people are saying, you know, if he truly loved Nikki, then he would do this incredibly selfless thing for her. But remember, his wish was not that Nikki would become obsessed with him. He wished that she would love him. So why isn't her love for him as selfless as you're claiming that his love for her should be? You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not saying Nikki's the bad guy or Bear is some like blameless victim or whatever. I'm just saying there's many ways you could look at this movie.
So again, this just feels like a pointless attempt to try and make Bear seem like a better guy. And it's just such a silly question because it seems pretty obvious if you think about it for just a moment. It seems pretty apparent that the one-wish Willow is not inherently bad. Like, it's not necessarily a monkey paw situation or a genie kind of thing. Like, if there's a wish that can happen with no negative consequences, that is how it will happen. That's why the wording of the wish is so important. The wish was that he wished Nikki would love him more than anyone else in the entire world. And I feel like the implication there, at least the way that I interpreted it, is that Nikki, as she is normally, did not possess the capability for that to be true. She was never going to be a person who loved Bear more than anybody else in the entire world. So she
Kind
had
of a
to be
monkey paw
replaced or
situation.
controlled or something. Something fundamental had to change about her because those were not feelings that she was going to be able to possess as she stood. So she gets replaced, and then this thing that has replaced her has to learn how to, quote, love him more than anything in the freaking world. And what happens is how it manifests itself. Again, just like a pointless talking point
I've
trying to
been here.
somehow make Nikki the bad guy again. Anyways, the
Must have
rest of
been.
the video is him just sort of wrapping up how the movie
Oh,
ends
this is Alex
and,
trying.
giving one final like, oh, I'm not saying that Nikki's the bad guy, and, Bear's definitely not a great dude. Before reiterating his stance that seems to essentially be that, like, the first half of the movie is more nuanced and it kind of presents Bear as a more redeemable person. Now, obviously, when this video was uploaded and still live on YouTube, it was being met with a ton of backlash, which resulted in Alex posting this comment onto the video. I'll let you read it, but I feel like you don't really need to because it's kind of just reiterating a lot of the shit that he said in the video, which again seems to sort of boil down to him saying that he was like an okay, halfway decent character in the beginning, which even if it was true is a weird hill to die on considering how the movie ends, but again, it's not true. A person does not behave like this overnight, which is evidenced by the fact that he did take advantage of her. He did get into bed with her. He did allow her to kiss him. And again, the only reason that anything stopped was because the real Nikki broke through and freaked him out. Anyways, he eventually took down the video and uploaded this apology video that he then later took down as well. And I think after you watch it, you will realize why he did that. We're not going to be watching the entire thing because I don't
Hey,
think
let's
most of
go,
it is
red
really
time.
worth talking about. There
Gonna
are a
be
couple of
Chris-
things though that I take issue with that
Oh,
I think
I
are
want Chris-
worth talking
alright,
about
it's
that
gonna
we're going to
be
take a look at.
I elected to not show every single bad thing he did because A, the video was already very long, and B, I had already said that he was bad, so I didn't feel the need to show every example of that because I tried to make it clear that from like the diner scene onward, he is bad.
Okay, so I think this is a terribly shitty excuse, especially when your video is basically like, oh, I think the internet is being too hard on Bear. I think when your video is like softly trying to defend the actions of a character, it is your duty to talk about all the bad things they do, or at least the worst things that they do, many of which you left out. Again, to make a video that is basically in defense of Bear and to leave out any mention whatsoever of the scene that follows the diner scene where Bear and Nikki are engaging in non-consensual intercourse is absurd. That is crazy. You cannot say that you're making a video or you're like trying to have a conversation in good faith and then leave that out. I also think that it's strange that you didn't include the fact that he tried to vomit up the pills at the very end. I think that's very telling of Bear's character. And yes, obviously you can't talk about every single thing a character does in a 20-minute long video, but like I said, you can't include the worst things, and I think you missed quite a few.
The video was not meant to be a defense of Bear. I think I say that in the video. It is an objective observation of how he gets from the beginning of the movie to the end of the movie.
So this is the last thing I'll touch on because I think it's just kind of funny. You can say whatever you'd like. Just because you say, oh, this video where I defend Bear vehemently is not a defense of Bear does not make the video not a defense of Bear, because it very much was. You, by definition, multiple times defended the actions of Bear. You went as far to give him credit, your words, for not sexually assaulting a person. Like, if that's not defending somebody, I'm not sure what is. Giving a guy credit for not immediately exposing himself as a complete moral failure, even though he is not really what you would do unless you were defending that person. Not really any other way around it. Well, guys, what are your thoughts? Like I said, like I think I made pretty clear at this point, I think that this was a terrible video, and I truly do not...
Interesting. Oh, Timmy 2000.
What up, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're watching more South Park, and this is Timmy 2000.
I love an episode about Timmy. I feel like we don't get a whole lot of them. Timmy and Jimmy, those are like two of the, I guess you would consider them like side characters. They're like two of my favorite characters in the show.
They're both very special.
Everyone loves Timmy and Jimmy.
So I actually was mistaken in the last episode we watched. It was the Tooth Fairy Tat 2000, saying that it was a trilogy of 2000. I guess it was, the turn of the millennia, I guess, but there's actually 4, so it's a quadrilogy. There's one more after this one. We already did Cartman's Silly Hate Crime 2000 a long time ago, so we got one more of these to look forward to. The Tooth Fairy one was pretty funny, so I'm hoping that this one is kind of in that same vein. Well, as always, if you want to stay ahead of our YouTube posting schedule or have access to our full-length reactions of South Park, where you take a copy of your episode, sync it up with us, and watch it from beginning to end with no cuts, you could do so by checking out our Patreon. Don't forget to check out our second channel, Casey and Anthony. That's where we post all of our vlog content.
You can also check out my channel, Casey Cavazos, for book and movie content.
Dude, did you do all your homework last night? Yeah, but there was so much of it. I was up until 2 in the morning.
That's too much homework.
Homework is criminal.
I hope you all did your homework last night, because we're going to talk about pages 42 through 612.
Yeah,
fathers got together. Wendy.
Phew, 1776.
250 years later, here we are.
Good job, Wendy. And what was that document called?
The Declaration of Independence.
Now, who can tell me what famous person wrote the Declaration of Independence? Well, I know. How about the new student, Timmy?
This is when Timmy was new?
Timmy! No, it wasn't you, Timmy. Try again. Timmy, did you not do your homework? Timmy!
Mr. Garrison, haven't you figured it out? Timmy's retarded.
My baby little Timmy.
You need to work on your study skills.
Aww.
He has a learning disability.
Or I have no problem sending your butt to the principal's office. Level out, Timmy!
I just don't know what to do with you. You're getting very
Dude, everyone used to quote that like in 9th grade. Holy shit.
If you don't want to be held back a grade, I suggest you start cooperating, okay? I think maybe Timmy is suffering from something called attention deficit disorder.
He's got something like worse, yes.
Timmy!
Well, that certainly would explain it.
Timmy's frustrated and he cannot communicate.
A very simple test which should determine without a doubt whether or not Timmy has attention deficit disorder.
I believe they just brought him here without his parents.
I'm going to read you a book called The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. At the end of the novel, I'll ask you a few questions. Are you ready?
The whole novel?
I like that book.
I like the Great Gatsby
Going
movie.
back ceaselessly into the past. Tell me, in chapter 7, what kind of
But the
car
one with
did Gatsby
I think it
drive?
was Tobey
Well,
Maguire.
that settles it. Huh? This young man definitely has attention
Leonardo
deficit
DiCaprio.
disorder.
That's it.
I'm going to prescribe some Ritalin, and we'll see how that goes for little Timmy.
Oh, goodness.
Speed for children.
A note from the principal. Please excuse Timmy from all questions and all homework, as he has been diagnosed with attention deficit disorder.
Oh my gosh. I should have freaking been diagnosed.
Well, I guess you're excused from homework.
Hey, wait. I think maybe I have attention dysfunction disorder.
Oh, they're all gonna want it.
Oh.
Got ADD. Woohoo! Yeah,
ADD, it's gay.
Well, go get read to the Great Gatsby. Get read by
Read by?
All right, now, in chapter 12, what kind of bottles did Miss Van Kampen talk about? Anybody?
Everyone's getting Ritalin.
My God, these children all have ADD.
This was back before it was ADHD.
This year's winner gets to open for Phil Collins at Lollapalooza, and that's no big deal. Just gotta practice more. Gee, we've been
Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld.
Skylar.
This is like Wendy's freaking boyfriend. Why is Timmy here?
What was that?
Hey, that's
He's
a
the
good
main
hook.
singer.
Who is that?
Why am I?
Whoa.
Maybe you can do Screamo.
You can be anything you want to be, Timmy. Ah, let's go, Timmy. We just saw her be a tooth fairy.
Timmy! Dude, that's hot!
That's hot? Are you Paris Hilton?
$100 worth of Ritalin.
Then he won't have attention deficit disorder anymore.
We can only hope so. Next.
Kenny's gonna abuse this shit.
It all makes sense now. I could never get Stanley to pay attention when his grandfather told him stories about the 30s.
The Great Depression, those are the best stories.
This Ritalin doesn't have any side effects, does
They
it?
are
Oh,
all.
no. Your son may experience a small lack of energy, but that's all. And he might start seeing little pink Christina Aguilera monsters, but that's to be expected.
Christina Aguilera? What the heck?
Our final bid. Thank God.
Thank God.
Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld.
Woo!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Watch them be a hit.
Timmy!
Oh, people are vibing.
That handicap dude rules. You guys are terrible. How can you laugh at that poor kid?
They're not laughing, they're enjoying it.
That guy's ableist.
So you're saying he can't be the singer of a band?
Dude, it's Timmy. No way.
They're ridiculing that singer. Come on, let's get out of here.
They're just like having fun and like enjoying the music.
They're crowd surfing and everything.
Oh, they brought down the house.
They're outside.
They brought down the world.
You shouldn't laugh at him. He's handicapped.
But he's funny.
How would you like to be handicapped?
They are.
Wait, are they actually laughing at him? I thought they were just like having fun with the music.
This year's Battle of the Bands winner and the band that gets to open for Phil Collins at Lollapalooza is Timmy.
So
At
that was the prize.
Oh, they do get to open for Phil Collins.
Yes, I'm a rocker. Tonight we analyze the new rock sensation Timmel, the controversial new
Timmel?
band that has taken the country by storm.
She flashed.
Phil Collins is not happy.
Why?
I think it's a horrible tragedy, isn't it? They're
I like Phil Collins.
and I think you shouldn't laugh at people with disabilities.
Nobody's laughing at him though. They're cheering for him.
This is gonna stop if I have to stop it myself.
Oh, what a dick. Timmy's 5 times more talented than he is.
Phil Collins was like the soundtrack to our childhoods. Tarzan, other things.
Not even a song. You just named a movie where he has a song in.
Actually, my favorite song by Phil Collins is Against
Team C
All
Best
Odds.
Team.
We're on Ritalin.
What?
We all have attention deficit disorder, so we all started taking Ritalin.
I like how he just holds the bottle.
That's why all you children are acting so damn boring. Damn it, children, you don't need drugs to make you pay attention in school.
Listen to Chef.
In my day, if we didn't pay attention, we got a bell to the bottom.
Hell yeah.
Now we don't have any homework, so we can go see Timmy play downtown at Mile High Stadium. Oh boy, oh boy.
No emotion.
Those damn
Boy, oh
psychologists
boy.
prescribe all kind of medicines to you children without even caring about the side effects.
But there are no side effects, Chef. No, none at all.
I used to love Christina Aguilera. That was my first ever like cassette tape.
I like Christina
The
Aguilera.
sad question is, where are the parents in all this?
Have we ever seen Timmy's parents?
And so Phil Collins decided to travel to South Park and personally pay Timmy's
He's
parents.
got a ramp. I don't know why I laughed
Why?
at that. Obviously, we have a ramp.
Don't you see that everyone's just laughing at him? Richard!
Ah!
Now we've seen his Okay, well, you know, that makes sense.
Does it though?
I guess. I mean, would it somehow does, and also it wouldn't make it would go be fine either way, honestly.
Hey, children, let's settle down. I mean it. I want quiet. God, Mr. Head, these children are so boring on Ritalin.
They lost their spark.
All right, children. Today we're going to learn about human reproduction. What do you think about that? Butt sex.
You know all about that.
Damn it, Eric, don't you have some smart-ass thing to say?
What kind of smart-ass thing would I say, Mr. Garrison?
I can't handle you little bastards being so mellow.
Why don't you try some Ritalin?
Oh my gosh.
Excuse me, Skylar Moores. I think you're a great guitar player and songwriter. Oh, thanks a lot.
So you're gonna try and break up the band?
It's too bad those other guys are holding you back.
Yes, Because he knows that Timmy's the star.
Thanks, man. See ya. That should just about put an end to all this Timmy nonsense.
Just trying to hold Timmy back.
What's the matter, Skylar? The name of the band is Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld, not just Timmy.
We're gonna have some drama, band drama. Is he gonna go solo?
It's always about you, isn't it? I'm sick of it. Timmy gets all the applause.
Bitch, y'all were performing in a garage before this.
Timmy made you what you are.
You can stay and deal with Mr. Egomaniac here, but I'm moving on.
Isn't this how it always goes in these bands?
The opening band now will be Timmy's guitarist Skylar's new solo project, Reach for the Skylar.
That's good. It was wrong to make Timmy a singer. We should go to the concert anyways and see Phil Collins.
Yeah, this is too weird.
Uh-oh. Hold still, Kenny. Oh my goodness, you killed Kenny.
It was that easy.
I know you want to help your kids, but I brought over a videotape to show you that there are alternatives to Ritalin.
Is he gonna like kick their ass?
Exciting new drug-free treatment for children with attention deficit disorder.
Oh, yeah, they're getting a beating.
Watch closely as I apply treatment to the first child.
Yes!
You called it.
Sit down and study!
Aww.
Stop crying and do your schoolwork!
What do you think?
That video had pretty colors.
It sure did.
Oh my gosh, they need to get hit in the mouth.
Have you all been taking your children's Ritalin too?
Yes.
They're zombies.
You children want to go see Phil Collins?
Yes, his flowing melodies are really enjoyable to us.
Oh my God!
It's Christina Aguilera. She's on my back.
Ritalin has affected your little cracker brains too deeply. Hey, open this damn door.
They hit the money.
What the hell are you two doing prescribing all the children Ritalin? Thanks to you, we have children in our town that like Phil Collins. You
That
made them
like
so
Phil
dull and
Collins.
boring that they're actually going to go to a Phil Collins concert.
My God, what have we done?
That's what it's gonna take for them to like realize what they're doing.
Well, how do we reverse the Ritalin?
Stop taking it.
Well, what's the antidote for Ritalin? I have some right here. It's a compound called Riddle Out.
Riddle out.
Here, we can put the Ritalin antidote in these drinks and hand them out to the children.
We're just spiking people's drinks now.
Here you go, Stan and Kyle. Free drinks on me.
I'd like to sing the complex and amazing song that won me the Oscar.
Well, they're gonna start laughing at him now.
You'll be inside of me, deep inside of me.
Inside of you, inside of you, there's got to be some part of me inside of you.
You be inside of me. Oh no! Get off me! Get off me!
She's gonna be inside of him.
He's gonna be a genie in a bottle.
I feel different. Yeah, wait a minute. Phil Collins sucks ass. Boo!
Shut your filthy holes, you little bastards!
Get off the stage, Phil Collins. We want Timmy.
Timmy!
I feel like people appreciate Phil Collins a lot more nowadays.
Just because we laugh at something doesn't mean we don't care about it. The people that are wrong
The
are
Air
the ones that
Tonight,
think people like Timmy
one of
should
the
be
best songs.
protected and kept out of the public's eye.
Hell yeah.
Hey, dudes. Skylar, what are you doing here?
Come back.
Well, I just wanted to say we had some pretty rockin' times, dude, and maybe I let fame and Phil Collins go to my head.
It's been like, what, a couple of days?
They really are chanting for us. They want us back.
Go give the crowd what they want.
The reunion tour of Timmy!
Yeah.
Lords of the Underworld.
Aw, he said the whole thing. See, this is why you don't try to bring him down.
His parents!
Me down, you filthy bastards!
They shoved it up his ass! So, a pretty fun Timmy-centric episode, what we were hoping for going into this. You know, Timmy, like Casey said, is a character that I feel like when we first started watching South Park on the channel, we saw several big episodes. Crazy Cripples comes to mind, and we're like, oh my gosh, Timmy and Jimmy are our favorite characters. Now, mind you, this is before we went down the Randy rabbit hole, the Mrs. Garrison rabbit hole. As we've gone through South Park, we've kind of realized there's not a whole lot of Timmy-centric episodes. There's a few.
Yeah, I feel like Jimmy tends to get more of the episodes when it does focus on either of them, but they're usually like, you know, in each other's episodes typically. But this was fun to see one that was just Timmy and he became the lead singer of a band. It sounded like I was about to go into that Eminem song.
These chicks don't even know the name of my band, but they're all on me like they wanna hold hands. It was also pretty funny how it was all centric on ADD, and also when they realized that Timmy wasn't doing doing his homework. That's
Deathgathon.
what they diagnosed him with. And then obviously the entire school found out and saw that, and they're like, oh, we don't get to do homework if we have ADD. And they had to sit through a book just to realize, oh yeah, we got bored. We're in 4th grade. But as always, if you want to stay ahead of our YouTube posts and schedule,
All right,
Patreon,
Team
where to do it.
C. Nearly done. Yeah.
There's no better way to begin than with this quote from Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic Games. If you want to play it in Steam, then you have to get this scarlet letter of AI attached to your product, and now there's a hater community trying to kill your game. What a fun quote. Now, it came from a recent interview where he made clear his dislike for Steam's AI disclosure requirement, which isn't exactly news, but thanks to some new data, we have evidence to suggest something a little shocking. That Tim Sweeney is actually correct. The games with Gen AI disclosures really might sell worse on Steam. That means we have plenty to dive into today. The interview in question was with PC Gamer at Unreal Fest, and it was a wide-ranging one. But one
Nobody likes
seemed
AI.
particularly
Got a fucking
out of
AI
step with
data center being
audiences, and
built
that
right
is how
down my
AI disclosures in
street.
Steam end up hurting developers. Here's another quote. I think it's really irresponsible of Valve. They shouldn't do it because it makes it much, much, much harder for a game developer to have a chance of success. You have to choose from either not using tools that can make you way more productive and probably failing due to competition that does. Now, obviously, Sweeney's argument isn't perfect rhetorically here. There are plenty of game developers succeeding on Steam right now who aren't using Gen AI, or at the very least, aren't disclosing that they're using Gen AI. So Tim's speaking here as someone who thinks that Gen AI will make better games. Now, of course, I don't think he's just saying you're going to prompt an entire game into existence. Tim Sweeney is a very technically minded dude. I mean, quite literally, he's a fairly hardcore programmer. He's going to be thinking about things mostly from that perspective. Not just programming, of course, but technically minded, right? Of course, for the average consumer, for the average customer, well, very often the use of AI has just meant we've had a worse experience. That could be a chatbot on a website that's replaced customer support that gives you a really bad time. It could be seeing advertisements for things that just look absolutely awful, that look like slop. It could even be seeing the boomers in your life get repeatedly one-shot by weird AI videos that they think are funny even though they're not real. You know how it is. Now, Tim is aware of this divide.
I think AI, some AI videos are
many
funny.
Of the AI companies operating early on with such shitty practices, end quote, so he does know a lot of that stuff is shitty, that he knows that people don't like the stuff at all. And that's his problem. Now, obviously, we should think about incentives. This is perhaps tied to him announcing engine-level integrations with all the major LLM providers, of course, at the same Unreal Fest. That's via the likes of, say, MCP integration. So yeah, he does have a horse in the race. But it turns out, at least thus far, some of his argument seems a little backwards. And that's because there are stats making a lot of headlines saying that the companies using AI in their games are more likely to fail.
I really
Let's
like
get to the
this
bottom
mount.
of this. Research firm Game Oracle ran a study in Steam games to
A
see
big
the
fan.
impact of
Glad
AI
I did that,
disclosures.
dungeon.
Note, the impact of AI disclosures, not the impact of AI being used at, any point of the game development process. So what they did is they filtered out low review count, low sale slop. They made some assumptions about developer and publisher experience, and then they used Steam reviews as their sales metric, where the more reviews you have, more likely, the more sales you have. And it turns out Tim Sweeney's right. The AI disclosures make your game sell worse. Though, of course, correlation, causation, we should probably think about that. Now, their model compared two otherwise identical games, and it would show a 53% drop in sales. And the only difference would be an AI disclosure. That disclosure was the second most powerful variable in their model. The only factor that could impact sales more than that was the volume of other game launches and marketing near release. And they did, of course, check their work. Could hidden X factors be masking successful AI games? Well, for that to work, to paraphrase their maths, it would need to nearly triple the odds of AI adoption while simultaneously cutting review counts by 22%. Now, they cannot suggest why that might be the case. Their model doesn't do that. But they can see the impact on different types of developers. Inexperienced devs are very impacted. Their inexperience wipes out any sales regardless of AI usage. But the devs that Tim Sweeney thinks need the technology are another story. This is where it's interesting. A, quote, well-established studio can see up to a 60% decline in reviews. And the more experienced the studio...
Hell yeah, let's go, Bard Tom.
And the final position they landed on is that broadly, quote, AI use on average has a negative impact on sales for games that would have been a success regardless of
Commence
whether
to
AI
barding.
was used or not. Now, there's
That's a
clearly
different
some
thing,
sort of
though.
negative audience reaction to this technology. Disclosures can hurt sales, it seems. But there's one thing that Game Oracle and Tim Sweeney both fail to reckon with here, and it's this. Most of the games that disclose their AI usage in Steam don't actually need to. In January 2026, Valve rewrote their rules in AI disclosures.
This
Simon
is not going to
Carlos
be good
of
leveling.
GameDiscover Co. spotted this one first, and that's because Valve didn't actually announce any changes in public, so we're all very thankful that Simon spotted it. So what changed? Well, Valve's original disclosure was wide-reaching, and the understanding was that Valve was just worried about copyright breaches, so they asked for everything to be disclosed. That way, liability for DMCA claims would go to the devs. Well, the new disclosure contains exceptions. Coding and efficiency tools don't count. Instead, the policy is concerned with the use of AI in creating content that ships with your game and is consumed by players. Now, this includes content such as artwork, sound, narrative, localization, and so on. Tim Sweeney can breathe easy about Unreal Engine 6 then. Most of the features he wants devs taking advantage of don't have to be disclosed, but not all of them. In the interview, he did raise the question of using generative AI to build assets faster, avoiding what he referred to as, quote, million-dollar plant pots. A waste of time and resources. Steam still will want to hear about those
Million-dollar
if a player
plant-
can see them.
Oh, like-
They're still worried about the copyright and the risk that it carries for them. And certainly when looking at this and thinking about Valve, I would certainly say it's probably less
Help,
good
Evan
guy
Glare.
Valve, and it's probably more
Help,
I
Evan
couldn't
Glare.
be bothered with dealing with
Or Evan
copyright
Glade.
bullshit.
Sorry, I'm not.
And you really
Evan
can't tell
Glare.
they're worried about copyright. The extra disclosure requirements actually further show that. They say that live-generated AI content requires a breakdown of guardrails on the models, and anything adult with that tech is completely banned. Valve don't want the platform coming under fire for generating illegal content. You know, like Grok did. That's the only thing that's banned then. Now, this isn't like, say, NFTs, where it might go outside of Valve's economy. This is purely just about giving people more information and, of course, copyright liability worries. Now, to break this all out of theory, let's deal with something practical, and that is Steam Next Fest. It gives us the best example of how this stuff is working. PC Gamer identified around 20% of the games featured at the event did have an AI-generated tag. User tag, that is.
Dude,
But
that
by
was
the
it?
time the
Oh, I
event was
leveled up,
over,
though.
The only game in the top 10 with that warning was the latest Nexon
Hell
MMO,
yeah.
Embers of the Uncrowned. Of course, that's the kind of publisher with a big enough audience to eat any penalty.
I'm
that
okay with leveling.
may
That's fine.
exist. So you could say that we've
I gained 2
literally
levels
seen
today.
Game Oracle's
I'm level
model
57.
actually playing out in the wild.
That's a
We
lot.
see
That's
it
good.
agreeing with reality. Though, of course, their model only models what it models, and that is not the use of AI, it is simply the disclosure. And if you're to think
I guess
about
we'll
that
just
from a
finish it
consumer
off with the
psychology
high-level
perspective,
dungeon, and
if
then
something
play
has to
something
be
else.
disclosed, then you're probably going to think it's not a good thing. But overall, we have just seen that Valve's preference to just let the market sort out the wheat from the chaff, that it basically won out again, as evidenced by NextFest. But calculating all that stuff was an inexact science, and that's because while AI disclosures may be more than the Epic Game Store offers, it doesn't really mean that Steam wants you paying attention to them. And that's because, once again, we need to talk about incentives. Think about it like this. Game Oracle's model suggests that if a game features a disclosure of any kind, sales are likely to decrease. That does not benefit Valve. And in that context, ensuring developers aren't talking about code generation works in their favor. But it also means Valve are under very little financial pressure to improve the system of disclosure at all. However much the market at large seems to reject the disclosure, the less that you see them, the more money Valve will get. And that's perhaps why AI disclosures are a little bolted on thing. They're not built into Steam's systems in a deeper level. Consider something like, say, Steam's accessibility features. Say you can't handle or just don't like QuickTime events. Well, as a part of Steam's accessibility disclosures, you can search only for games that don't involve QTEs. It is a discrete tag that is built into Steam's tools. And on a store page, it is right next to the Add to
Whenever I
Cart
click off the
button
game, it does
as
this
a
like
important bit of
flashy
customer
thing.
information. The AI disclosure is not like that. It's at the bottom of the page in a free-form text field that of course will take more effort to parse. They're not indexable in Steam natively, and that means that users, if they basically want AI disclosure tags, well, they basically need to resort to their own user-made tags, which is why browser extensions aren't really a perfect solution here. Basically, there's obfuscation in a way that other features don't have, and that's because Valve basically just rammed in a text box to deal with the problem. And there also doesn't appear to be any consequence for breaking these rules. I mean, you are absolutely supposed to disclose, but then there's The Alters. The Alters is a game that launched with AI content. The devs did not disclose it, and the content wasn't a placeholder that was left over or anything like that. Now, they did pull all of the related stuff a month after launch, but that was mostly because of social media outcry. There was no disclosure at any point, and no sale impact from the disclosure. If, of course, we're to believe Game Oracle's model, which would suggest that if the disclosure had have been there, there would have been a negative impact in sales. And that example basically brings together everything that we've been talking about today. Because what if a company simply never wears the scarlet letter that Tim Sweeney worried about so much at the start of this video? I need to be clear in scope. We have not been talking about whether devs should or should not use this technology. What we've been talking about is what happens when devs disclose that they've used that and how the market reacts. The evidence suggests badly. But of course, people like Sweeney do still want to look for benefits, and there's a simple solution in their end. A recent study of 400 professionals in Japan suggested that 70% of companies don't disclose their use. The logic is simple then. If they don't disclose it, then they cannot be punished by the, as Tim Sweeney puts it, hater community. They get all the upside and none of the market rejection. At least, that's if they don't get caught out. But what the Alter suggests is you can have it both ways. You can take the chance that you may never have to accept any risk for doing so and just push through if you happen to be caught out. All audiences lose out on is transparency and the chance to make an informed decision. And that's all because, as things currently stand, the only ones wearing the scarlet letter are the ones honest enough to actually do the disclosure. And the more that it's shown that there is a negative impact to doing that disclosure, the less will disclose. And I'm going to go totally off-piste here, but I have a thought. What if Valve doesn't really care and that's their plan? They have the disclosure thing there, maybe to help them deal with the copyright stuff, but Valve probably thinks that code is fungible, that ultimately, especially given the capabilities of, say, Fable and, whatever larger parameter models we get over the next, year or two, they probably think that those will just make it so that code is fungible and nobody will be able to tell the difference because code is code, whatever, it works. If that's going to happen, then Valve probably is fine to just say, if it's code, don't worry about it. Because ultimately, if the code is basically fungible and you can get more of it, you can maybe get it faster and you can maybe automate bug testing and a bunch of stuff, then, you can just have more games, which means more games in Steam, which means happy Valve. Obviously, the more immediate consumer-facing negative would be slop. Now, what do we even mean when we say slop? Well, I would say stuff of super low quality. Well, here's the thing. Steam Next Fest already shows us that the market is able to sort out the wheat from the chaff itself. And I guess that means that it's the AI-generated assets that's maybe where people are going to start having more issues. When it's the script, the audio, the art, and a bunch of things like that I suppose people see as being more creatively core to the experience that they're buying, as opposed to, say, the code side, which is basically just the technical facilitation of the artistic product. By the way, I mean, look, goated coders are extremely creative, and I think they are artists, but I think you can understand the point that I'm making here, and I think what Valve are counting on as all of this stuff diffuses as we go forward.
Number 6 in the role waiting
I
list.
guess
Go.
what I'd be really interested in is the likes of Synth ID. That does exist for, say, image and like video generation models. You would have to wonder then if that's something people will start trying to test games with. Obviously, the likes of Synth ID can be defeated. I guess I am kind of just spitballing as to where all of this stuff will go. Who knows? We will see. But no matter what way any of us may feel about any of the permutations of this technology, there's a core unifying thing of this story, and that is human incentives. Be that more product faster, be that be dishonest, or be honest, all of those things. It all, at the end of the day, comes down to human incentives, and I suppose, if we want good outcomes, we need to think about those incentives. I'll leave it at that, because what I really want is to hear what you have to say down in the comments, because this is one of those developing cultural issues, and I want to understand where many people from many parts of the
Disturbing
world
Internet
play many-
Mysteries by Chilling Scares.
Around mid-2020, beneath a Pink Floyd Instagram post, a user named
Chilling Scares puts out good stuff.
KaiKWimar22 left a comment that most people probably would have dismissed as a bot spam post and scrolled past without thinking much of it. It read, "Help me. I'm an artist. I'm in trouble. I discovered a cannibalism restaurant here in Brazil. Now there's an agency of espionage torturing me. My parents were kidnapped. Can you save me? Please, I'm suffering." But underneath this desperate post, he included his full legal name, contact number, complete address, and the location of the said cannibalism restaurant, along with its email and a link to its website. On its own, something like this would be easy to dismiss as a troll or a cheap stunt to grab people's attention. But when other users visited the profile, the situation became a lot harder to brush off. His account was filled with nearly identical posts, all repeating the same accusation and begging strangers to help him before it was too late. And in some of them, he even uploaded legal documents belonging to himself and his parents as a desperate attempt to prove that the people in the story were real. From there, the trail spread beyond Instagram. His Facebook account and X profile were filled with the same desperate pleas going back as far as 2018. And according to people who had been following his situation, he had also been directly messaging strangers with the same request for help for almost 2 years. Eventually, some users also found an art account connected to him, where he often posted dark and disturbing drawings with captions that use phrases like "destroy fascism" and "socialism is fascism," along with frequent references to the same cannibal restaurant. Because of this, one of the first theories many people landed on was that the entire thing was an ARG attempt gone too far. An ARG, or alternate reality game, is basically a fictional story told through real-world platforms, where creators use social media accounts and online profiles as pieces of the narrative. So, from this angle, KaiK's post could be read as a horror project that began with his art and then slowly expanded into something much harder to separate from reality. But that theory had one major problem. If this was a performance, it was an incredibly strange one. There was no clear puzzle to solve and no satisfying reveal waiting at the end. Instead, it was just KaiK repeating the same accusation with a level of commitment that made it feel like something he genuinely believed was happening to him. And that left one uncomfortable possibility open. What if he wasn't trying to create a horror story at all? What if he actually believed every word of it? As strange as the phrase "cannibalism restaurant" sounds, the idea is incredibly confusing. Because just 8 years earlier, in 2012, 3 people were arrested in Guarani, in the Brazilian state of Pernambuco, after the police accused them of murdering at least 2 women, consuming parts of their bodies, and using the rest to make stuffed meat pies that were sold to unsuspecting customers. And what made this case more disturbing was how ordinary the operation looked from the outside.
Some Jeffrey Dahmer shit.
The pies were sold even to schools and hospitals. Now, on its own, this case had no apparent connection to KaiK's story.
That's
But
some
it did make
Jeffrey
KaiK's
Dahmer
claim
shit.
feel slightly less impossible than it first sounded. The problem was that beyond the accusation itself, he never provided anything that actually proved what he was saying. And when people tried to approach him directly for more information, his answers didn't make the story any clearer. For instance, when a Reddit user DM'd him and asked about the supposed
So would a
espionage,
tree
all
grow
he
like
got back
that?
were fragmented responses
Doesn't make
like,
sense.
"They're torturing me. It's an evil organization. It's because they're evil." He sounded terrified, but every attempt to get a clear explanation out of him circled back to the same handful of words. And that's what made the website link he had been attaching to his public posts and comments this whole time so important. Out of everything he flooded the internet with, it was the one piece of information that could actually be checked. But when users followed the link, it led to the website of a hospice
Big
and rehabilitation
crabs.
center. When entered into Google Maps, it
It's our
takes you
weak
to a
point for
medical
massive
facility called
damage.
Baramid Support House. The building itself looked completely ordinary. Nothing about it pointed toward the kind of horror Kaike was describing. Even the Google reviews described it like any other care facility, with patients and families praising the staff for their attention and support. And these details changed the entire shape of the mystery. Maybe Kaike wasn't exactly lying. Perhaps he had been a patient in this medical center at some point, and because of some kind of severe paranoid psychosis, he had come to believe that the doctors and caregivers around him were not treating people, but
shit.
harming them.
I
It
need
would explain why his
to
story never produced any solid evidence, while also explaining
more
why he seemed so
popcorn.
genuinely terrified every time he repeated it. But as believable as this theory sounds, it has one major problem. Nowhere on Baramed's website did it describe itself as a psychiatric facility or somewhere that treats severe psychological disorders. Their service seems to be directed mainly toward elderly patients. This makes it less likely for Kaike to
Dude,
be
I
a
forget.
patient at this medical center. But after spending more time with the details of this case, I started to notice something that I haven't seen anyone else point out. Kaike's posts always mention
I
two
forget
things
my
together,
stance all the time as a
cannibalism
paladin.
restaurant and the claim that his parents had been kidnapped. And in some of his most desperate uploads, he identity card as proof that she was a real person. At first, that seems like a strange thing to prove. Nobody was questioning whether his mother existed. But Baramed is a continuing care facility. It's the kind of place where families admit elderly relatives for long-term treatment. And if Kaike's parents had been placed there by other family members and he didn't understand or didn't accept that decision, then everything about his story starts to look different. In his mind, his parents hadn't been admitted for medical care, they had been taken against their will, and the people looking after them weren't doctors, but something far worse. It would explain why he posted the same address hundreds of times and couldn't give a clear answer when people reached out to him. And it would explain posting his mother's identity card for the world to see. He believed someone had taken her and no one around him was doing anything about it. Either way, both theories still rely on the same foundation, that Kaike was mentally ill and that his paranoia had gotten severe enough to twist a normal care facility into
I
something
don't remember
horrifying
this
that is mad. Unfortunately, there is no way to confirm any of this, because at some point
dungeon
after the story
is
started
too
gaining
long
attention
ago.
online, all of Kaike's accounts went dark. It's possible that the people around him or someone who knew him eventually stepped in and got him the help he needed. But until Kaike himself resurfaces or someone who knew him comes forward with an answer, this is where the case stays.
Sucks.
On April 1st, 2009, a YouTube channel named
Bobby Joe
Life 007 uploaded a strange video titled Jesus
Bobby
Tape.
Joe.
It was old, blurry footage that was clearly transferred from a VHS tape and recorded in an entirely different era.
Was taken on 13 December 1984.
2 years before I was born.
7 p.m.
At first, it didn't get much attention and sat on the channel with almost no views for weeks. But when it finally caught the attention of viewers on martial arts forums, it quickly became one of the most disturbing pieces of footage to ever surface on the internet. The video opened inside a small karate dojo in Dumfries, Virginia, where a thin, soft-spoken man had apparently walked in off the street and told the people inside that he'd been trained in martial arts by Jesus Christ himself.
This guy, like I say, he's a priest. He's a 10th degree red belt. And
10th degree red belt.
Jesus did. Okay.
Now, a claim like that obviously suggested the man may not have been in a normal state of mind, but he never came across as aggressive. In fact, he was even clear that he didn't want to hurt anyone, and that he only intended to demonstrate what he had learned.
I won't brag or anything of that nature, but I can demonstrate. Okay, demonstrate.
Clutch pull.
Well, I won't demonstrate on him. I will demonstrate around him.
The other two men in the frame were the owner of the dojo and one of his students. Both were Marines. And once the man finished explaining himself, the owner told the student to face him. Despite the man repeatedly making it clear that he only wanted to demonstrate, the interaction turned violent almost immediately. And even as he tried to back away, the student continued attacking him while the owner watched and let it happen.
Don't do that anymore.
The situation continued to escalate until the man was badly hurt and lying almost unresponsive on the floor, while the owner told the others to drag him out. The video
not
then
gonna
cut to
show
the
it,
camera
though.
focusing on the
Bad
floor,
times.
where a trail of blood led toward the exit of the dojo. And according to the description beneath the video, the man was later found by police officers inside a dumpster behind the building, strongly insinuating that he had been killed. But neither the footage nor the description made it entirely clear whether the man had actually survived what had happened to him or not. And that was what horrified everyone who came across the video. So once martial arts forums got a hold of the clip, it spread fast, and people started trying to figure out where it had come from. The first major clue was the username of the channel itself, which led viewers directly to Bobby Joe Blythe, a former US Marine and the same man who appeared to be giving orders in the video. As for the dojo, it had been a storefront in a shopping center in Dumfries, Virginia. By the time the video appeared online, the place had already been shut down for years. These details only made the entire situation more difficult to explain. Because if this footage actually showed a brutal assault, then why would Bobby be the one to upload it to YouTube decades later? Maybe in his mind, what happened in that room
Shouldn't have
wasn't
done
a
that.
crime
That
at
was
all.
stupid of me.
Viewers went through the rest of
That
his
was
channel,
incredibly
videos gave
stupid
a
of
much
me.
clearer sense of the kind of authority he believed in.
Oh.
We don't tolerate this from nobody in our domain. We, black belts, this is our place. We can do what we want anytime we feel like it. And feel free as anybody could be in this world, in this place. And in your place, this is yours. This is your dojo. No one.
This is my dojo.
We can do anything we want. Just do it, okay? So, we're liberal. If they come through that door, it's open season.
And if this was the kind of violent culture Bobby had built inside his dojo, it would explain how a badly wounded man could be dragged out the back door without anyone in the room treating it like something that needed to be reported. Naturally, viewers began contacting local authorities and sending them the footage, believing they had uncovered evidence of a crime that had somehow gone unnoticed for decades. But just days later, Captain Ronald Mackey of the Dumfries Police Department released a statement that seemed to shut the entire mystery down. According to him, the victim had survived the attack and had been interviewed by police after the incident. On paper, that should have been the end of it. Except the explanation started falling apart as soon as more details came out. Another official who was a retired police detective named Chuck Feldbush also claimed the man survived, but his account made the investigation less thorough than the department's statement implied. Officer Chuck said he personally knew both Bobby and the victim, describing the man as a homeless guy who lived in
I don't
the
know
woods
if this
near
is
the
a
dojo.
horror
In his
thing.
own words, "You could tell he had been beaten severely, but he wasn't very cooperative and didn't want to pursue charges."
I don't know if
That
this
was
is a
the entire
horror
basis for
thing, you
closing
know.
the matter. It also meant that the police never really conducted a proper inquiry into what happened inside that dojo. More importantly, it made the official claim that the
dojo
victim
is
survived
mine.
almost impossible to verify. Because
I just
even if
think
he
of
attacked and killed him
Napoleon
immediately,
Dynamite
it's still
whenever I hear
possible that
dojo.
severely beaten, mentally
Rex
unstable
Kwando.
homeless man could have easily died days later from untreated injuries without anyone noticing. And since none of the officers involved
They
could
have
remember
large
his name,
talons.
there is no way to trace where he went after that. Searching for hospital records and missing person reports from the area doesn't bring up any matches.
Cerulean
And with no more leads to
spell. Oh
follow,
yeah, they got
people
that
online started
cerulean
looking
that
deeper
they
into
use
Bobby's
Magitech
background
with.
instead. According to several sources, Bobby's dojo may have attracted more than ordinary martial arts students. His background as a former Marine reportedly brought in bodyguards, other Marines, and possibly even local police officers. If that's true, it could explain two things at once: why the response from the local authorities felt so strangely muted, and why Bobby felt confident enough to post the video publicly in the first place. And if both of those things are true,
Magitech
they point to a
gunship.
simple but uncomfortable possibility: that the case didn't go anywhere because the people responsible for investigating it were too close to the people involved. But that is where the facts end and speculation begins. There is no direct evidence proving that local officials deliberately buried this, and nothing about the case directly indicates that Bobby was protected. That said, without the victim ever being clearly identified, it's impossible to prove or disprove any of these theories. Which is also why, despite thousands of people online trying to dig through the footage from every possible angle, there has been no meaningful development to the case over the 2 decades since the footage first surfaced. Leaving the
Yeah,
entire
nobody's gonna
mystery trapped
fucking
between
figure
2
anything out.
possibilities.
What are we even
Either
talking
the
about
unnamed
here?
victim survived one of the most brutal assaults ever posted
What are
to
we talking
YouTube,
about?
then vanished back into a life where no one could find
It was
him,
filmed in
or the
1984.
video really did capture the
You're not
full
even doing
horrors of
anything.
an unidentified man, while the people who could have helped him decided to look the other way.
This was 2 years
On June
before I was
16th,
born.
2016,
I'm 40
a security
now.
guard in Utah picked up something on an old AM radio that would go on to be one of the creepiest pieces of audio in recent internet history. The guard's name was Cody Erickson, and at the time
I see you, Cactusception. I see you're in here.
Somewhere in Utah.
How was your day?
Inside the security office was an old AM/FM radio that belonged to his supervisor. And since Cody had already finished his tasks for the night and was just waiting for the next guard to come in, he started turning through the AM stations to pass the time. Most of what came through was exactly what you'd expect from an old radio late at night. But then, somewhere between a sports station on one side and an old music station on the other, Cody heard a woman crying.
I can't complain. Today was okay. Last week I had a shitty stomach bug. I didn't eat from Monday to Friday, but it's over now. I'm actually feeling pretty good. Pretty good this week, so, or at least today. We'll see how long that lasts.
In the audio, the woman sounded like she was pleading with someone to
Damn,
leave
that's
her
good.
alone.
I got new internet.
At one point, she mentioned 2 children.
I went from 30 down, 6 up to a gig down and a gig up, so it's kind of a big deal. I'm about to play some. Yeah, it was really bad. I don't know. But yeah, new internet. I'm about to play some Assassin's Creed after this, I think.
Their voice rising and disappearing beneath the noise.
Just trying to do my last dungeon run. Trying to level up Bard here. So we're doing some Bardish things. You got that exploding water diarrhea bug that's been going around. I'm probably gonna get it because I love tomatoes too much on my burgers and tacos and everything.
Something that nobody has ever been able to agree on.
I'm gonna get the exploding water diarrhea. I know it. I'm okay with it. Oh yeah, it's this boss.
To most people who heard it, the words sounded like "rip her apart."
Midgar Sormer. This is a fun boss. I haven't fought it in a long
the
time though.
broadcast cut out completely. Cody later checked that.
What have you
same
been
stretch
doing?
down
What have you
twice
been
a
up
night
to?
the following day,
Playing
hoping to hear it
games?
again,
Any new
but
games?
The voice never returned. So
I might play
after the
Pal
recording,
World
Cody
with my
explained he
sister
uploaded it to
later.
YouTube,
Pal World
hoping
1.0
someone
just came
online
out.
would be able to figure out where it had come from.
Hey,
The
I was
first
drunk.
and probably
Okay.
the most
Hey,
comforting
we
theory
got
that
some
the
drinks
internet came up
tonight.
with was that the
I
recording
already
was
drank
just a
this,
scripted
but we got
performance.
nope. There's a little
The
bit more.
reason is that AM radio isn't as predictable as FM. Depending on where you are and how
We
late
got
you're
some.
listening, the
We got a
dial
few
can pick up
more
all sorts of
drinks though. We
broadcasts,
got
including old horror dramas
600
and detective shows.
proof shots.
So, according to this theory, Cody
After
could have simply
this.
tuned into the middle of a fictional scene, and the crying woman was just an actress, while the distorted signal made the performance sound a little too real. Some other users also suggested that it could have been a drive-in movie theater leaking its audio into the radio. For those who don't
Smokey
know,
hasn't been
public
streaming
theaters
as
often
often as
transmit
he
film
used
audio
to.
over short-range
We
radio
played Mecha
waves,
Chameleon the
which
other
goes
night
into
with
the
his
car
kids.
speakers.
Dude, his kids pissed
And
me
that
off so
signal can
much.
occasionally bleed
One of
onto
them
nearby
did. They gave away my
frequencies,
spot.
which would mean what Cody heard was nothing other than the
I
climax
think it
of
was his
some horror film
10-year-old.
leaking out of a transmitter somewhere down the road. But while both
God
of those
damn it.
explanations make sense on the surface,
Fucking
they run
what
into
the-
two
why are you
problems. First, over the years, no one has been able to identify any piece of media, including audiobooks, films, radio
Mouse
shows,
Sync,
and
really?
dramas that
Okay.
cleanly matches the phrases
Yeah,
heard
Mouse
in
Sync
the
has
audio.
got. I haven't beat it yet.
Second, most
but
modern drive-in theaters tell
I was
customers
playing
to
it
tune into
quite a
an
bit.
FM frequency, not
It's
the AM
fucking
band
get like I don't
broadcasting.
care. It's
So,
just
while
a
movie or
stupid
radio drama is
hiding
probably
game.
the easiest explanation to accept, it
Oh
still
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
account for
They've
why
been
the
there
source is
quite a
not
bit. He's been
identified.
playing a bunch of
But
games with them
probably
and
the
stuff.
biggest reason people struggle to believe the performance theory was that the crying didn't sound staged.
I didn't know he
It
had
didn't
full
have the rhythm of
custody.
an
I
actor waiting for
wasn't
a
aware of
line,
that.
or the clean emotional arc of a scene written to build tension. It sounded broken and uneven, like someone who was struggling to hold themselves together. And this led one Reddit user to suggest a very different theory. According to them, the recording may have come from a call-in radio show, possibly one where distressed callers reached out to a church or counselor for help. And the woman might have been
I hid as a
describing
little
something
smile
terrible that
on.
had
We were
happened to
playing
her
a
in the
Super
past.
Mario
This would also
64
explain how the final line
thing.
might have been misheard. Instead of rip her
And
apart,
one of his
the
kids was
voiceover
like,
actually
"Oh, I like
said,
your
4
smile
years
on the
apart,"
star,"
to
and I'm
fit
like,
much
"God,
more naturally into a
fucking damn it,
conversation about grief and
really?"
family trauma. But
And he was
without
like,
the name of the
"Oops."
original program, there's no way to verify.
Like, I
the
worked so
mystery.
hard on that
The
too.
mystery exactly where it
I
started.
thought it was really good.
Unfortunately, there's a much more chilling possibility of what the audio could have been. Maybe Cody
Okay.
was listening to something that was never meant to be broadcast. Some users pointed out that the audio could have been a leaked signal from a baby monitor nearby. Older baby
Fucking
monitors
kids,
and
man.
wireless security
I deal with
cameras
them
don't
every
know to
day
transmit on
at
frequencies that mobile
planetarium.
receivers can accidentally pick up. And while that alone doesn't explain every technical detail of Cody's recording, there are real cases where this exact kind of stray signal ended up exposing something deeply disturbing happening inside a private home. For instance, in February 2004, a man in Milwaukee installed a wireless security camera in his home. While he was flipping between his own cameras, his receiver accidentally picked up a signal from someone else's house. On the screen,
Sounded
he
like
could see
Krusty
two young
there.
girls standing with their
Ugh.
arms raised above their heads, while a woman in the room appeared to be hitting them. When the man contacted law enforcement, police confirmed that his receiver was likely picking up a cross signal from another camera within a radius of about 75 to 150 feet. Similarly, in another case from the Czech
I
Republic,
need to
in
get this
2007,
done. I want
a
to play
father was
something
watching his
else,
own
even though I
baby through a
enjoy
video
this,
monitor
but
when the device suddenly picked
I
up
know
a
it's
stray
not the
signal from
best
another
streaming
audio line.
content,
It
but
showed
Final
a
Fantasy
young
XIV
boy
is like
tied up
my
on the bare
home.
floor of a room. After the father reported what he saw, police traced the signal to a house in the neighborhood.
You have,
where the
you know,
child
you
was
have like a
found
home
without
game, like a game you
severely
kind of always go
dehydrated
back
and being
to.
watched over by a video camera. So, with
Makes
cases
me
like
feel
these on
safe.
record, the idea that Cody's radio caught a stray feed from a monitor or a camera somewhere nearby isn't easy to dismiss. And if that's what happened, then what he was listening to may have been an act of domestic violence, or something much worse, playing out in real time. Unfortunately, without the original broadcast ever being identified,
Hell
the mystery
yeah.
can't move past speculation. All we really have is a short 2-minute recording of an old radio in a quiet security office. And unless that source is ever found, we may never know whether Cody captured a piece of
Sonar.
fiction or something far more real that was never meant to be heard.
Nice.
On May 1st, 1995,
I did not know there
University
was
of
a
Arizona
sonar at
student
school.
named Brian Hance was flipping through the campus newspaper,
awesome,
the
though.
Arizona Daily Wildcat, when a strange full-page message on page 16 caught his attention. The page was filled with mathematical symbols, scientific notations, and historical references, including an image of Martin Luther surrounded by formulas and cryptic diagrams. At the top, it carried a simple title.
Okay, we're good. We got to level 57.5 today from 55. That's quite a bit. 2.5 levels?
Some secret club. But this assumption would be proven wrong over the next 2 years. Because
A lot.
every year, a new version of the same kind of message appeared in the paper. The pages blended mathematics, maps, biblical passages, historical figures, scientific diagrams, and fragments written in Latin, Greek,
What the
Hebrew,
hell is
German,
this?
and other languages.
Sonar technician.
Some even
Ooh,
included
really?
musical notation or hand-drawn illustrations. Others referenced philosophers, theologians, and pivotal moments in history. By 1997, Brian was working as
That's
the web
awesome.
administrator for the Arizona Daily
I used,
Wildcat, which
I used
gave
to
him
have a
access to the
friend
paper's
that I
entire
watched all the time
So he
playing
spent days
like a
digging through
submarine
decades of old
simulator
issues,
game.
and what he
It's
found
crazy.
unsettled him on two fronts. First, he found similar messages stretching back years, eventually tracing the mystery back
Sonar
to the
shit
early
is cool.
1980s. Second, despite appearing in the newspaper for years, no one at the Daily Wildcat seemed to know who was behind them. The ads were simply delivered through a lawyer, leaving the real author completely
Watch the end of
anonymous.
this.
So, to keep track of everything, Brian created MaydayMystery.org and began archiving every page he could find, hoping that if enough people looked at them together, someone might finally crack what they meant.
How long
Digging through the
do you
website,
have to
you'll
go
find
for
that
sonar
although
school?
Every issue brought a different-looking puzzle, some elements kept repeating. The first and
What
most
is
obvious
this?
was the hand-drawn smiley face, which over the years had become something like a signature or logo for the person or
Oh,
people
yeah.
behind the mystery.
Dude, physics
Small,
girls are
smirking
fucking
man
hot.
with two dots for eyes and a sly grin tucked into
Too
the
hot for
corner of
me.
page after
It was
page.
like
On top of this, Martin Luther also appeared repeatedly,
stupid looking
either
people like
directly or
me
through
and
references.
incredibly hot,
And so did one
smart
particular
physics
word,
girls who would have not ever given me
It's
the
a
time of
German
day
word
if
that
I didn't
means
have to work
recurring
with them.
theme, which is interesting because recurring themes are
Roughly-
exactly
okay,
what
that's not bad.
advertisements seem to rely on. At first glance, it's easy to dismiss the archive as the work of a schizophrenic, a theory that has been debated for years on the internet. But after combing through dozens of them, there are two reasons why I don't think that theory holds up. For one, the advertisements are incredibly detailed. They pull together mathematics, history, religion, science, multiple languages, maps, and recurring symbols in ways that stay surprisingly consistent.
Dude, why is the Schrödinger equation here? What even is this shit? Like, I know what this is. This is quantum mechanics. This is the partial derivative of the wave function with respect to time outputs to Hamiltonian with the ket of the ket of the wave function with respect to time. What the fuck is this?
Decades. Then there's the money. By 1997 alone, dozens of Mayday advertisements have already been published, and new ones have continued appearing
That's how it
almost
goes.
every year since the early 1980s.
In music? Oh, wait, what? Hold on. What is the scale that they're doing? I don't even know. So we got 6, 7, 5. Oop, no. 6, 7, 5, 6, 4, 5, 3, 4. What the fuck? This
with smaller updates being released in between. A full-page ad in the Wildcat can cost hundreds
This is
of dollars
some
each
fucking
time, which suggests
crazy
that whoever
shit.
was behind them had both the financial resources and a long-term commitment to the project. For years, the identity of the people behind these advertisements remained a complete mystery, until Brian finally found the first real lead. It wasn't the anonymous author, but the man who had been submitting the advertisements to the newspaper for years, a Tucson attorney named Robert Truman Hungerford. Brian first learned about Robert after unexpectedly receiving an email from him. Robert confirmed that he acted as the legal representative for the people behind the advertisements. Yet, despite acting as the middleman, he consistently refused to reveal who his clients actually were. And from that point on, Brian's investigation became part of the mystery itself. He began receiving carefully scripted phone calls, cryptic mail, and packages postmarked from Las Vegas and routed through Pakistan, some containing foreign stamps and Middle Eastern coins.
Star Wars.
After he fell behind on website updates because he was sick, he even received a get well card. None of these messages were openly threatening, but they made one thing clear. Whoever was behind the Mayday mystery knew exactly who Brian was, and they were paying attention to his investigation.
This is some weird shit.
This naturally shifted all the focus towards Robert, because he wasn't a random attorney. He had studied at the University of Arizona, earned a doctorate in theology, became a member of Mensa, the highest IQ society in the world, and reportedly spoke several languages, including Dutch, German, Greek, Hebrew, Latin, Russian, and Spanish.
He's better than me.
So when you compare his background to the advertisements with their theological references, historical figures, and multilingual fragments, it becomes easy to understand why people began to suspect he was more than just the lawyer. There's one more detail that makes the connection a lot stronger. If you pull up Robert's old University of Arizona yearbook photo, he appears to have close cropped hair, the eyebrows running almost straight across, and a faint smile, all of which looks exactly like the little smirking man at the bottom of pages. However, he's repeatedly denied being the sole creator. Instead, he claims he was representing an organization known as the Orphanage. In interviews over the years, he described the Mayday mystery as a work of art, while also suggesting there was a real society behind it who dealt with future events. He also insisted that everything needed to understand the mystery is already publicly available on Brian's website, encouraging people to pay particular attention to its theological themes. But if the orphanage is real, no one has been able to prove who they are.
I don't know.
Over the years, theories have ranged from a political activist group with roots in the Vietnam War era, to an alternate reality game, to a massive work of conceptual art designed to reward only the most obsessive investigators. Yet, none of these theories explain every piece of the mystery. And it's not because people haven't tried over the decades. One young woman once drove from Phoenix to meet Brian at a cafe in downtown Tucson, carrying a thick binder of research. She believed the Mayday mystery was connected to the Zodiac Killer, comparing symbols from the ad with ciphers and envelopes linked to the case. Brian heard her out, but told her he didn't think that was it. And before she left, she told him she had already sent everything to the FBI. But not every theory was that far-reaching. One of the most interesting clues came from an anonymous contributor on Brian's website who used the name Near a Terminal. Unlike most people, this person seemed to understand how at least part of the puzzle worked. For one of the earlier ads from the 1980s, the person pointed out that if you counted the brushstrokes in the Chinese characters, you got 24, and if you counted the letters in the English word above them, Richmond, you got 8. Put them together and you get 8/24 or August 24th. And sure enough, the next ad in the series had appeared on August 24th. However, it remains as one of the only times anyone has ever produced a clean, verifiable decode of any part of the mystery. Brian became convinced that near a terminal was somehow connected to the orphanage.
This?
However, even that breakthrough only cracked one tiny piece of one ad out of hundreds. And that is what makes the Mayday
I
mystery
went to
so
the Saguaro
unsettling. Every
Desert
time one part
and
begins to
climbed
make
a mountain
sense,
there.
the larger picture becomes even harder
One
to see.
year for
On one occasion,
high school
Robert claimed that the mystery went
college
back
spring
even
break.
further than the newspaper ads.
I've been
According
there,
to him, the
been
first
through there a
message
few
existed long
times.
before 1981, but in a different medium.
We also went
He
to Kid
refused to say
Peak.
what that medium was, only explaining that the earlier messages were designed so that someone would have to be inside
No.
the group to even recognize them. Which means
I
Brian's
forgot what
site may
mountain
not
it
even
was.
contain the
It
complete
was in the
archive
Saguaro
of these
National
puzzles.
Park.
Nonetheless, for nearly 3 decades, Brian preserved the ads, letters, and any clues connected to the mystery. But even after all this, he never came even close to understanding what the messages actually meant.
Let me
After more
see
than
if I
40
can't find
years,
it.
countless
It was
investigators,
a long
and
time ago.
hundreds of theories, the Mayday mystery remains unsolved. On September 12, 2008, a 49-year-old Delta Airlines employee named Charles Peck was on his way to Los Angeles for a job interview. The interview was at Van Nuys Airport, and if he got the job, it would finally allow him to move to California and marry his fiancée, Andrea Katz, who had been waiting for him in Westlake Village. But unfortunately,
Mount
he
Lemon,
never
though.
managed to reach the station. Instead, he became part of a tragedy whose mystery remains unresolved to this day. At around 4:22 that afternoon, the Metrolink train he was riding collided head-on with a Union Pacific freight train near Chatsworth, California. It was later found that the Metrolink engineer had run the red signal because he was distracted by his phone, texting just seconds before the impact, which led to 25 people losing their lives, and Charles was one of them. While that was tragic on its own, what happened afterwards is the reason Charles Peck's story would continue circulating online years after the disaster. Andrea was driving to pick him up from the Moore Park station when she heard the news of the crash on the radio. She rushed to the scene, and Charles's family soon joined her, hoping he still might be somewhere inside the wreckage. And then, a few hours after the collision, they got their first sign of hope. Charles's son received a call. It was from his father's phone. Over the course of that night, Charles's phone reportedly called his son, his brother, his sister, his stepmother, and Andrea. In total, his family received around 35 calls from his number. But every single time they answered, there was nothing on the other end. Just silence or a wash of static before the line went dead seconds later. And because rescuers were still searching through the scene, the calls gave the family hope that Charles was still alive, just trapped somewhere in the wreckage. But roughly an hour after the last call, rescuers finally located Charles's body deep inside the first train after tracing him using the signal from his phone. According to the reports given to his family, he had likely died on impact before any of the calls were ever made. However, one detail didn't add up. Rescuers were never able to find his phone anywhere near his body. Now, for a lot of people online, there was only one way to explain that. They claimed Charles was somehow trying to reach his family from the afterlife, but it's come.
Oh my god, did you hear about that guy that he was teaching this girl how to drive? Not how to drive, how to fly. And he like in the middle of the air, he's like, you know what to do, and he just fucking jumped out and died. Like, that's the craziest shit ever.
Comforting as that idea may sound, even Charles's fiancée admitted it was something she held on to emotionally, not something she could actually defend. So if we set the afterlife theory aside, we're left with a much harder question. How does a deceased man's phone make 35 calls on its own? The most obvious explanation is a phone malfunction.
It was
The
one of the
incident happened
mountains
back
in Saguaro
2008,
National
and phones
Park,
still had
though.
physical buttons. So if the device was crushed inside the wreckage, it's possible that pressure,
You didn't hear about
moisture,
that?
or damaged circuits.
Yeah, hold on. This is good enough.
There's no better way to begin than with this quote from
Pilot. Yeah, here we go.
We turn to a horrific story now emerging. The shocking
This like just happened like a couple days ago, 5 days ago.
on a plane. An instructor jumping from the plane, leaving his young student to land the plane on her own. How she saved her own life. Here's Victor Akendo tonight.
Tonight, the frightening incident for a student pilot in Argentina, forced to land a Cessna 150 during a training exercise after her instructor jumped to his death midair.
Yeah, he had no
According to
parachute. He
42-year-old
just died.
Leandro Bertazzo had been working as a flight instructor since 2022. On Saturday, the student taking off with Bertazzo from the Flying Parrot Cordoba school. An official from the flight school telling ABC News the instructor told the student, "You know what to do." Then he unbuckled his seatbelt,
It's wild. Like, hey man, or hey, not man, she was a lady, but hey, you know what to do. And he just fucking bailed.
opened the door and jumped out of the plane.
This was a remarkable breach of trust between an instructor and a student, putting her in a very dangerous situation.
The 22-year-old student alerting the flight school and managing to land the plane safely.
The student actually had her license. She just didn't have the number of hours that were
Sure, right. She knew what to do.
required to use that license.
Police locating Bertazzo's body in the Toledo district around 6 p.m. According to a school official, Bertazzo's family says the pilot had gone to see a psychiatrist.
Dude, I got some
last
demons,
week.
but this guy must have been dealing with some
still
shit.
in shock after landing, saying she initially thought her instructor was joking. The federal prosecutor's office is investigating. David?
We're just glad she's okay.
Dude, I thought he had like a parachute or something. Nah, he just fucking noped out. I mean, good for him. It's, you know, I think everyone should have autonomy over their own body, but maybe don't do it that way. That flight student is never going to fly again, probably. I sure as fuck wouldn't. Oh my god. It's insane. Oh, shit. Here, let's watch Daily Dose of Internet before I play. Actually, hold on.
Hello,
I'll be right.
everyone. This is your.
Before I get into this, I'm gonna go get me a root beer. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. I have not seen. Sorry, I have not seen that. Have a link to it. Telling my dad about the guy. You know what? Insane. Absolutely insane. I got me a sugar-free cream soda, A&W. Not even a jet or anything. It's a twin prop plane. It just... Did he have like a license or anything? Let's watch these stupid people and see what we got.
For
Daily Dose of Internet.
she attempted to make her own sourdough from scratch.
I literally can't believe myself right now.
Dude, I love sourdough bread.
I put this in the oven last night at like...
Oh, my dad was just telling me it may be the same thing. He was like, oh, because I told him this, and he was like, oh, did you hear about that guy that just like got a plane and started flying it around? Like, yep, I think I shouldn't be doing this. It may be the same story. That's fucking hilarious if it is. God, that's sourdough.
11 p.m. Adulting is hard. I don't know.
Oh, really? That's crazy. Dude, what
like,
is
should I even attempt to cut it just for fun?
Oh. Dude, that's not sourdough.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine trying to explain this to your insurance company.
I want to go up in a hot air balloon. I'm so sorry my planet needs me.
There was an accident that caused the power lines to
I
come
have to
down,
go now, my
and when a
planet
car
needs-
got tangled in one of the lines, it caused an explosion.
Do not fuck with
Luckily, the
electricity.
people inside the car...
Do not fuck with electricity. It will fuck back and it gives no fucks about you. I've watched so many people die from electricity. I nearly did. When I was very young, I've told this story before. I'll tell it again though. When I was very young, I was chasing my cat. Like I was like 3 or 4, early memory. And it went under the electric fence and I was like, oh, I'm gonna climb over. Dude, I grabbed that shit. And we lived by my grandparents at the time. And I was there getting fucking electrocuted. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but like if my grandpa wasn't outside, he got a broom handle and got me off. Grabbed me. He wouldn't have been able to. So, fucking pried me off of that shit.
were okay, and they weren't hurt.
This is not one. Yep. I paused that in a spot. There was when I was teaching University Physics 2, which is like E&M, one of the groups, they thought that they had gotten like a 2 ohm resistor or something like that. Something, they misread it and they got out. I don't know why the fuck we had these capacitors, but there was a capacitor like pretty much the size of a goddamn Coke can. It was like a 2 farad capacitor, and they hooked it up, and I was like, I'm walking around because it's lab or whatever, and I'm walking around and I see that, I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, oh, well, we're hooking it up, we're following the diagram or what. Like, what? No, you're going to fucking blow yourself up. Like, a 2 farad capacitor is ridiculous. Like, normally capacitors are in like microfarads. You know, I don't even know why they had these fucking huge capacitors. I mean, the thing was fucking ginormous. It was like you're basically filling this thing up with electric charge. If you touch one of these, you're going to blow yourself away. Like you just will. Physics, we have a lot of dangerous shit. Physics labs, even in like just college. Yeah. And there was we did one, there's a lab that we used to do, or that we did when I was in college. It was talking about showing how a magnetic field can influence an electric field, or an electron beam in this case. It's this thing. You were finding the electron mass ratio.
Welcome back, and I've got another brilliant experiment to show you today. It's a really...
Yeah, we did this lab. It was in modern physics. It was physics 333. And the thing is up here, we had these extended, banana, like little prongs where you could put banana clips on it. And I told them, because I forgot exactly what the setup was, but he's got this like electron
the magnetic field
beam.
is bending the charge, going, traveling.
Yeah, we put these here, but we had these like prongs sticking up and out. We hooked them up too, and we had a fuckload of current going through there, and I was like, do not touch these. If you touch these, they will blow you away. I swear to God, I am not kidding. I mean, these were like, we were in, when I took it, and then when I was a grad student, I taught it, because grad student, where I went, taught lab. And like, I could not be fucking any more serious.
Magnetic field
But they
forces them into just the
Oh, he doesn't?
left hand rule to know is the
Put it in?
accelerating voltage. And if I reduce the accelerating voltage, you can see the effect is such that the electron beam...
Anyway, point is, don't fuck with electricity. You know this. Sneaky turtle doing.
He's not scared. He is not scared of anything. He's going.
Doing important turtle business.
Are you
Oh, he laid an egg. She laid an egg. Not even a... Man.
This guy has found the perfect way to
gopher.
stop street fights.
What are we doing? It's a gopher.
This guy. For real. Stop that. All be together.
Yeah. Jeez, that was crazy, dude. Wow.
Bro, it's f***ing with me. I went to get some and it reversed flow. Oh, now that I'm recording? All right, dude. Now I can get my frazzle. Jesus.
Heard about a ticket.
Jesus Christ.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, now you're gonna need one
These
for
guys
real.
picked the perfect moment to see Yosemite.
My sister is about to have her kid on Friday. About to become Unky Evan Glare.
For the first time.
Glare.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Did you see that guy that that bison that got that guy. This was like yesterday or the day before.
These are the heart-stopping moments a grandfather was attacked by a bison at Yellowstone National Park. The dramatic video posted online by a professional photographer shows a bison, which can weigh more than 1,500 pounds, charging after the 65-year-old, flipping him into the air. You see the man and his grandchild stop to take photos of the bison. Seconds later, the massive mammal then charges, chasing the family around trees before the man is thrown multiple feet into the air, seriously injuring him.
Look out, bison!
Another video shows the bison running past tents at a campsite before the incident. The grandfather is lucky to be alive. Millions of people visit Yellowstone every year to see the park's famous wildlife.
Like
Unfortunately, this is not the first time we've seen bison charging tourists. As for that
he got thrown up.
Child stopped to take photos of the bison. Seconds later, the massive mammal then charges, chasing the family around trees before the man is thrown multiple feet into the air, seriously injuring.
He got it hard. My brother in Christ. Yes.
Finally made real-life subtitles.
Oh, this is awesome. This is what AI should be. Fuck AI, but if you're gonna use it for something like...
My favorite clip today was seeing these kayakers run into a massive amount of jellyfish.
Your shit.
I think you do more than panic. That is bananas.
Yeah, man.
Like they're the whole way over there. You can see the actual flat piece of water or dirt.
없죠? 아무도 없어요. 없잖아. 그래 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯. 모타이 바 본남 샤우 바이 땀찐 뭐이. 쓱 가지고 없잖아. 하나, 둘, 셋 하면은.
So he's drawing on this iPad here. He's making some plays, and it's showing up right there.
What the hell?
On the court.
It's a smart court?
That is so sick. It's freaking sweet. And you can change the court to whatever sport you're playing. Is pickleball, track.
What the fuck?
Is it an LED floor or is it a screen?
Yeah, LED floor.
Okay, sweet.
That's fucking... Oh!
Not a projector.
I think I'd skip this
Holy
sleepover.
Shit.
Sleepover in the canyon. Let's
no,
go.
Thank you.
This bird had an unlikely
Nope,
romance.
I'd die.
Yes.
It's doing circles
I've never seen anything like this. It wants to mate with my foot.
Look at how this tree rooted. It followed the design of the pathway.
Ozzy, what's the matter?
Hot. What's cool?
Did you not have fun on our walk?
This person found a cardboard barbershop on the side of a road.
Yeah, we got my client right now.
What's the name of your barbershop?
Yeah, it's my cardboard barbershop.
Cardboard barbershop.
It is fucking hot. I'm here in Texas. Hot as shit.
Dang.
Today it actually wasn't because
Are
it
you
was
sure
like
you're in the
raining.
right
and
business? You should
stuff.
be in construction.
Some people have too much fucking time. I've wakeboarded. That's as much as I've ever done. People
This
are
might be
like,
the
you
most
have big feet, you
unsettlingly
need to do
stocked grocery
barefoot
store I've ever
skiing.
seen.
It's the stockedest Walmart I done ever seen, and I don't even know if stockedest is the word. What the heck? This looks so make-believe.
Wakeboarding
I'm
is
not
a lot
kidding.
easier than water skiing,
I'm not kidding.
in my
What the
opinion.
heck?
I don't know. Maybe I just
So
don't
my
like
son made me a sandwich.
I like the arm strength.
Should I be concerned?
Oh, yeah. Florida, huh? Florida man.
3、2、1。
你对着那响，你看它都慢了。
I guess the new Sharknado film had a really low budget.
Yo, look, I'm not tripping. Yo, watch it. Look, watch. What the?
I shot switch release stations as long as I can in an empty car park with my mouth closed.
Oh yeah. Eating some gators.
You know how bad management had to been for you to put up not only the big balloon, but under new management and friendly faces?
Dude, that's what our Burger King needs. I love Burger King, but the ones around here are fucking awful. I'm a fan of Burger King. That is a sourdough starter.
It's ticklish.
This is either perfect timing
That is a
or really
sourdough
bad
starter.
timing.
Uh-oh, guess who's back? It's been a while, baby! No parking, 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 parking, ding, 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 parking, 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 no 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 parking.
Okay, it's Florida. It's Florida. That's in your state. I used to have a pair of gators in my... Really? That's awesome. Badass. That's just what that entails. I don't think that's a fail or anything.
This experiment demonstrates how air pressure works.
Oh, no, it's not nice. I don't want to keep on talking.
So,
all right.
Just replace the door,
All right.
right? You know something?
I mean,
about
it's just
doors?
what happened. This is some King of the Hill stuff. Some fucking King of the Hill shit.
I didn't realize that crows will actively chase off eagles, hawks, and other predators. This person captured video of the crows alerting her chickens that there was a predator around.
I saved a donut for the crows because they've been very, very helpful lately. They're swarming him.
Crows are
Get him out of
crazy.
here.
Get him out of here!
Crows are insane. Befriend a crow for life, you got a friend for life.
Easiest way to change your window.
Guess we put that in the bed. Put that in the bed, baby.
Oh my god.
Fuck these robots. It's so stupid. Is this one not gonna fall down? I've seen like robots do Michael Jackson moves and just completely fuck up.
The Siamang took in a young bird and helped nurse it back to health.
At first, I was worried, not sure what she would do, but I quickly saw that she was actually being very gentle with the baby bird and showing maternal behaviors towards it. And every time it would make a noise, she would try her best to comfort it.
Really? That's interesting. I did not know that. Crows are crazy smart. Crows and ravens.
When Eve stepped outside, it gave me the
Probably
chance
like my
to safely
favorite
retrieve
birds.
the baby bird. Was then reunited with its mom and seemed completely healthy and unharmed.
Bro, this is the best hat I've ever seen.
That's a damn good hat. Oh yeah, brother.
Guys, I finally found one. I've wanted to find one of these little guys for so long.
A weevil?
It's a weevil.
Hey.
My friend, please. Yes.
I know what a weevil is. I don't know how I knew that.
Oh, you're so cute. I can't stand it. Dude, nature's awesome. Look at this little dork.
Dork. I actively hate all bugs except for moths. I fucking hate butterflies. Butterflies are so fucking stupid. They're ugly, and I hate them. Moths are so goddamn cute, though. They're the only insect for me that gets a pass. Moths are so fucking cool. I don't care for them. They don't bother me though, so it's fine. But like, they're not cute, dude. Moths are fucking adorable. They're beautiful. Lunar moths. They're just the cutest fucking bugs. They're better than butterflies in every fucking way. Everyone's, oh, butterflies are so pretty or whatever. Nah, fuck bugs. I'm a big, okay, my hierarchy on animals that I like, if you have more than 6 legs, if you're an insect, you can fuck off. Like, nature, you don't need more than 6, or more than 4 legs. Snakes, I'm fine with snakes. Spiders can go fuck themselves, but you know the spider story. If you don't, I got bit by a spider in 12th grade. It was a brown recluse and nearly lost my toe. It was fucking horrible. Lost 18% of my, like, toe because of necrotic. But moths are awesome. They're so fucking... No legs. Yeah, snakes are fine. Most, like, venomous snakes are not even, like, aggressive either. Cottonmouths and rattlesnakes and stuff. The whole fucking point of the rattle is to tell you, hey, I'm here, don't fucking come near me. They're not gonna, like, come after you. Like, spiders, that. But I don't know about, you think you can be faster than a snake? Snakes are pretty goddamn quick. But snakes aren't there to fuck around with you. Dude, moths are all...
Little guy just wanted to get some treats from his favorite store.
And I'm okay with bees too, like honeybees. Honeybees are fine. They make honey. They know if they sting you, they're gonna die. They're not out to sting you. They're just doing their own bee business. Totally fine. Fuck like hornets and wasps. Like honeybees, we're cool. Me and honeybees are cool. Fuck trumpet players.
Hey,
saxophone and
can I get a
trumpet
shot of that
players
Pepsi?
have
Okay.
an age-old rivalry.
This feels like a forbidden hot dog cooking technique.
What the fuck? Dude, people are stupid. We need a comet here.
Bill, these are really
That's some Florida man shit. We need the comet to wipe us out. People are so fucking dumb.
I did it, oh my gosh.
I think this indoor cat was happy to have some outdoor time.
The orange cat nonsense.
No!
I I think she got more than she bargained for.
Yeah, you know how you can make it better?
No, I haven't. I have not heard of that. Awesome. Fuck butterflies. Moths are fine though. Sorry, I have a weird disdain for butterflies. Along with I'm ready for the comet to come, you know, I'll sacrifice myself, whatever. Let's let the fucking octopi do their thing. Let's let them try.
Pull it. Pull it.
Fuck that. Oh my god.
This guy wanted to see whether he could fill his water bottle during a bungee jump.
Think this is gonna work?
Yeah.
Who won?
Yeah, cephalopods are dope. They're smart.
Year 65 of splitting.
They're awesome.
No matter what. On the birthday. You need to stretch? Yes, there we go. There we go. She still got it at 65.
Damn, she looked good for maybe it's just... I just turned 40 on June 24th, so I'm still new to this 40 thing. What the fuck?
Why am I in a thrift store, bro? All these toys are so ass. Like, oh my god.
I just released a new video over on my brand new science channel. If you like science, go and check it out.
I do like
This
science.
video. I hope you enjoyed. And
there's a new
hello
channel
everyone,
he
this is
posted?
your Data Dose of Science. This group of engineering students from the University of Surrey
Okay.
built their very
This is a new
own
channel
rocket
I did not
engine
know
from
about.
scratch. It took them an entire year to complete and was designed to produce 1.5 kilonewtons of thrust, but during testing it reached a peak of more than 2.1.
Oh look, it's better than Elon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Better than Elon Musk's rockets. You can't even get a fucking rocket around the planet. He's Blue Origin.
This is the Doppler effect in action.
Got its shit off to Mars. I do this in my class. I think UW found the largest. Really? Like a giant squid? I know giant squids in 2025 were for the first time recorded in their own habitat. Like way have that like gigantic. It's wild to me that krakens like actually exist, because that's definitely what sailors saw, like with the kraken. Like, oh, the kraken, it's a mythological creature. No, the motherfuckers actually exist.
This is what lightning storms and city lights look like from space.
Oh yeah. Put this on in my planetarium. That's cool. Lightning's awesome. The Narrows? What is that?
This is what plasma arcs look like when interacting with everyday objects.
Oh my god, have you seen that from Mario? Super Mario Castle themed plasma? Dude, this is the coolest shit ever. This is the coolest shit ever. I need this. I want this so bad. God damn it, I want one. I want this so bad. Tesla coils. fun. So cool. Physics music. It's so fun. God, electricity is so fucking cool. Just don't fuck around with it though. I mean, he's fucking around with it in a cool way. Yeah, yep. You ever seen the lightning patterns when people get hit by lightning? God damn. If you survive it, that is one badass tattoo you'll have for the entirety of your life. So crazy. I guess it follows your, like, veins. It, like, scars your veins or something. Really? That's great. Okay. You ever seen, The Great Outdoors? The guy is like... I was struck. 6... Hold on. Lightning guy.
Making a lot of tips on his job.
Well, I do all right.
Who's handling your investments?
Well, my wife's got some egg money put aside, but she's a real bear. Won't give it up to me.
Yeah, well, I'll take her phone number. I'll change that. Believe me, that's what I do for a living. Investments is what I do.
How you doing?
Well, it ain't
raining. It ain't raining.
So,
you fellas met Reg?
no, I don't think so. How you doing? Roman Craig. Pleased to meet you.
God, this movie's great.
Chet Ripley. How do you do? There's quite a hairdo you got going there, Reg. You don't have a neo-skunk thing? Or...
Roman, what do you do?
Well, he's got the hair.
Well, you don't have to see. His hair turned white because lightning hit him. Yeah. He's been struck by lightning. How many times is it now, Reg? Six.
6 times.
66 times.
66 times. God, that's gotta hurt.
Well, you'll never meet a guy more tuned into the barometric pressure than Reg is. Yeah. You see him running like hell for home. You head for cover. Right, Reg?
66 times. Okay, anyway, enough about lightning. Give my man a beer.
As the seawater freezes overhead, the salt concentrates in the remaining liquid, creating super cold brine that then flows downward and forms these amazing hollow brinicles when it hits the seawater.
That's crazy.
My phone was second-hand
He
and
is
fully
insane.
wiped, but I can still see that the previous owner was probably a delivery rider. When you set a gray image to full screen and take a photo of your screen, you can see burned-in pixels. For me, that revealed Google Maps, something a delivery rider would use a lot. Also, my keyboard, this icon, and something I suspect to be the YouTube description box, physically burned into my screen forever. I thought that was kinda cool. We used to have screensavers to prevent this.
This is what happens when you pour
Nobody
molten
uses
glass onto a
screensavers
lighter.
anymore. Okay, now I know what happens whenever you pour molten glass onto a lighter. They created a light. Good job. They have created a light. Oh my god, I love doing that. I've done that with cables. Fucking light, like Star Wars laser sounds.
There's a classic chemistry experiment that involves sanding the paint off a soda can and then immersing the soda can in a solution of sodium hydroxide. The sodium hydroxide solution is extremely basic and very
Amalgamates
corrosive.
it.
The sodium hydroxide reacts with the aluminum in the can, dissolving it away. If the reaction runs long enough, the aluminum completely dissolves away and exposes a plastic inner lining. I wanted to see if I could get this experiment to work with a solution of copper. Copper solutions can corrode aluminum metal under the right conditions. The production of gas I saw told me the reaction was probably working, but what really nailed it for me was the formation of copper metal on the outside of the can. In fact, the solution of copper worked so well that it completely broke through the can, plastic lining and all.
This guy made a machine that can make things levitate using sound.
I've seen these. I need to do. That's so fucking cool. Sound is so awesome. Fun fact, when I was in the Bering Sea, our captain said if we start going under, you can't make it. Move your ass. Water is so cold. And you. Like north. Bearings. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bering Sea. Yeah, up there in Alaska. Bet so. Fuck yeah, I bet it would. Bioluminescent stuff is so fucking.
Oh my god, cool.
Rainwater collected on the top of this guy's greenhouse.
Yeah, I knew the Bering Strait. I didn't
glass.
know where
So what I
the
didn't realize is that that happened,
like the whole thing.
and it's making a fire. Holy
fire!
Let's try to take a 1 hour time lapse of the sun. My solar telescope is set up and it's a clear day. And this
I need to get an H alpha filter for our solar telescope because we have an 18-inch and I could pull that bitch out during the day, and if I have an H alpha filter, I could take pictures exactly like, actually way more detailed than that, because her scope looked like it was that looks like a good 4 or 5-inch diameter. Dude, we have a fucking 18-inch diameter scope in our planetarium that nobody knows about and nobody uses. I just need an H alpha filter for it.
telescope is set up and it's a clear day. And this is the 1 hour time lapse made of about 40 frames.
I wonder
And
how
I love
much.
how you can see the movement of the solar prominences on the edge. You can also see some movement in the sunspots. Although there wasn't a solar flare while I was imaging, but there was one immediately after I shut down, of course.
Would you believe me if I said these jelly-like blobs are actually an indicator that the water...
Filters. H alpha, they're about... I'd have to do like a couple $100, like $400 or $500. That I could probably. I could probably swing that like next year. I'm not a big fan of the sun, but if I can exploit it, I will. Because you have
I
actual
found this
like
cool
hollow?
video that explains how dishwasher tablets work.
We all know that dishwashers use less water than washing up by hand.
Oh, good. Yeah, we all know how it works. Stupid fucking people eat them because they think it looks like candy, and then.
But what if we told you that the tablet inside the dishwasher is secretly doing chemistry to make that process even greener?
If you threw all the chemicals into the dishwasher at once, it wouldn't be very effective. Your dishes wouldn't be clean, and it would use a lot more water.
This is where formulation
iPod
engineers come in to
kids.
make dishwasher tablets more effective during the dishwashing cycle. The tablet is designed to release products at different times. So the cleaning agent is released during the wash cycle, while the rinse aid and chemicals are released to make it shine at the end. We design tablets so that less cleaning agent is required, and that's so that we can wash at cooler temperatures, which is more sustainable.
Even with a surgery robot, he still has trouble with the manual pages.
Because they look fringe-shaped. Yeah, tigers and stuff too. Although I'd be okay around a cheetah. Like, actually aren't big cats that are big. They're built. That's what I hear. I would probably. I would still try and hug a cheetah. Maybe not a lion or a tiger though. Dude, come on, just... Do we really need this? This is cool, but why, like... This is just building Legos with extra steps. We don't need this. Do we? I don't think we do.
It's called a storm cloud or a cumulonimbus, and I'm going to tell you about it because it's going to blow your brains. Cumulonimbus clouds are the only clouds that produce lightning and thunder. How do they do that? I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
So these clouds are massive. We're talking several miles tall.
Unless you're Tiger King. Remember that? Tiger King?
Tall. And inside it is pure chaos. Very, very strong winds blowing very hard and circulating lots of ice particles around in the form of hailstones. And these hailstones are being buffeted around and knocking into each other. And in doing so, they knock electrons off each other. The lighter particles stay at the top of the cloud, and the heavier ones come down to the bottom. And as those electrons are scraped off, there is a differential in the charge between the top and the bottom of the cloud where the heavier particles are.
Don't start talking about differentials.
And that in turn creates a differential between the charge of the surface of the Earth.
No, you're thinking about Liver
When that
King.
becomes too great, the charge has to be redistributed.
Tiger King was that like Netflix special of that guy. Him and like Carol Baskins had a issue. You're thinking of Liver King. Tiger, although fair enough, they have very similar names.
Balanced out, and that happens.
Tiger King was at like the height of COVID, when COVID just began getting like really bad.
And it's that charge being equalized between the cloud and the ground. So what is thunder? Thunder is the immensely loud
Thunder's the
sound
boom of lightning.
Air being
I love thunder. It's my favorite thing ever.
So as the lightning strikes, the air is rapidly expanded, and all of those air molecules smack into each other, creating a... That is lightning. That is thunder. And it happens every day in those.
This is what the person controlling a surgery robot sees.
Yeah, we've been getting some rain and thunder here. This week is supposed to be pretty crazy.
This is what the inside of a CT scanner looks like.
It's like pretty clear now. Pretty hectic earlier today.
That live in your brain and your spinal cord.
No, I do not.
You can't really see.
I don't want. There's some shit I don't want to know.
Are my organoids? They have a special virus on them that turns the neurons green. So here is my microscope. The plate is sitting on top, the light is shining from the bottom, and you can see these green neurons. I'm going to increase the magnification a couple times so we can really see the cells. There they are. All those little dots are the cell bodies, and I'm pointing out the cell body and the processes of a cell, and then all these other dots are also cell bodies.
Obviously, this is still a super new project for me, so let me know what you thought of this video. And
that was a good video. Here, let's see. Science is awesome. I haven't seen any of this.
Daily of Science. This professor made an iodine clock reaction that cycles between 3 colors.
Oh, I've seen this before.
This one oscillates. It cycles between the 3 different phases. Notice it's oscillating.
They wanted to show how fast the robot they made can get back up.
Dude, this is how AI fucking enslaves us. To stop pushing them down. What are we doing? Stop pushing the robots you make down like that.
Okay, go.
God damn.
Oh my god! Isn't that awesome?
This is my office mirror. It may not look like that, but once you flip open the camera, you can
that's
see
cool.
that it actually is in fact a mirror.
This is what it looks like on the inside of your brain.
That's cool though. I don't want to know what my brain looks like. It's riddled with alcohol.
This is a really cool science experiment called the Pharaoh's Serpent.
An amalgamation. They poured mercury onto it, and it's pretty cool though. They used to have fireworks that did that kind of.
This guy made a camera that captures what it'd look like if we could see Wi-Fi signals.
The closest frequency to visible light that we cannot see is infrared light. But while our eyes cannot detect it, it's possible to capture it with a camera given a few modifications.
I remember in college whenever the Wii was big, and you know you had the Wii sensor bar or whatever. The sensor bar had 3 infrared lights on each side, and that's what the Wii remote sensed. And then I was like, hey, you know, you can see these. If you put your like if you turn your phone camera on, your phone camera can see infrared lights. So if you looked at the sensor bar, you would see 3 lights. And God, it's so fucking crazy. No, the snake thing, yeah, the snakes, whenever I was really young, that was like the first firework that I ever did on. It just looked like poop. Be completely fair.
So I got an old digital camera, opened it up and removed the infrared filter. Then, by adding another filter that blocks all visible light, I now had a camera that could only see infrared light. To simulate the device radio antenna, I got a powerful infrared LED and built a small circuit to control its intensity to reproduce Wi-Fi traffic. Putting it all together, if our eyes could see Wi-Fi signals, here is what your devices might look like.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's just light you can't see with our eyes because we're stupid.
This is what it's like to eat ketchup in space.
Dude, that's gross. I like ketchup as much as the next person.
I saw this cool video of a vertical rainbow. This person said some...
Okay, I have driven people... So, like, I know how rainbows are formed. It's like refraction. It's like 22 degree refraction through raindrops. But I've driven through the end of a rainbow. I fucking have. And I was with my ex-wife at the time, and we were like, oh my god. And the rainbow, like, went over us. I don't know how it happened. I don't know the physics behind it. I think it was something like this. It must have been like some kind of windshield type of thing, but we fucking drove through the end of that rainbow. There was no gold or anything. I was in Houston at the time, and it was raining.
This person set some steel wool on fire, and because of the oxygen atoms binding with the iron to form iron oxide, it caused the mass to increase.
It's cool.
Ta-da!
This is what beatboxing looks like during an MRI.
That's gross. I don't. I'm very good at biology and everything, but I just don't. It's fucking gross. I don't fuck with biology stuff. Well, I went to physics, astronomy. That's dope.
This
That's
water
cool.
freezes every time it touches the lakeshore.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's cool. Super critically frozen water. That's really cool. You ever had that, like, supercritical water where you put it in the like in the freezer and the water like it's like right below 32 degrees freedom units. Then you take it out and then you like hit it and it just crystallizes. I think that's what's going on. That's crazy. The supercritical fluid. That's awesome.
This feather looks to be changing color, but it's actually just a reflection.
Watch it when it changes color.
Oh my goodness.
Blue pigment technically does not exist in the feathers of birds, so it's just a reflection that makes it look blue.
Supercritical watch to even cooler when you get fire near bamboo. Wait.
That can play music. Back in 2000.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Mushroom instrument? Near bamboo. Oh, I've never seen that.
Look blue. Here are some mushrooms that can play music.
Dude, don't give the mushrooms any more power than they already have.
Back in 2016, the Hubble telescope captured footage of vivid auroras in Jupiter's atmosphere.
Jupiter's dope. My favorite planet's Uranus, though. Uranus, whatever. Dude, I'm so fucking tired of the Uranus jokes.
And this woman wanted
Uranus
to know whether
like
an
is
egg
the
would
best
freeze
planet,
if she
though.
cracked it outside.
The mushroom. Oh, you know what else I need to download? Ooh.
This guy managed to speak to the International Space Station.
I need to download. Hold on. I don't want to miss this. I need to download, because I can quickly, Mass Effect Andromeda. People shit on Mass Effect Andromeda and then it got fixed and nobody cared about it. Mass Effect Andromeda should not be done. It's like a really good game. You know, Mass Effect Trilogy is like one of the best. Like, it's a classic, amazing game. But Mass Effect Andromeda, it just launched. Like all the memes of them like running around with their butts sticking out and stuff. They fixed all that shit. It's like a really good game. What do you mean opinion? I don't have an opinion. Pluto's a dwarf planet. It's king of the dwarf planet. Pluto cannot clear its space out of its orbit. And Pluto itself actually isn't a planet. It's a double planet with Charon. Because they actually don't, like, Charon does not orbit Pluto. Charon's not a moon of Pluto. They orbit a center of mass that's outside of Pluto's like physical mass itself. So it's a double planet that's king of the dwarf planets. And I don't know. I don't get the Pluto hate. Like, Pluto should be a planet. Dude, it's like it got a new category and it's the biggest of the category and it's a fucking double planet. It's a binary planet if you want to be scientific. It's dope. Like, Pluto's a dope ass construction. But like everything is just balls and space. I put myself into lifelong debt studying balls and stars, planets, all of it are just stars are just incredibly large, massive gas giants that undergo fusion. and then you get smaller and smaller mass, and you get stuff like super Jupiters or red dwarfs, and then Jupiters, and then you get smaller and smaller. You get the rocky planets that don't have enough mass to hold in large clumps of gas, and then you get like asteroids and stuff. It's all the same shit. Like, it's literally all the same shit. It's just classifications of different massive things, like black holes, supermassive, galaxies, all the same shit. Yeah, well, the thing about it is that Pluto, we added the, like, it's got to be round, it's got to orbit a star, like, it has to be round physically, it has to be massive enough to be spherical, and then it has to orbit a parent star, and then the third classification is that it has to clear out the junk in its orbit, and it just doesn't do that, and that's fine. The thing is, like, we've been finding other things similar sizes of massive Pluto. We have Quoar, we have Sedna, we have Ceres in the asteroid belt. There's Hama, there's all of these planets. There's like 40 fucking things that we've found. What are we gonna do? Teach the kids in 4th grade like there's 40 fucking planets or 8 planets? You know? No, Pluto's dope, and people, it's weird that people are hung up on the planet thing. They're dwarf planets. It's still like a planet. It's just a different kind of planet. We have like terrestrial planets and Jovian planets. Well, now we have dwarf planets. There's a fuckload of them. It's all just human classifications that don't fucking actually mean anything. It's just easier for humans to understand. But like, for some reason, like, it's people are fucking weird about Pluto. Like, Pluto got like a promotion. They made a new, like, if it were a business, they made a new arm of the business, and it's the fucking CEO or the leader of that arm of the planet business. I don't see how in any way that's a downgrade. It's not that Pluto isn't a planet anymore. It's a dwarf planet. It's a binary dwarf planet. Pluto and Charon. Anyway, that's my deal.
Just by using his ham radio.
Hello, this is Larry in Minnesota. Nice to talk with you.
What is Makas?
Yes, you are. I'm running a vertical antenna, which is not the best way to do this, but it's working for me.
Oh, McDonald's.
This person managed to get a video of waves
sure.
crashing into lava.
Dude, Wendy's Baconator is amazing. Oh, is it?
They had a
I did not
sunset
know
and
that.
a blizzard at the same time, and it made everything pink.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
I found a YouTuber that recorded some incredible video footage of the sun through his own telescope.
That is some good. So we have this astronomy show that we do called The Astrophotographer, and it shows a bunch of cool pictures like this. And on the dome, whenever it comes up, because there's a part where it shows like the sun, and it just is face on, and the sun is just like displayed over the whole dome every time. That's like the fucking money shot. Whenever you show it to little kids, all of them. I've had a full planetarium of like 200, 210 kids, and you hear, whoa, like just 200 of it. It's so cool. Warms my heart.
This guy managed to find tree roots underground in a cave.
Oh my god, are those roots?
Yeah.
Look at how the ground comes.
My Wendy's. Double Baconator after swing shift, but they stopped doing it. What? That sounds awesome. Double Baconator with barbecue sauce. Damn, I may have to add. Like, you can order it, like.
Comes up to meet the roots. How the hell does that work? The tree pulls water from the ground and the water is full of minerals. The water's actually dripping down from this thing all the time.
It's literally floating.
So maybe this is like a little biostalactite.
Awesome.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
NASA created this cup to be used in space. It was designed to make it harder to spill liquid.
Don't drink that.
This YouTuber created a piano that uses high voltage plasma arcs instead of traditional strings.
Oh, fuck. Let's go, baby. Oh my god.
These scientists are trying to
Dude,
bring
hell
woolly
yeah.
mammoths back from extinction. They are doing some testing and wanted to see if they could edit the genes of a mouse. So they took regular mice and edited their genes to make them look like woolly mammoths.
Hell yeah.
This
Oh,
person
that's
caught
funny.
the International Space Station passing by the moon.
So the coolest International Space Station story I have is I was out at the observatory one time in college. I was in grad school. I was running the observatory at the time. And at that time you could see the ISS go over, and they actually undocked with whatever spaceship they had at the time, and it was so cool because you could see like one little beam of light going through, or a little dot of light, and it was around like sunset. So it was like one little dot, and then it split off into two dots. It was like the fucking coolest thing ever.
These scientists made some little
So cool.
robots that are supposed to behave exactly like ants.
Humans are crazy. We do this and then we like bitch at each other because some people have darker skin than others.
Abnormally cold, and this is what it looks like when I touch my face in a thermal camera. The heat from my face.
Like, how can humans like make cool shit like this and then be like, your melanin in your skin is bigger than mine, therefore I hate you. I own you. Humans are so fucking stupid. We have such cool abilities to reach the highest peaks of humanity, and we're just wasting.
Face is being transferred into my fingers and leaving behind cold heat prints. Isn't that literally
Dude
cool?
almost died
The astronaut
from the
used a
piano.
$30,000 camera to capture this amazing video footage of the northern lights from space. A scientist took a frog egg, fertilized it, and noticed that the cells started to move only after a few minutes.
Is it gonna split?
This guy added headlights to his car that he could control.
I've seen a salamander go from a single cell to a salamander. I have no melanin. Melanin causes your... Have you seen this? This is crazy. And mitosis. Cell division is wild. It's even crazier to me how everything knows like where and what to become what it is from just one single cell. Like, how did it know to do that there? From like one singular cell. It's like, why there though? Like, why not on the other side of it? Like, crazy. I'm not a biologist. Physics is easy. Biology, very difficult. I always wanted to write a book that started with quantum physics, that goes up to physics, physics goes up to chemistry, chemistry goes up to biology, biology would go up to like sociology, like society, and then, or biology would go up to psychology, how people think, and then psychology would go up to like society and like how people form societies. I always wanted to write a book like that. It's just insane to me. As I drink alcohol and kill my brain cells. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of different things that I had to do. Writing a book is hard. There are people better apt at it than I would be. I just think, like, no book has been written. Just going from, like, the lowest to highest life. Yep. And it's getting its... Because, like, it's so weird to me, like, when you look at cities, because cities are, like, lives of their... Like, you have... Like, cities are alive. Towns and things like that. I mean, cars going through, it's like arteries and stuff, and then you have like big pockets like hearts and shit like that, like the heart of the city, like downtown or whatever, like all alive, quote unquote. Like, life is actually very, very hard to define. Like, stars are born, they live, they die, they leave corpses behind. Like, it's pretty crazy. Anyway.
From his watch.
Jarvis.
Tonight on my Blackwater dive, I was happily visited by a teeny tiny pea-sized surprise. At this size, larval octopuses are almost impossible to identify to species. For all we know, this could be the famous deadly blue-ringed octopus, which do frequent these waters. Most planktonic octopuses at this stage drift helplessly in open water, but this one chose interaction.
I've never heard of a planktonic octopus. That is
Selecting
awesome.
my dive buddy's scuba torch as a resting spot. Bold move. 10 out of 10.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. My dad has finally given me laminar flow.
Haven't waited my entire life for this.
Laminar flow is awesome.
It's so
No turbulence.
This
Zero
is a
turbulence.
single-celled organism called a diatom. They are interesting because their cell walls are made of silica, which makes them the only organism that are made of glass. They live in oceans and rivers and lakes and produce 20 to 30% of the world's oxygen. To put that into perspective, the Amazon rainforest produces about 6 to 9% of the world's oxygen. I guess we can 3D print rocket engines now.
I have a 3D print right here. I need
These
to paint
frozen
it.
water droplets somehow look suspended in midair.
The Guardian from Zelda.
But if you look closely, you'll see they are all attached by a spider web. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed.
Dude, that was
And I'll see you
badass.
guys again very, very soon. Later.
How much does he have on here? Well, he doesn't have very many. So there's only 3. Well, watch the third one. Why not? He's only got 3.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Science. This looks like magic, but it's actually just refraction. The beakers only become visible as they're lifted out of the oil because the glass and oil bend light in almost the exact same way.
This beaker of oil looks like it's empty, but look what's hidden inside. Another beaker of oil. And look what's
Magic.
inside this beaker. That's right. Another beaker of oil.
Nuh-uh. If you got a link, watch it. This is crazy. This man would be burned at the stake for being a fucking warlord. Oh, Ryan, what are you doing? Buddy?
And look what's inside this beaker. That's
Stop
right.
pulling
Another
out
beaker of oil.
beakers.
And look what's inside this beaker. A tiny beaker of oil.
Ooh, that's nuts. It totally just opposes gravity.
Oh, it's a big magnet.
It's as hard as I can.
See the big magnet, Orion?
This guy used a laser to remove
You
the
see the
rust
big
from
magnet?
his coin.
That's dope.
This guy made a
I'll
super
watch it after
realistic
this.
lightsaber.
Dude, that's plasma. Plasma.
I hope you got electrocuted.
Dude, whenever anyone fucking gets a Van de Graaff generator out, they always come to, where's Ant? Or my real name. Where's Evan Glare? Where's Evan Glare? Where's Evan Glare? Because they want to see my fucking long hair, like, or whatever. Every fucking goddamn time. Like, oh, the Van de Graaff generator's coming out. And I get shocked every time when they ground it. Every fucking time I get shocked. Hate it. Sorry. Me and Van de Graaff generators have a beef, and I don't like it. Every fucking time.
Move that metal thing away from it. Move that metal thing away. Move it away. Yeah, move it away.
That's pretty dope, though. But fuck
One of my
Van de Graaff
subscribers sent me this
generators.
video of a Phacelophora. It's a type of jellyfish that's more commonly called a fried egg jellyfish due to its appearance.
It's fine. It's funny. I know it's funny. I know it's funny.
This guy wanted
Of
to
course
use
it's
hydrogen
funny.
peroxide against germs.
I've been letting this pond water marinate for about a week now just to
Oh, I follow this guy. He puts a bunch of shit up under a microscope.
try this out. As you can see, there's tons of living organisms. I added the hydrogen peroxide here, and you can see the wave wash over all the cells.
It's
and debris.
Armageddon
What
for
really
them.
caught my attention was this little cell here to the right. The two bubbles inside the cell started expanding until the
Mhm.
cell wall ripped and the cell pretty much exploded. Most living organisms
Dude, yeah, I've seen this. He put hydrogen peroxide in some old pond water or whatever. Dude, it was fucking Armageddon for them. It was a rapture day.
contain an enzyme called catalase. This enzyme catalyzes the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide to rapidly form water and oxygen. So that means all these little bubbles you see forming around the slide are actually oxygen bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's fucking cool. That is
mathematical.
that is fucking pure conservation of momentum. Pure conservation of momentum. That's like 100% fucking elasticity.
Mathematical equations into sounds.
Awesome. I've seen these. It's a square wave, right?
Tour of the anatomy of the voice.
Oh, this is fucking horrifying. I don't like this. Peak.
This right here, all of that is the voice box.
Oh, I don't
This
like
tissue
it.
back here, all of that is the base of the tongue.
I don't like this at all.
The tongue is more than what you just see inside your mouth. This flap
Oh
right
no.
here that
No,
looks
no,
like
no,
a
no, no,
second
no, no,
tongue,
no, 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 no.
that's the
I don't want to know what my voice box looks like at all. Oh, this is...
Its job is to flip over the voice box to protect it when we swallow.
Oh, no. Okay, okay, back to physics. Holy shit, that's awesome.
This guy managed to capture this stunning time lapse of a blood moon lunar eclipse.
Okay. I've seen hundreds of them. Maybe not hundreds, dozens of them. I have seen both North American solar eclipses. One of them I had to drive a long, long time for. It was in 2017, 2016. No, 2017. I drove north until I got to Kansas City, and then it was rainy there, and we woke up at 5 in the morning, and I was like, guys, we're driving fucking east until it's not cloudy. And we wound up in Columbia, Missouri. And I played Arion. And I actually set a particular part of the song because I knew exactly when the eclipse would happen, the total solar eclipse. And I set this particular part of the song at that point, and I had earbuds in, and it was like magical. And then the second solar eclipse actually went right over my backyard in 2024. And so all I had to do was fucking step outside because I live in Dallas, and it was the path of totality was like right over it. My bucket list was to see one before I died, and I got to see. And the second one lasted 6 minutes. The first one was like, it was pretty fun. Oh, seeing a total solar eclipse, it's kind of like a high. Like, I want to see more. Whenever you see one and it happens, like, it's the weirdest fucking shit. I've seen the Northern Lights here in Texas, but only because of dramatic solar flare activity. I would actually like to go up to somewhere like Alaska or something and see them like in their natural habitat. But I've seen the northern, I've seen the aurora, but not it's I feel like cheating seeing it like that, but
Putting Mentos in the Coke in the vegetable oil.
okay.
Now watch what it happens.
What happens? I don't know what happens.
It fizzes the inside.
Okay, it doesn't explode on you.
This office conference
That's
room has
stupid.
glass that blocks out what is being shown on the TV screen from outside the room.
The polarized glass, no? Gotta be like polarized glass, right?
The scientists made an experiment to show how a basic jet engine works by using a glass jar and alcohol.
That's what my butthole looks like whenever the next day after I drink alcohol. So tomorrow. You drop party mud. That's what we used to call it.
This
Party
camera
mud.
has a lens that spins really fast to keep snow and rain off of it.
I really should.
Today
I
we're
really
diving
want
deep
to.
into one of the most extraordinary microphones I've had the privilege of getting my hands on, the Battle
What is
M1.
that?
The name comes from barometer microphone, designed with a single goal, to correctly respond to changes in atmospheric pressure all the way down to 0.1 hertz so that you can hear things as if you were there.
So cool. Don't like the bugs. Don't like the bugs going around me.
This gives tugging at the heartstrings a whole other meaning.
I want to know how hard Bilal wood is and put it to the ultimate test by trying to drill it through a piece of pine.
Okay. Gonna create fire. I have created fire! You lost his
Alright,
tip,
that
though.
didn't quite work out.
This is why you're not supposed to have any metal objects in the MRI room.
No shit. Have you seen Final Destination? Seen the Final Destination MRI scene? I think it's Final Destination 10, the most recent one. Yeah, don't have. Yep. The new Final Destination was so fucking good. Not his nipple rings. Not the nips. Not his dick ring. No. 5.05 Teslas. That's a lot. What a great scene. That's a lot of Teslas. If you haven't seen the new Final Destination, it's so fucking good.
Oh my god. Are you okay? Yeah.
He's not okay. He was not okay. He was not okay. That's how an MRI works.
I built a bird sound generator that can recreate the sound of any bird on the entire planet. For example,
Birds are dope. My sister has like 15 birds. My sister and her husband, my brother-in-law.
This Hawaiian volcano erupted, spewing lava 1,500 feet into the air.
Go away. Why are you there near it? Stop. Don't do it. Go Stop. No, don't be near that. My fun Aryan. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. What, in your dick? You had a plant in your dick or something? Yeah, don't fuck around with an MRI machine. Don't do
This guy
that.
wanted to show how an autonomous robot sees the world.
For a robot, this station would be simply a long list of numbers. This LiDAR
Have you
camera in
seen
my hand
Project
spins
Hail
a laser,
Mary? If you
sending
haven't, you
pulses
need
in
to.
every direction and timing how long
It's
each one
possibly
takes
the
to
best
return.
space
Every reflection becomes a
movie
3D
ever
point.
created.
Stack them together and you get a point cloud, a live map of the station's geometry, accurate to a few centimeters.
This is what happens when you put liquid nitrogen into gasoline.
Did not know that. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, Project Hail Mary is so good.
Scientists recently discovered how queen bees are chosen.
Any fertilized female egg can become one. But here's what scientists just figured out. It's not only
Okay.
what she eats, it's where she lives. This is what most of the hive looks like. But this is a specialized structure called a queen cell. We just learned that the actual wax it's made of.
Have you read and or seen The 3-Body Problem? It's on Netflix. I have the book. I've seen the show. I like the show. Some people shit on the show. I don't know. I liked it. 3-Body Problem's so good. I'm actually waiting for season 2. Yeah, it gets fucking insane. What is it called? The something trilogy? I forget what the... Because the second one is the Dark Forest, and then the third one, forget what it's called. Yeah, it's good shit. Have you seen the Netflix adaptation? I think it's like really good, personally. This is the part when they make that like nano structure and it cuts the ship in half, and you're... Dude, I'm excited for the
rest
second
of the hive.
season.
It's softer and contains specific compounds that help to turn on those queen hormones.
You
Researchers
should,
found
you
when they used
should.
regular wax
I'd like
to
to
make
hear
the
your
exact
thoughts
same
on
shape, queen
I'm
survival plummeted.
I'm a person who kind of likes pretty much everything they watch except for like Avatar: The Last Airbender, like the first movie by Shyamalan. We don't really talk about that because it doesn't exist, so I don't even know why I brought it up. But I generally like stuff. There's so much fucking negativity and hate. Like if I watch a movie and it like captures my attention, I'm like, I either like it or I didn't. Like I like The Hobbit. Like a bunch of people shit on The Hobbit. I'm just happy to be back in Middle Earth. I don't give a shit about Tariel or what. Like I'm here for Legolas and in Bilbo, and like I don't know. I'm an easy to please guy. I have very low standards or whatever. So I would highly I would like you to go watch The 3-Body Problem on Netflix. Like 8 episodes.
Understanding this biology helps us support the continued existence of bees, which is a really good thing.
Actually,
for us
hold on.
humans.
I need to get more ice. I thought it was a fun romp. Is it as good as Lord of the Rings? No, nothing is. Nothing will ever be as good as Lord of the Rings. That is peak cinema. It's my favorite thing ever of all time. I've seen it literally 50 times. I watch it once or twice a year. I'll watch it, and then the next time I watch it, I'll watch it with commentary on of like the cast, and then I'll watch it with commentary on with the crew. I can almost recite the whole fucking thing by heart. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Watch 3-Body Problem on Netflix. Give me like 30 seconds. Finish this out and we'll watch. I listen. I read in my office. Do I prefer to read or watch? I prefer to watch because it's just simpler, honestly. But it depends. It's just a case by case basis. Like with new Dragonlance books, Dragonlance is like my favorite fantasy series. But like I do audiobooks. I want to get into Dungeon Crawler Carl, or that's what it's called, right? I hear like nothing but fucking amazing things about that series, and I hear it's a really, really read, and he already has like 8 books out. But yeah, I don't know. It just depends. But I do read in my office quite a bit. I listen to audiobooks coming and going to work because I have about an hour commute. So it all depends on like where I am and what I'm doing, and you know, if it's a down day, then I'll crack open shit. I have a Skeptic's Bible. Like I read the Bible every day. I'm an atheist, but I have a Skeptic's Bible. Super in kind of it's the King James Bible, but it has side notes of like all the things that contradict everything else. And anyway, not that I'm telling you what you should or shouldn't believe, but I'm just saying, like, I read in my office quite a bit. Yeah. So, but if I'm here, I'm gonna be like watching. Like, if I'm at home, I'm generally like probably not reading. It's all dependent on my environment. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, awesome. Yeah. I I've just watched a bunch of streamers. Like the streamer that got me monetized, Grand Pooh Bear. He like I still watch him quite often, and he's like real into Dungeon Crawler Carl. Sounds interesting to me. NKJ? What is NKJ? Who? Yeah, Grand Pooh Bear got me monetized. Shouted me out. How I make money on Twitch. Oh, New King James. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I watch his Iron Bros stuff. I literally owe my monetary contributions on Twitch. I watch him and Barber is King. Barb. Because it's big in like Mario Maker 2 stuff. I like it. Hey, I've seen this video.
This company found a way to 3D print a steak made of plant-based resources. The objective is to make food that tastes and feels like meat without actually being meat.
You can't do it. Just eat plants. Just eat plants. Stop trying to make shit that tastes like things that it's not. Bro, if you want to eat meat, just fucking eat meat. Stop doing all this plant shit that you. It's like people, like all these vegetarians, like, oh, do this with tofu and this, and it tastes exactly like meat. Then just like your own material should stand on its own. It shouldn't have to taste like something else if it's good enough on its own. Hot take. Hot take. If you want to eat a fucking double cheeseburger with bacon on it, eat a fucking double cheeseburger with bacon. Stop trying to make your plant shit taste like meat. Just make it taste like plants. Salads are fine. I love salad. Low take. Salads are great. Eat a fucking salad. Put a bunch of tomatoes in it. I love tomatoes. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna get me some of that new explosive diarrhea because I'm gonna fucking eat me some tomatoes. Salads. Love grilled chicken salad. Don't have to have the grilled chicken. Fine. I eat the fuck out of salads, man. Only reason why I'm fatter than I should be is because I can drink a lot. What is this? Like, I eat actually very, very little.
Jupiter has a lot of moons.
Yeah, Jupiter is its own solar system.
If I hold it like this and I let it go, what will happen? It will...
He's going to kill me. She works for the KGB.
Why? Gravity. Boring. We start spinning it. Ready? I drop it.
Procession.
Yeah, that stays. No, what? What's happening?
Yeah, I do this shit all the time. It's called procession. You ever looked at a spinning wheel in dynamics class? Don't. Just fucking don't. Don't look at gyroscopic motion in dynamics. Dynamics was the worst fucking physics class I ever took. It's the only physics class I got a D in. And I passed. I've gotten beat every other class. Dynamics was the weed out class in college. It was taught by our chair, Dr. Downing. It was like his baby. He loved that class. It was, dude, we were up at school until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. The whole fucking class was doing stuff like fucking. I don't even like to think about that shit. Don't even like to think about it.
Now. It is spinning and it
Procession,
is
yeah.
precessing like our planet Earth.
26,000 years is the time the Earth processes. Oh, those are mammary clouds. Or whatever
That
they're
is the end
called.
of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys
I did
again
enjoy it.
very, very
I
soon.
did.
Later.
Fun. Your
These are the most viral science videos ever.
another one. We already watched all of it. Okay, we only had 3. Uranus is better. Uranus is the coolest planet. It spins on its side, has rings, has stupid amounts of moons. I like Neptune too, but what are we doing here?
Do you see that? That is exactly what it looks like. Frost. Because even if this engine exhaust is hot enough to melt steel, the engine itself is freezing cold. This is only possible because this engine flows extremely cold propellants through the walls of the engine to protect it from all that heat. This is called regenerative cooling, and the fact that this engine does it with both propellants using an aerospike design that was 3D printed in copper is absolute insanity. But wait, because it gets better. Because this entire engine is just one part.
The best part, as Elon Musk says, is no part. And, the next best
Don't listen to Elon.
thing is one part for everything. And that's a monolithic engine. So you have engines like...
Well, why is he using 36 Raptor engines then to power a stupid fucking starship that blows up every goddamn time that costs $500 million each time? Can't get around the Earth once. Sorry, crash out. A little bit of a crash out there. But his stupid fucking shit doesn't work. And it's not going to work.
aerospike, which I make from one part. There is basically no assembly except plugging in the hoses.
This is Lean, a software engineer with many years of experience. And this is Josephine, an aerospace engineer that worked in Formula One on the car that Lewis Hamilton won one of his championships with. They met, fell in love, and created a company, as you do. The funny thing is, it's not a rocket company.
And Blue Origin did it. Bezos, I mean, I fucking hate billionaires, but at least Bezos got his what was that thing that's almost as big as Starship? It went up, it launched a payload to Mars, came down, fucking landed on that raft that was almost as big as Starship. It didn't explode. Fuck, what was that? We watched it in the planetarium. I had a bunch of people. We watched it
The name of
live.
the company is Leap 71, and they developed an algorithm called Neuron. This algorithm is not just able to make rockets, but it can actually design anything.
Usually, you see something as an engineer.
Sorry to pause it, but did you see this? Motherfucker landed that shit. That's huge. This thing is... That was absolutely massive. Almost as big as fucking Musk's thing.
And then you update this one design. We always update the algorithm. So from now on...
Yeah, what
every
happened to
design is better.
Hyperloop?
Want to just fix one geometry, want to try and understand what is the rule that we can implement for all the following engines that we'll make.
So, is this AI? No. Let me tell you why. Imagine I'm an alien, which it shouldn't be too hard to do. If you
It's called the
wanted to
New
teach me how
Glenn,
to strike a match
named after
the
John
way
Glenn.
a typical
Sorry.
AI is trained, you wouldn't explain anything. You would show me millions of hours of people striking matches, I would try to copy what I see, and every time I fail, I would get shocked. Eventually, I would learn what usually works, without ever knowing why. Neuron is different. Neuron doesn't learn by watching examples. It knows what the match is made of, how friction generates heat, how
See, that's what AI should be. AI should not be... Like, actual generative AI should not be trained on humans. Because it will never produce anything new. It should be given the basic fundamentals and then use that to create something new.
combustion works, and what physical conditions are required.
Like, I don't want to say that, like, generative AI now doesn't make anything new, because I use it. Like, there's never been Samus playing a saxophone, but, like, it's just a facsimile of, like, saxophones, whatever, and it's like how a baby learns. But it in and of itself is learning like a baby, not creating something new wholly out of your mind like an adult.
Required for ignition. From that knowledge,
If that makes
it
sense.
can
It's like
derive how a
tracing
match needs
on
to be struck,
paper.
even if it has never seen one before. Now, Neuron can't actually strike a match because it doesn't have hands. But what it can do
Not yet.
is design full functioning rocket engines. I know because I've seen it. This is one of the engines that Neuron designed.
That's fucking dope.
And so is this, and this, and this. Did you
I wanna
notice what they
find
all
that.
have in common? They all worked perfectly. But from all of these, this one is my favorite because it's pure insanity and the pinnacle of difficulty in rocket engines. And I want to try my best at explaining why. Okay, imagine I want to build a rocket engine, which I do. What do I need? Well, for starters, I need to choose a type of rocket. And rockets can either be liquid rocket engines that use liquid propellant, or solid rocket engines that use solid propellant. There's also hybrid rocket engines, but those are trash, so let's skip over them. Let's say
Those are
we choose a
trash.
liquid rocket engine because we can
Sure.
actually throttle and shut those off. Next, we need to choose the propellants. Propellants is what we burn in the rocket, and one of them needs to have oxygen because you need oxygen to burn stuff. So why not choose the best oxidizer possible? Liquid oxygen. The only problem with using liquid oxygen as a propellant is that
Box.
oxygen doesn't really like to be a liquid. In fact, you have to cool it down to
I don't give a fuck what oxygen likes or not.
minus 183 degrees Celsius just to make it a liquid. It's
It's
what is
gonna
called
be a
a
liquid.
cryogenic propellant.
I had an old friend that tried to tell me some Drew. Like, what was that? Centrifugal force is not a thing. Centrifugal force is a thing. Centrifugal force is a force that is in a moving reference frame. It can absolutely be treated like a force. Centrifugal force is a real force. It's an outward seeking force. Centrifugal force is an inward, it's a phantom inward seeking force in a moving reference frame. No, your buddy's stupid, but it's centrifugal or centripetal. I think those are both interchangeable. Dude, goddamn, you're taking me back to dynamics, and I really don't want to that class. Dynamics is a tough one, but yeah, centrifugal force is a thing. Dude, I know nothing about cars. My car gets me to point A to point B. I drive a 2004 Chevy Blazer, and it's amazing. I love it. The only thing I know about cars is how to replace the radio, because I bought myself a pretty fucking dope ass radio and took off the dashboard and put it in, and about it.
As a fuel, we're using kerosene.
Yeah.
It's easy to get, cheap, and...
Ooh, shit, I have to go pee. I'm gonna piss myself. Hold on. Myself. Oh, Cactusception. Have you been here since I got my keytar? I don't know if you have. I paid $1,300 for it. It's pretty dope. And I spray painted it to look like my synthwave background or whatever. Exhaust goes in, compresses air, shoves compressor. Yeah, have you not seen my keytar? Come on. Bad boy? I actually made the paint job myself. Cool. Oh, the Roland Edge. The big one. Big boy. Oh, dude. Pretty cool. Anyway. Yeah, it's pretty dope. Don't have a band to play with it. I just fuck around and play E1M1 all the time. That's actually the first song I played. You know E1M1, Doom? Like, you know E1M1. The Super Shade came over and he was like, so I was unboxing it and he was like, play E1M1, and I was like, okay. So it's hard to like go, but I do the more Doom like 2016 version. It's a little slower, but it's still. Yeah. I like the slower. People think like fast means heavy, but it's not. Slow is heavy. Like you're like, oh my god, listen to this music. It's so heavy, and it's like metal or whatever, and it's like so fast. And it's like, dude, that's not heavy. That's literally not the definition of heavy. This is the definition of heavy. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. I got the new Doom DLC. Anyway, let's finish your video.
And loves to be a liquid. In fact, it insists on it. Okay, now we have the two propellants, and one of them is hard to get and even harder to maintain.
Yeah.
So before that boils off, let's choose an injector.
Exactly.
The injector injects and mixes the propellant into
The injector
combustion
injects.
chamber. They
What?
cannot mix before, otherwise
What?
you get an explosion. Let's go with an impinging injector, where you basically angle the propellants at each other so they smash violently and create small droplets you can burn.
Dude,
Okay,
that's gonna be in
now
my
we have a way to
fucking
inject
head
the
all night
propellants,
now.
but we need somewhere to inject them into. What we need is a combustion chamber and a nozzle, so we can make the most out of those combustion gases. We can either go with the dual valve nozzle, which is effective, easy to build, and it has been tested several times over many years.
I'm a big
Or
fan.
we can go with the wild aerospike, which is better at adapting to different pressures.
I do not know that.
But super hard to build
I do
and
not
even
know.
harder to cool. Yeah,
sir.
I think the dual valve design is the obvious choice. Did you
Dual
notice how I
valve
said the
design
aerospike
is
design is
dope.
harder to cool?
I don't know about the aerospike. I'm not sure. I'm not an engineer, man. I'm an astrophysicist. People are they're all like, oh, you know this and this about space travel and rockets and stuff, and like, actually, I don't. My thesis was over exoplanets. I know about balls in space and like how they retain atmospheres and how they orbit planets, stars and stuff. Like I am actually wildly underinformed, not misinformed, underinformed about like engineering. Like there's a lot I don't know. You know, all cards on the table. Like I'm not that smart. I know about balls in space. That's what I know about. I know about galactic dynamics, black holes, cosmology, stars, balls in space, which are stars, very hot stars, planets, asteroids, orbital structures.
That's because our propellants, when lit up, burn
This
at a
stuff,
temperature
I
of
don't know a
over
lot about it. I
3,000
just
degrees
don't.
Celsius, which is more than enough to melt any metal we can use to build our rocket. But we are in luck. We can just flow the kerosene through the
Okay.
walls of the engine to absorb
I
some
can't
of
know
the heat,
everything.
and by
I
warming
know
it
a
up,
lot.
it's also easier
Can't
to
know it,
ignite.
and I know a lot
Wait,
about
the kerosene?
musical
Not the oxygen?
acoustics
But
and music.
the oxygen is much colder. Wouldn't that make it the obvious choice?
You know, not everyone can know everything. There's too much shit out there to know. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's why I trust experts that know about these.
It's for cooling.
And I love
Well,
learning about it.
Yeah, but also, just like I said before, oxygen doesn't like to be a liquid. You see, if the oxygen absorbs too much heat from the engine, it will boil off and turn into a gas before it reaches the injector. That same injector we designed for liquids and won't work with gases. Sure,
I love-
liquid
yeah,
oxygen
I
at
love
minus
learning about this shit.
183 degrees Celsius would cool the engine much faster, but kerosene doesn't boil as
Because I don't even have a PhD. I have a double major in mathematics and physics, and my master's is in astrophysics. What I got, man. What I'm coming, all cards on the table, that's what I'm coming in with. And my thesis was over exoplanets. And I have some papers published about minor planets. I have like 13 minor planets papers to publish, and I have a few Type 1a supernovas when I was dabbling in cosmology.
Easily. Don't get me wrong though, using kerosene is still super hard. Just
That's
to give
all
you
I
an
got.
idea of how hard it is, the F1 engine from the Saturn V that took the man to the moon
I have
used
like
kerosene to cool
15
itself off.
publications
To
under
achieve
my
that,
belt.
they
They're
used
not
many
very
miles
impressive.
of thin copper tubes that were
I
braced
promise.
together to create the channels that cool the combustion chamber and the nozzle. If any of those braced joints
It's really
failed,
not. I promise you, it's
1969
really,
would
really
be
not.
remembered for another reason. Yeah, but this is 2025. We can't just 3D print the entire thing. Through the process of using a laser that melts metal powder, line by line, layer by layer, you can get a metal part that has extremely complex
Yeah,
geometry. This engine was 3D
sounds
printed by a
impressive.
company called Aconity 3D in just one part. No wonder the rocket industry is booming. The reason why the Insanity Aerospike is so different, it's because of how it's cooled.
The inside was oxygen cooled, the outside is fuel cooled.
Oh, you're using both?
So yeah, you have to use both, especially on the smaller aerospikes.
I mean, just the oxygen part is
And now I
super
run the
tough.
largest
if you
planetarium in
don't do your
Texas. That's
cleaning
the
right,
best
your
thing
engine
I've
just
ever done in my
self-ignites.
life.
I mean, just by running the oxygen through it, you'd have a little bit of oil.
Only
left
thing that's
somewhere in your
worthwhile that
channels,
I've ever
the engine
done.
will just ignite.
Leap 71 started by designing
Yeah.
small engines that use liquid
Whatever.
oxygen and kerosene. They use different materials for the engines.
This
like
is dope, though.
aluminium,
I
which
like
melts
this.
at 660 degrees.
Aluminium. I'm gonna be real. Again, all cards on the table. I think British people, I think I like their spellings better. I think I like aluminium. I think I like the OU, like in honor and color and things like that. I like their spellings better. I do. Although, I do like me some freedom units, some Fahrenheit. Although I use Celsius, you know, scientist, it makes more. But damn it, freedom units. We're American. We have to take a stand somewhere. Miles makes no sense. 0 sense. But we have to take a stand somewhere.
Celsius. On the other side of the spectrum, they tried Inconel, which is this special alloy that can withstand up to 1400 degrees Celsius. They also tried copper, because copper is great at conducting heat. They tested
Copper is good at
different levels
conducting
of
heat.
thrust,
Do know
different
that.
injectors, and different engine designs. All of this was so they could get the data from the tests and feed it to Neuron to
Yeah.
make it smarter.
It's the British people's fault. They started using feet and pound. Dude, the British can't say anything. They're like, oh, why don't you use Celsius and metric units and stuff? Bitch, they still use stone to measure their people. Because British people are fat as fuck too. Don't ever let anyone tell you like, oh, fat ass Americans or whatever. British people are fat as fuck too. And they're like, oh, you weigh 27 stone or whatever. Dude, they still use fucking stone for their shit. I just like their, spelling though. Let's look it up. Let's learn. I've looked it up a million times. Stone unit for weight. Or 1 stone is 14 pounds. Because I've seen the British version of like my 600-pound life, and they're like, oh, you weigh like 20 stone or something. 20 stone in pounds. Yeah, they're like, you weighed like 27 stone. They're like 307. Yeah, it's like the British version of like my 600-pound life. Dude, British people are fat as fuck. Do not ever let anyone tell you that it's not. Boogie 2988 was on there. You know, I've interviewed Boogie.
Harder
Anyway,
is not the right
let's-
word.
let's continue
It
this.
makes it more experienced.
You're
because-
6'5"? You're taller than me? What the fuck? I'm 6'4", and I'm like 230 or something right now. We're about the same. I mean, you're a little taller, a little thinner. I'm an inch shorter and a little heavier. These fucking alcohol, but you know, eases the pain.
That's the way Neuron works. It evolves in a very organic way. It takes the data from the tests and uses it to improve the following designs.
Dude,
Before
why do you
they
have car
tested the
crashes?
20
Stop-
kilonewton
stop
aerospike
crashing your
insanity
car.
engine, they tested
Stop
an
doing
equivalent 20 kilonewton Delaval design that used just the liquid methane to cool the engine. This engine was actually printed in 2 parts, and it used special and very expensive Teflon.
I want to know my worst 3D print. This took me 7 fucking times to print this fucking Mew right here. This fucking Mew. You know why it took me so long? This goddamn tail right here. This tail took me ages to print. Ages. And he's still waiting there for me to paint him. It wasn't your fault, Lies. Actually, you know what? You know what's waiting for me to print? This bad girl, this bad bitch right here. Bam. Hold on. Bam. Know who that is? That's my girl Samus. And then I got that. That. On. Get it. That. I can put it all together. That's Samus. He's supposed to have a helmet too. That's a good 3D print. But I want to paint each piece individually. She's just sitting. It doesn't snap together. I have to glue it together. I'm waiting to paint each piece individually. I have my paint set right there, and I have my like painting here. To do whatever I want with it. You see? I'm right there. So I can like paint right here. I just haven't done it yet. I haven't set it up. I've got all my paints there. I used to paint all the time. I used to paint figures all the time. But yeah, so I haven't used my 3D printer in a while, and I have a I just bought a 2.5 or 2.4 millimeter nozzle, so I can print like really like fine detailed things. Sorry, a little drunk up there. But I don't really have anything else I need to print. But I do need to paint these. I've already primed them. They're already ready.
Seals to keep the propellants from leaking. One thing that I found interesting was the shape of the combustion chamber of the Delaval design. It looks like a bottle of port.
By expanding it slightly, we're slowing down the propellant as it travels through the...
Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Hold on, sorry. I got another thing right there. Hold on. So that's my bed. I have magenta and cyan light. See that box right there? Right there? I bought that before Christmas. Oh yeah, there's my lute guitar. I bought that box before Christmas. That is a Jackson 7-string guitar. Right after Christmas, I hit a major nerve in my arm, and I couldn't use my arm for about 4 months from January to May. And I have all all motor skills back now. But I haven't opened that Jackson guitar yet. It's just sitting there waiting for me to open it. Just haven't yet. I don't know, maybe this weekend, maybe 20 years from now. I don't know when I'm gonna open it. I bought it because I actually got this. I got this yesterday. I had ordered it about 3 or 4 months ago. My favorite band of all time came out with their 30th anniversary vinyl collection. I haven't even opened it yet. Arion. And that's why I bought a 7-string, because I was tired of trying to play Arion on the string. Anyway, let's finish the video.
And we increase the
Let's
residence
focus.
time, which should increase
We
the
must
likelihood
focus.
of combustion, so it increases the combustion efficiency.
This is a ridiculous video you sent me.
Neuron is not perfect. As you can see, the exhaust of the Insanity engine is burning green, and you get green flames when you burn copper.
Green is dope.
The engine didn't get destroyed, but they had to shorten the test because of a small part of the spike that wasn't getting cooled enough. And because of that, it was literally turning into fuel for the engine. That's what you call an engine-rich combustion. But that's not even a problem, because they're not trying to design the best rocket engine ever, they're trying to create an algorithm that designs the best rocket engine ever. That's the point. Now they can just feed the data to Neuron, and the next Insanity Aerospike engine is gonna be perfect. Or near perfect. A big thanks to Lynn and Josephine for letting me record their tests, and also for letting me ask a bunch of dumb questions.
That's cool.
I mean, thanks to them now I have more knowledge that I can use to build my own liquid rocket engine. I don't have Neuron, so I'm gonna have...
That's super dope. I think the most interesting part about this is not the rocketry or whatever, but it's the generative AI that doesn't rely on just copying things. Instead, it relies on the ability to take basic elements and build things up from that. My old friend was driving. He had a fence community, 120 fucking miles per hour. Fence again. The guy and his wife shed, then blew a hole in his brick basement. The firefighters had to cut you out of the top of the car like a fucking can of sardines. Kind of neat, but kind of neat. Shattered your hip and broke 8 ribs. Fucking Christ. God damn, dude. Don't do that. Stop dealing with your friend. Or whoever. Hold on, let me show you I ordered a bunch of shit for my... Oh yeah, how old are you now? This is what is in the box. This guitar, it's actually not even that expensive. It was like $300 or something. This is what it's in the box. Add it to my other fucking guitars. I have like 10 of them. But not a 7-string. I do not have a 7-string. Oh, they gave me a Guitar Essential pack. Denied. Go away. Oh, is Backrooms streaming now? Holy shit, dude. I love the Backrooms. Backrooms is so good. Oh my god, we have to watch. Oh, it's an hour and a half, but I think we have to watch Cody and Sergio back to the Backrooms. I wanted to like play something. I did not know that the Backrooms was already streaming. This is a game changer, actually. I still have 2 spots. And it's 10. Yeah, give it to me. Oh, man. I was not aware Backrooms was streaming. I don't have to be at work. Bro invented a new genre on the spot.
Let's do it.
Hello.
This is my
Hello guys.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling some raves. Like some, but we need it like really loud.
We can make it loud.
You have to,
new
like, add
genre
multiple
invented.
kicks. Like dun, 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 dun.
Wait, that's interesting. What is that?
It's rave if you think about it, but it's rave.
That's
rap.
a synth or that's a drum?
That's a drum.
Let me think what I can do.
You have a different kick?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Okay.
What? You know that it's raining. You know that it's fucking pouring. If you sleeping on me, bitch, then guarantee you snoring. In this spot, I get it jumping. In this spot, it's pumping. All I do is go.
Oh, you just turned 30. You're young. You're 10 years younger than me.
Like this summertime, so you could catch a tan. I'm the father, bitches is my sons. Pumping with that gun, and my heart is racing. Said rum tum 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 rum tum tum. It's that summertime, it's that cancer season. Why the fuck she feeling? I be in the sky like a fucking phoenix. Yellow like a limbo. I'm trying to switch the topic. I'm trying to switch the tempo. I'm not smoking on the gas. Rolling up in tempo. I'm trying to switch
New
the tempo.
genre
I'm trying to switch the
invented.
beat up. Tell him pick his feet up. I'm trying to make sure if he got a gun, then he gon' delete us. Call me Mr. About that action. Bitch, I'm pistol packing. Wow. No, I caught him lacking. If he on that, what's the address? Slow it down. It's looking like a drought. That bitch said, where the niggas at? She said, put it.
Are you trying to get on? Let's do it.
This is crazy. I love Ari at home. You often train to drop bars.
Wait, you're not even with them, right?
I'm waiting for the link. I'm waiting for the
My
link.
friend told me last week, he said, yo, when you catch him, you just gotta rap.
It's true. What are you feeling, bro? What kind of vibe?
Like, me.
What are they doing?
Wait.
Are you trying to get on? Let's do it. What are they doing in there?
I don't know.
Yo, come here. What's going on in here? Oh.
Oh, you're good.
I walk around, I make up music on the street. What's happening? Are you guys a group or two?
I'm a one-woman band. They came here to freestyle.
We gotta get you all on the mic. I'm pumped now. This is good. This is good shit. I can plug you in directly into my setup. Let's see if that works.
Dude, this is so good. This is like music at its best. This is what music is actually all about.
Streets are mean, but I see love still reigns supreme. We got love, I wanna scream. We got love. Won't you stop it?
This is actually what music is really about. It's like creating shit on the spot.
To the rhythm of hi-hats, it's 9 facts in the blunt type rap. Smoke
Dude,
till the high
this is
pass,
my
won't
favorite
get mine.
shit
Glass eye for
ever.
eye, like I'm ready to die against the gods of genocide. That's already a crime.
I'm just waiting. I'm in a holding pattern right now. You know, I have Ari's complete setup in my closet right now that I've never even fucking opened, like the looper and the and everything. I got his like two rolly keyboards right here, and just don't ever fuck with them.
What are they doing in there?
I don't know.
But like all of this shit, like that keyboard right there is what I just showed you. On his right side over here is like the looper, and like the looper is like the big thing, right? Because you can play a loop on a guitar or whatever you got, saxophone, whatever, you know, and go to the next track and loop over it, and go to the next track and loop over it, so you can like make your song. That's like what he. That's
What
a
up?
big thing.
You sing? Yeah. Come get on next. We're doing some stuff with him, and then you get on next.
You got time?
Yeah, I got time. Come on, man. How long that break? You know you got an hour.
I don't give a fuck about my break. Can we do it together?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to start it off maybe then? And then you'll sing it? Okay, let's do it that way.
You guys better tear this.
I am set up, dude. I could do it.
Pack your clothes for the one time. You know the weather never stops, I shine.
This is the best kind of fucking music. Like, you see that? We got the two, like, I got a rolly here, and they have a little magnetic component there. They hook up and they make a bigger keyboard. You can actually make as big a keyboard as you want with rolly. These motherfuckers cost like $300 a piece, though. They're pretty fucking expensive. It is what it is.
Let's get warm, leave this cold behind. Hey,
I'm not saying I'm rich or whatever. I got some dispensable income. I buy shit just to buy it, I guess.
Is us against the world.
I'm definitely not rich. He's better at guitar than I am.
Baby, please stay with me.
What is your video deception? We need to see it.
We stand tall when the haters hating. You got my heart, baby, no debating. And hey, is us against the world.
Dude, that's a good little song. It's a good little ditty right there. It's a badass little ditty right there.
It's a party over here. Where are you guys coming from? I'm from Brazil.
This is entitled Brazilian Sports Fans Go Crazy on the... Okay. Sorry. Okay. Gotcha.
Man, I'm a ground service agent. I don't know what that is. Start it up and get it to go.
So this is Scramjet?
But yeah, I wouldn't know how to land it. I wasn't really planning on landing it.
What is this? What? Give me...
There's some guy who knows all about it.
Oh, is this the guy? Is this the guy that took the plane?
Alrighty, yeah, I just kind of want to do a couple maneuvers, see what it can do before I put her down, you know?
This is what my dad was talking to me about, and then what you were talking to me about earlier today. Okay, I definitely want to hear this.
And so I can reach out to you a little easier.
A little bit.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sorry, my mic came off. I threw up a little bit. You know.
I threw up a little bit. What the fuck?
Shoot. Man, I'm sorry about this. I hope this doesn't ruin your day.
Just flying the plane around, you seem comfortable with that?
Oh my god. Hold on.
I played video games before, so...
I've played video games before.
Okay, and you can see all the terrain around you. You've got no issue with visibility or anything?
Nah, everything's peachy clean. Just did a little circle around Rainier. It's beautiful. I think I got some gas to go check out the Olympics. And, yeah.
Okay, and Rich, do you know,
Seattle,
what altitude you're at?
I threw up all inside of it. It's bad.
Dude.
Too fat to join. I was thinking about it, and then...
Yeah, doing a barrel roll.
Yeah, that's all mumbo jumbo. I have no idea what all that means. I wouldn't know how to punch it in. I'm off autopilot. Me to the jets?
No, I'm not taking you to any jets. I'm actually keeping you away from aircraft that are trying to land at SeaTac.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't want to screw with that. I'm glad you're not, screwing up everyone else's day on account of me. I'm down to 2,100. I started like 30-something. 100 pounds of fuel.
Rich, you said you're at 2,100 pounds of fuel left?
Yeah.
My man didn't want to go down, but he wanted to play a little bit of game. Yeah.
Like on takeoff, but yeah, it burned quite a bit faster than I expected.
Okay. There is the runway just off your right side in about a mile. Do you see that? That's McCord Field.
Oh man, those guys will rough me up if I tried landing there. I think I might mess something up there too. I wouldn't want to do that. Hopefully. Oh, they probably got anti-aircraft.
No, they don't have any of that
Dude,
stuff.
yeah, they built the Protoss cannons. They got AA. They got the photon cannons.
Okay,
Rich, dude, that's wild. How did he even get in
we'll
one?
take you down to the southeast, please.
How did that even happen?
For life, huh? I mean, I would hope it is for a guy like me.
Well, Rich, we're not going to worry or think about that, but could you start a left-hand turn, please? And he's going to try and help you out here a little bit, okay? And I think you might have some questions. Rich, I've got a pilot on with us.
Yeah, how did he get it very carefully?
Hey, well, first off, you're a little breaking up a bit. Maybe I'm too far away. What's the distance on this frequency?
That's wild.
You are very calm, collect, poised.
400 apparently is the.
Oh, did he? Okay, I thought he took off from that McCord. Okay, fair enough.
Right now he's just flying around, and he just needs some help controlling his aircraft.
Seems like he's doing fine.
I don't need that much help. I played some video games before. I would like to figure out how to get this cabin altitude. Like, I know where the box is. I would like to get some, make it pressurized or something, so I'm not so lightheaded.
Rich, what's your altitude?
Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the autopilot. I'm just kind of hand flying right now.
Okay. Do you know how fast you're going?
Minimum wage.
I'm buying Flight Simulator 2024 right now. Not because of this, damn it. But I actually have a computer that can run Flight Sim now. And I tried like 6 years ago, and I didn't have a computer enough for that.
Damn it, Andrew! People's lives are at stake here.
Wait, what? Hold on. My real name is that. Very few people know that. I don't like it when I hear my real name. I don't like my name. Do you know how I got my name? No, you don't, because nobody does. Because my dad, when my mom was in labor, about to fucking pop me out of her, my dad was like, how about Andrew? And my mom was like, fine! That's how I got my name. There was no forethought to it. My name was given in the throes of fucking labor birth.
Now, Rich, don't say stuff like that.
It's awful.
Nah, I just told you I don't want to hear no one. I just want you to whisper sweet nothings into my ear. That'd be better
Sweet
than trying to land
nothings.
it. Like, I know how to put the landing gear down.
But your power, that's probably 50%. That'd be the two top gauges right in the center on that glass display there. And then press, well, tell me, do your power at 50% or tell me what you got.
Yeah, I got it like flight idle.
Well, that's too slow. Bring it up to like 50.
Dude, he's just going around.
Right
He's
on the
just doing
bottom,
his
it
own
says
thing.
HDG, and it's got a little blue M on it. You can crank that around, and you know what? Tell you what, let's just do this. Push. You see the HDG button right by that little thumb wheel?
No, you can do that with these things. So what would, if you were to do it, how would you do it?
Well, I'd try to figure out how to use the autopilot first.
Would the autopilot land him?
Hey, you think if I land this successfully, Labs will give me a job as a pilot?
You know, I think they would give you a job doing anything if you could pull this off.
Yeah, right.
We don't
I'm a
care.
white guy.
Talking to that aircraft at this time. If they need your assistance, I will let you know. But they are talking to that aircraft right now.
Roger.
Yeah, you do you, man. Thanks. Hey, FAA guy, Andrew, you on?
Yeah, I'm still here, Rich.
Bad, but kind of not either.
Sir, if you wanted to land,
About to do a barrel roll?
Is that runway just ahead and to your left. Again, that's McCord Field. If you wanted to try, that might be the best way to set up and see if you can land there. Or just like the pilot suggests, another option would be over Puget Sound into the water.
Dang, did you talk to McCord yet? Because I don't think I'd be happy with you telling me I could land like that, because I could mess some stuff up.
Well, Rich, I already talked to him, and
what the
just like
hell?
me, what we want to see is you not get hurt or anybody else get hurt. So like I said, if you want to try to land, that's probably the best place to go.
Hey, I want the course.
He's just going around like a hamster or something.
I want to go see that guy.
And behind you, there is another aircraft. Would you be willing to talk to them if they're on the frequency and maybe they can help you land?
He has no intention of landing.
Hey, what's that airport?
Yeah,
right there
oh
behind
yeah,
me? Like to my
100%.
left.
Okay, Rich, well, first of all, we just need you to keep flying the aircraft. So if you could just stay there and keep flying the aircraft. The airport you just passed over on your left, that's the Tacoma Narrows Airport. I mean, that's also an option if you wanted to try going there. But like I said earlier, McCord, that's a bigger runway if you wanted to try to land there.
He doesn't want to land at all. He's on a fucking suicide
Hey,
mission.
Rich, this is Captain Bill here. We're still listening. My airplane's doing just fine. How's yours?
Like I said, it would be a better option, I think, if you tried to land it or even land it on the water.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going out. Is he going
I
out?
want to know
Okay.
what this weather's going to be like in the Olympics.
If you can see the Olympics, the weather's good. I can see the Olympics through my window, and it looks pretty good over there.
Alright, because I hit some, felt like turbulence around right near, but there was no clouds hardly.
Oh, that's just the wind blowing over all the bumpy surfaces there.
Oh, copy that.
Yeah, but Rich, if you could, maybe start a left-hand turn, start turning back around, because if you get too close to the Olympics, you won't be able to hear us anymore. Turn back around here. Like I said, I just want to keep talking to you, and if you keep going towards the Olympic Mountains, we won't be able to hear each other.
I got a lot of people that care about me, and it's going to disappoint them to hear that I did this.
That's fair. That's fair.
I would like to apologize to each and every one of them. Just a
This
broken
guy's
guy.
crazy.
Got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now. Just, you know.
I want to come in here and start talking to Rich as well.
Man, have you been to the Olympics? These guys are gorgeous. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I have been out there. It's always a nice drive.
But I think I might have a beer.
Yeah, I bet you do. I haven't done much hiking over there, and but if you could start a left turn and turn back towards the east. I know you're getting a good view there, but if you go too much further in that direction, I won't be able to hear you anymore.
All right. Hey, pilot guy, can this thing do
A backwards thing? I hope this young man is given some peace. He's 28.
Safe kind of manner.
Sorry about that. That was like really loud.
And if that goes
Oh, barrel roll!
call it a night.
Do a barrel roll! What the
Well,
fuck?
Rich, before you do that, let's think about this. I got another pilot coming up, Pilot Joel, here in just a minute or two, I hope. And we'll be able to give you some advice on what to do next. We call it a bug. It's like a little blue rectangle that's just somewhere around that compass. Do you see that?
Just kind of lightheaded, dizzy. Man, and you know.
Oh, he turned around. He turned around. Sorry, I had to go get a drink.
I was
So.
thinking like
I didn't have to.
Have this moment of serenity, you know, be able to take in all the sights. There's a lot of pretty stuff, but I think they're prettier in a different context.
On the right-hand side, above you, on the right-hand side air conditioning panel, you'll see it. It's a big panel. There's 3 switches along the top of it. Make sure all 3 of those switches are in the down position, facing the nose of the airplane.
Hold on. What did that say? The bleed air switch supply air to the air conditioning packs when used to pressurize the cabin. With these switches in the off position, the cabin will
Switches are in the down
pressurize.
position, facing the nose of the airplane.
Fair.
I know where I've been at this whole time.
Okay, Rich, thank you.
2,500 to be exact.
Okay, thank you. And do you have an idea of how much fuel you have left?
Man, not enough. Not enough to get by. Like 760 pounds. I'm just going to do this barrel roll real quick.
Well, no need to do that. If you could just start a turn to the right.
Is it a barrel roll or an aileron roll?
I feel like I need to be, what do you think, like 5,000 feet at least to be able to pull this barrel roll off?
Because a barrel roll goes all the way up and over, but an aileron roll just turns the plane.
Making a turn back to the left a little
Is
bit.
he trying to do a Star Fox barrel roll? Which is an aileron roll?
Rich, this is Captain Bill. Congratulations, you did that. Now let's try to land that airplane safely and not hurt anybody on the ground.
All right. Damn it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to. I was kind of hoping that
Like
was
he went all the way up and over, like
I feel like one of my
like that. He didn't just twist his
Rich,
plane over.
If you could, you just want to keep that plane right over the water. Maybe keep the aircraft nice and low.
He's gonna keep it nice and low. Aircraft crashes off Ketron Island, Washington. R.I.P. I think he got more or less than a few feet off the water.
Oh, hello.
Like sing? Works
That was
I make up
it.
a beat and then people do vocals and stuff.
Ele faz. He
Yeah,
do a freestyle.
well. You know what? What a fucking way to go out. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say what nobody's gonna say. What a fucking way to go out. He took a joyride in a plane. He clearly had no conception of living. He had himself a good time and he went out. Probably not the best way. At least he wasn't like the other guy that was like, hey, you know what to do, and then jumped to his death. least he didn't like traumatize other people. He wasted our taxpayer money. Not great. But he ran out of, really? He ran out of fuel. Is that
Okay.
right?
You will make the beat? I'll make a beat.
Okay.
What kind of music though you guys want?
Que tipo de música? Base.
Bazzy? Oh, bass. Oh, buzz. Okay.
Yo. Se liga aqui. Sou de Guapi, muito menos de Catiri. Eu falo pra tu, mano.
Dude, he's getting some of those soccer players.
Chega pra representar meu mano Kim.
Mas na verdade que eu tô com meus parceiros. Vou me apresentar, muito prazer, eu sou guerreiro.
E se liga agora nessa bexiga.
Getting some of those World Cup players.
Uma pipa, eu falo pra tu.
Oh, well, I don't think I don't think they're players. I think they're fans. But you know, they got some beats. They got some beats. They got some beats.
Manda aqui agora o papo aqui pra cima. Eu vou voar e você vai afundar na piscina. Eu falo pra tu porque você tá tranquilo. Eu vou chamar pra rima agora meu parceiro Danilo. Ai, ele tá bem ereto. Oh, ele só mede meio metro.
This guy got some gray in his hair like I do. Looks like he spray painted his hair though. I think it's natural gray. You gotta get this natural gray.
Oh, hello. What did you say? You want to pull over? All right, let's go. That's a good start.
Dude, yeah, it's the best version
like
of
1 minute ago.
real
I make up
of
beats
real
on the spot,
music.
and then I try to just like make music with whoever I see. Any type of beat, I just gotta make it.
Do like 90s on?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Let's do like
90s R&B.
Okay.
Oh, that is like 90s. It's like but like Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls. Who does Don't Go Chase TLC? It's the little TLC. Dude, I like R&B 90s. Yeah, TLC.
Let you see all my progress. Weigh my options like a Pyrex. We all can eat, so just digest. Better than that, though you fucking with a veteran cat. That makes me unpredictable.
Okay.
Let me break it down, not fixable. Why wouldn't I rep my city for? Whenever you want it, baby.
But this is some dope-ass 90s inspired shit.
It won't wear me out. I don't like the way that you dressing it. Goddamn pessimist. Make love to the music.
TLC versus what, NBA?
Always
What?
talking about you heard this. What I do to deserve this. Saying that I'm never there for you. Don't you know that I care for you? Why they praying on your downfall?
God damn, I miss the 90s so much.
Why you being ungrateful and you acting all hateful? I was being faithful. You saying shit wasn't classified, but I thought you were satisfied. Let's go. Bounce.
Yeah, this is definitely like 90s. So good.
What did you say?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
you're not
let's
even
see.
with them, right? Hey, what was your name, bro?
Nick, I can't lie. My friend told me last week, he said, yo, when you catch him, you just gotta rap.
It's true. What are you feeling, bro? What kind of vibe?
Like Meek Mill type of vibe.
Play me your favorite Meek Mill track. I want to hear it.
Let me see.
In
It's like a
WA?
sample flip, but with modern drums. Where are you
Oh,
headed, bro?
oh,
You want to get on the train with us?
Why not?
oh. In WA.
Yes. Listen. Trying to work a
Yeah.
5-9 so we can
Okay.
make it out.
Not NBA. Okay, I was like, NBA, what?
On a one trade, I was dropping balls, I was getting in one drop. We up on 207 and I got off in one stop.
We was banging on lunch tables, wearing J's and LeBrons. Now I'm serving them dope verses like I slang for the mob. Like a white chick, caught a body off the driver's side.
I gotta,
Interior like a homicide.
for my
The kicks
own
is mean.
sake.
I genuinely went 2,000 on the jeans. The puffer coat saline, the wrist cost a stack. I sprayed a little cream. The bitch drip like post nasal like IDs.
Devil's always in the details, hidden in the sky. That envy and the greed got them hypnotized. Always listen when they speak, look them in the eyes. And when you do this long enough, you read between the lies.
Riding on the one
I always like to go. I know it's a little cringy, but like, I improve my improv skills by listening to Ari at home. Like he, sorry, had a couple of drinks, may have hit. No, you're good, man. When Ari does his stuff, like I like to improv with him because it improves my improv on my saxophone. Like, it just
popularity, I want the impact. I got the game headlocked, I could break his spine. My bar's tighter than Jamaican wine. That's real, nigga.
Fill a room on the walk and they feel attention. And one thing about my spot, I demand it, no exceptions. If the arrow ain't directed, won't address it. When you really who you are, you ain't clearing no misconceptions.
Wait, you're not even with them, right? Nah. Hey, what was your name, bro?
Nick.
Wait. You really have to dip? Is that what you said? You really have to dip?
Why, you want one more?
I would make you your own beat if you want it. Cause
I like
fucking
these
around.
little shorts because I get to
what kind of
do
vibe
my
you wanna
own
make, though?
shit.
Anything you choose.
Okay.
But one thing about MCing, it was always about the DJ.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. Is that cool?
All right.
Whatever you choose.
Slow down.
I gotta follow
Slow
you.
down.
I'm the
Slow
MC,
down, my
you
man.
the DJ.
You're right.
Let's go. Brooklyn.
Yeah.
We live. Brooklyn. Chosen is a name that I have been given. It's more complicated than lots of things living. Ladies on my style cause I'm overactive. Handsome, fresh, debonair, and attractive. I was riding on my bike just the other night. I seen this pretty young lady that I
this
really
is a hard
like.
one.
Cause I'm a
It's a
Super
hard
Bowl
one, too.
rapper. Ladies are attractive. Getting on the mic cause it can't be done faster. I am the man they call Brooklyn, you see. With the versatile style inside
there.
of me. I took the image from mysterious to eat for everlasting.
He's just got a little bass line going.
Coming to the party, you know that I'm great. MCs like you love to imitate and for a while, not a child. So put on a smile. People call me
E in there
but my
somewhere.
real name is Al. Come to capital A with a little L. But I'm pushing more louder than a door itself. See, I hate the type of girls who think they fly. They talk to more than one nigga at the same time.
it.
A nigga
like
over
it.
here, a nigga over
I don't know how
there.
to do
I
it.
need a break.
I don't know how
You
to
better
do it.
be aware. Places and places and towns around. People always telling me to break melody down.
Wait. I make beats and then people.
I don't have a
and
good
people-
like chord progression on this.
I'm here right now.
I gotta meet my cousin that way, but I could do something. You about to make a whole beat.
Yeah. Yeah.
How long you gonna take?
Like 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, you that good?
Well, we'll see.
He is
What kind
that
of vibe you
good.
want?
Something I can rap.
Ari's
Who you
that
listen to, though?
good.
Who you like?
Jay-Z, Fad, Drake.
I got you.
All you see is skyscrapers, bright lights up in the city. From the outside looking in, niggas swear this shit is pretty. I ain't coming to the projects for no box, I know the game. Send a text like we coming up now, this boy is stained. The lifestyle changed, it was the feel, now it's rap. Used to stay away from smoke, now I'm smoking out the pack.
I was vibing earlier. I don't know about that.
Yo, when I mention like Mano, no time for that rah-rah. I burn like that fuego, but the empire replaces that shit set like Lego.
That deuce come in handy in the party, I'm big flame, I pep it when it's drama time. I'm Frank White, I want that nickel war for every dime. I'm El Chapo, nigga, I be in the heavy bomb.
Sticking to the cloth, need leather justice sitting there. Heard the guns move quick, call me when you get them back.
From the murder capital, where they crunching that capital. Counting down the bitches while I'm splitting down the vegetable.
Never slipping, pistol gripping all day in the street. That mean if I went to the beach, nigga, I swim with my heat. Never asleep, cussing to death. Never was me, never was cheap. Rims on the car, tires flat like feet.
I make beats and then people get on and
Okay.
do bars.
I mean, it is tough. It's,
Wait,
it's
can I make you your own
it's
beat?
tough.
Or-
Yes.
What are you trying to do?
That boom bap hard.
Boom bap. Okay,
Come
we
with
got.
us,
let's go.
And if we want more people on the mic, we'll like turn
Alright,
into
let's
like
go.
It is. I mean, like if he's got like a good like alto kind of line going, but like if you got like some bass going, you know, these are 30 like a minute and a half shorts. Like I only got so long to feel out the song. Actually, hold on. Wait, you're on Twitch, so I can close. Ooh, there's a thing I want to do. Sorry, YouTube. Nobody's on YouTube. There's a thing.